Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Ron Burgundy, joined by Maria Ho, and of course, making reference to this sartorial splendor that I've selected today. I wouldn't do this if we weren't in Monaco.
It's a look. Yeah.
It's a look. Yes, I think that's a fair way to characterize it, but I feel all right about it. And of course, I feel all right about getting us underway because we have so much to cover here in today's pregame show. Yesterday, we crowned the first champ, not of the festival, but of the majors as a front-loaded schedule. The 200K Invitational did find its champion, and without further ado, let us take a look back at how things shook up at that FT.
Why are you laughing?
Haralabos Vulgaris with Oscar Vulgaris, his Bernedoodle Labradoodle mix that has captured the hearts of everybody in attendance here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Found his way all in with a couple of tens against Elton Sang, who was the man that ran white hot through all of day two, brought the chip lead to this FT, and then brought an ace-king to the pocket tens doorstep. 2 3/4 million in the middle, and the ace would dash the hopes of the tens early on. 2 outs twice with no backdoors available. The turn came up empty, as did the river. Plenty of sportsmanship on display, but in the end, Haralabos and Oscar were dispatched. In ninth, 406,000, the payday. 8 remained, and then newcomer Ilkin Garibli worked his way all in. Similar situation, pocket jacks, Danny Tang, the ace-king this time. JNT able to escape with a couple of nines given the action in front of him. And again, the overcard to the jacks connecting with the ace-king. JNT would have hit a 9 on the turn if he had been in business, but instead the run out dry once more, and this time it was Garibli, the victim. $540,000 collected for 8th. With 7 remaining, it was the turn of Germany's Fedor Holz with a couple of 9s, and again it was a big ace. His prodigy, if it's a fair way to describe it, Mario Masbach of Austria, the man who had the 2 overs. This flop was cleaner than those before it, and then suddenly a menacing spade rolled off on the turn, giving Masbach the backdoor flush draw, which would come in. Plenty of love between those two, and plenty of payout as well, as Fedor would add almost 700,000, 694 to be exact, to his career Triton earnings, leaving Masbach behind to do battle six-handed. Danny Tang would jam a king-9 offsuit JNT with an ace-queen.
Any else? No?
Impossible.
Would flop beautiful.
Oh my god, I didn't even
Then there was a ray of hope for the king-9
right?
on the turn.
Don't give up yet.
Is he actually aiming for this?
Both players were on their feet. In the end, JNT would fell Danny Tang. 875,000 more, heading to his career totals. 5 players left, and take a look at that massive chip stack in front of Mario Masbach, something that would carry him through to the final 2. We'll get to more on that later. Here, he took Jack-9 suited up against Alexander Shelukin, who decided to draw a line in the sand. Uber short stack with his 7-8 did flop the open-ender. Didn't come in on the turn nor on the river, though, and the Russian would wrap the table and say goodbye. A 5th place finish, the first of our 7-figure payouts. 1.125 million headed home with him. Masbach continued to compile chips. And on this occasion, he found his way into the middle alongside JNT. Ace-4. JNT had the best of it. Flop and the turn were both clean, but it was that 6-outer that he was unable to fade. And you heard the groan from the rail as JNT got a big hug and plenty of respect. Second straight cash worth over 7 figures for the Frenchman in his backyard. 1.39 million going home with him. Then Elton Sang, who had unraveled down to the shortest of stacks in the room, was dominated by Dan Smith's Jack-10 with his chips all pushed forward. Things looking better and better for Smith. The situation was grim for 10-8 on the river. And he was made Another casualty in third
650.
at the hands of Smith. 1.78 million going home with Elton. And then that showdown between Mosbach and Dan Smith would play out with Dan basically sun running in terms of card distribution, but obviously making the most of the opportunities. Here he would have ace-8, and that king of clubs coupled with the 8, some backdoor prospects. Mosbach would decide to try to fight, check raising. Of course, Smith not going to go anywhere. And then Mosbach would connect with a king, did not follow through on the check raise, and then face this turn barrel. His stack leaning out after calling 1.35, the price commanded by the ace-8 of Smith, and then the disastrous river card. The backdoor spades did show up. Kings and 8s, 7.4 in the middle. Smith would ask for all of Mario's 4.5, and it didn't take long for Mr. Mosbach to make the call, and in doing so, he would seal his fate as the runner-up. Neither of these two had a Triton title coming into the heads-up battle, but perhaps Dan Smith, with so much more tenure, just hungrier, and in the end, it would be 2.69 million going home with Mosbach, and a lot of heartfelt congratulations going to Dan Smith, along with that double-sized Triton trophy, courtesy of the Invitational Victory, 3.87 million going home with Dan. But it could have not even been an opportunity for Dan heads up. Elton saying in the big blind, had a queen jack. Dan would jam with the jack 9 suited. Elton really was chewing on it, wasn't sure at all whether or not he should have made that call, would have had a dominating hand, and who knows whether or not Dan would have been the man heads up had Elton click call.
Sometimes poker is going to be a little bit about that coulda, shoulda, woulda. And I think for Elton in that moment, he just decided stack preservation and still having Dan covered by, I think, 8 or 9 big blinds at the time, that it was better to try to wait it out for potentially a better spot. And that might have been something that when he went home last night, he thought about for a while.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So Smith, 13.9 million in career Triton earnings before yesterday's finish. Probably one of the richest without a title, I would say. In fact, confirmed as I look down at our notes over here. Third in London in the £1 million, skewing obviously the results a little bit on his resume. Mosbach looked very dominant on that final table. You know, he compiled that big stack, but when he got down to heads up, Maria, it was just the Dan Smith show.
Yeah, and I can't even really say or point to one specific hand where I felt like Mosbach did anything wrong. It was a function of the fact that Dan certainly was getting dealt better hands, but also there were a few spots where I think Mario tried to push back once Dan started getting the momentum, but it just was bad timing.
Yeah.
And Dan also coming in, you know, with a 2-to-1 chip deficit, really fought his way to get that chip lead and to be in a position to take Mario out.
That was precisely the verb that was going to come to mind for me. It was a lot of fight that Dan brought to that heads-up match, making the most of obviously having the better of the card distribution. No shame in that whatsoever, and it doesn't tarnish the accolade in any way, shape, or form. JNT, of course, not to be overlooked. The Frenchman right here in Monaco, his backyard. Another big 7-figure score for him, proving, by the way, that the invitees can get the job done too.
Yeah, and far from overlooked, I feel like yesterday the talk of the town in terms of storylines was the fact that if JNT finished 5th or better, he would overtake Elke on the all-time money list in France. And so JNT was able to do that. I don't know. Has somebody called Elke? How is he feeling about this?
I'm sure that he's happy for JNT, as the two of them do have a relationship, but nobody would have thought that in such short order, the invitee, the VIP, let's call him, would end up at the top of France's leaderboard. Unclear how much longer that'll be the case, as I'm sure those who have been dethroned may feel like a little fire in their belly to reclaim slots up at the top. Now then, let us turn our attention to what is on the docket for today. Yesterday, we got the $125,000 main event underway, and today, day 2 coverage is going to come your way. Registration was open to start today, and there were several players who didn't even bother playing day 1. Max Light Regers, 21 folks, ponying up another 125 to start things off here today.
Yeah, and that's incredible, and I've definitely seen faces trickle in that weren't here for the first opening event, the 200K Invitational, so that definitely makes sense why we were able to generate so many more entries. And actually, the prize pool for this, 16.875 million, which is actually more than the 14.6 million we got in the 200K.
Yeah, in spite of the lower buy-in level, we're still casting a bit of a shadow on the Invitational, as those who didn't get invited may be looking to throw a bit of shade toward that prize pool there. 135 total buy-ins, 88 uniques. That's what brought us to that almost 17 million. And Adrian Mateos is holding the lead overnight. Not a spot that's unfamiliar to him. The Spaniard knows how to spin up a big stack. Leon Sturm close behind.
Yeah, and we know so much about Adrian, of course, has been around for so long, an elite player. But Leon, a little bit more of a newcomer, but has really made his name, especially starting off with winning his first WSOP bracelet over the summer. But we saw him in London. He had 2 cashes, made 1 final table. His best finish was 6th there. So definitely looking to do better here.
Yeah, absolutely. The other name that comes off of the page, though, as we're looking out there, a number of people have now come to Monaco, making their first visit to a Triton Super High Roller Series, and among them is Ihor Hula. First event, the lone enigma, though, in the top 10 in chip counts.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because it does look like Hula is going to be at one of our featured tables along with Mateos and Volkman and Ivy. So I think we'll get our first look at how Hula plays.
Yeah, he currently is sitting in 5th, playing under the Ukrainian banner. A lot of talent coming out of Eastern Europe, just shy of 800,000 in front of him. And let's take a look as play is going to go down to the final table here at our 2 feature tables. There's the red table. I'll bring up the blue for us momentarily. And why don't we get started with that red table as I zero in, which you can do on the Triton Poker Plus app as well. Simply press and hold the table number, and you get this enlarged and expanded glimpse at what we've got going on over here. There is Sturm, the German, who you mentioned, 1.5 million in front of him. Jan Zarens of the Dutch contingent there, along with Triton co-founder Richard Young and JNT. This could be one that brews a little excitement.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Lucky Chewy, somebody that hasn't made his way to a Triton stop until now, but also having incredible results at the Poker Go studio, of course.
Sure.
And so somebody that I always have my eye on.
Yeah, it's weird to call him a newcomer just because he's such a household name when it comes to high-stakes events. And he's kind of ratcheted up, I think, a lot of his poker of late. You know, took a bit of a breather, and he's come back, obviously making a strong showing here and hoping to work his way into day 3, which would be that final table. Let's focus then on that blue table that we also talked about earlier. We have Hula here. It looks like perhaps we've got action already underway being populated into the app. Don't want to have any spoilers whatsoever, so I'm going to work our way away from that expanded glimpse at things. But Hula's joined by Volkman and Ivy. The story there in terms of those guys is they are the 2 that trailed Jason Kuhn in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award for Season 3. And Volkman, Ivy, and Kuhn, none of them picked up points in the Invitational.
Right, and I feel like for them, of course, the race is so close, and that's why we see them at every stop to be expected, firing every single event.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Why don't we take a quick peek, by the way, at that Ivan Liao Player of the Year race, something that you all can do in the Triton Poker Plus app yourselves. Give it a moment to populate, and there it is, a full rundown, top 8. Kuhn up at the top, and you talked about just how close things are. Ivy trailing by just 100 and change. Volkman nipping on Ivy's heels behind him. And then Brewer and Tang. Tang, of course, picking up points courtesy of that FT yesterday. And he is one of those guys who's called his shot. He says that he wants to catch Jason in the POI. He wants to be the man to deny him back-to-backs.
Well, certainly, you know, yesterday came very close, had the chip lead for a while at that final table, and we still have a lot of series left as the Invitational was the opening event. So perhaps some of that momentum for Tang already starting off this series.
Yeah, no question about it. The blinds are going to be 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K ante as the field currently going to be coming back with 88 total uniques, if I'm not mistaken. Still getting those numbers populated in there. We're just about 1 minute away from the action, by the way. And if that action brings us down to the final 9 early, we do have a little bit of a turbo going on. Not sure whether or not we're going to be taking coverage of that, but it is a 25K buy-in, so a Triton title will be awarded here today, despite the fact that it won't be in that 125K main. Of course, those trophies, a little bit smaller than the ones that come to the main and the Invitational, just to be able to distinguish the accolade in terms of how much tougher it might be to pick up a title in the Invitational or the main. Do you have somebody that you got your eye on as we're looking at these top 10 chip counts here, Maria? Chidwick in 9th, maybe Ponikov's in 10th?
I mean, always Chidwick is going to be somebody that everybody has their eye on. But certainly I feel like Adrian today is just going to be looking to continue to extend his lead. Always going to be a very tough player to play against. I know who the viewers on the stream are going to have their eye out for, and that's going to be Ivy. Always a fan favorite.
Yep.
Brings all the people into the stream. So take a look at him very soon.
He's been doing that for years, hasn't he? So with that, we get over to a look at the chip counts at Mateos and Company. He is trailed by Ihor Hula. And it isn't close, is it? A whopping 2-1 lead for Mateos. Still top of day 2. Plenty of poker left to be played, but a nice setup for him. Ivy, the aforementioned fan favorite, 14 bigs, so spins could be needed sooner than later for Phil.
5 to 10?
Yep. Play rolling.
Well, it didn't take long, did it, for Ivy to pursue one of the spins we just talked about. Ace-7 suited, the hand with which he's going to do it. Ace-6 suited into the bin behind him. 14 bigs, too much.
Careful, Phil.
Yeah, stick around, Ivy. We're here for it.
Is directly to the left of Bruno Volkmann. Bookended by Rosbach. And there is an Ivy effect, isn't there, Maria? Do you recall the first time that you played against him? Obviously, you'd seen him on TV. You knew what he was capable of, a very fearsome opponent. And it feels as though he's looking right through you sometimes, doesn't it?
Listen, Ollie, I will never forget the first time I played with Ivy.
Talk to me.
Bellagio, I believe it was 2009, 2010. That was at the point where, you know, I had just started playing professionally for perhaps 3 years. It was a big 10K, one of the WPT events that was held at the Bellagio. And Ivy sits down at my table halfway through, I believe, day 2. And first of all, I was like, oh my God, it's Ivy. But then he came in with a big stack. I was like, please just let me not get into any big confrontations with this guy. I was fortunate enough where we were able to stay out of each other's way.
Okay.
But then within 1 or 2 orbits, his VPIP was probably 60%, okay, at this table.
All right.
And just trying to run everybody over with that big stack. And I just watched him get check raised on the turn in a hand, and he 3-bet, the guy min-clicked 4-bet, and Ivy 5-bet shoved against him. And I was like, this is Ivy doing Ivy things. And this is exactly what I expected to see when Ivy sat down at my table. And I'm just glad it wasn't against me.
What happened with that 5-bet? Do you remember?
Oh, the guy
called-
folded.
The guy folded. Okay, so
Well,
yeah.
part of the Ivy effect is people are trying to outplay him. People want to have a story. But
Yeah.
Ivy was ready for it.
Careful, though. Trying to outplay that
exactly.
man right there as
Exactly.
we work our way to a Queen 10-5 flop.
Check.
Volkmann versus Vogelsang. Ace high, in front as it was pre-flop. And this is an image that those of you who are unfamiliar with Christoph Vogelsang should get used to. If and when he decides to enter a pot, he does go into the cocoon.
5 seconds. Check.
You know, I like how on this broadcast you use cocoon. You've had a couple of less PC terms for the
Yeah.
look in the past.
Yeah, I'm going to, you know, it's in the ether. You either know about it or you don't.
You know, the clips that exist on the internet shouldn't be too hard to find.
Don't go looking for them, please. Vogelsang, by the way, one of the nicest guys that you'll come across on tour. Sometimes gets criticism from his colleagues for his pace of play, which is more on the slow side, let's call it.
Right, which, you know, in these tournaments aren't as much of a factor given the shot clock situation. And for Christoph, I've actually spoken to him about it, and he says truly, especially in live poker, he really needs that time because he actually sometimes has difficulty kind of processing everything at once.
Needs that time. Didn't need that 9, though. Ace high was already best, making third pair. Let's see if Volkman, on the strength of holding that 8 blocker, wants to get frisky. Oh, I see him
42.
reaching. Yeah,
42,000.
getting after the 62,000 and doing so meaningfully. 42 into 62.
It's interesting because I think with this line, of course, Bruno really leaning on the fact that he does have an 8 in his hand, which is nice. You know, perhaps trying to rep some straights here. You know, different combinations of Jack 8, 8, 7. But Vogelsang is able to sniff that out.
Did you say 30 or 42? 42.
So, Vogelsang getting the better of the Brazilian.
Yeah, and Christoph has certainly had his fair share of playing against Brazilians before. He knows that they're aggro. He knows that they like to fire.
Now, it may have been a little deceptive the way in the pregame show that I characterized the lack of points obtained by Kuhn, Ivy, and Volkman in the Invitational. They weren't going to get any points. As the Invitational not being an open event, it is a bit of an unfair advantage for points to be awarded in an event of that nature toward a Player of the Year race. So it didn't matter where they finished, but they did not cash either.
Okay. You won 5 back, Bruno.
So basically, you're putting them on blast either way. They did not do well.
No shame in it.
We get it.
There's still a lot of festival left, but it is a front-loaded one. First opportunity to observe Ihor Hula.
So far, so good in terms of hand selection here from the hijack, King 5 suited. Going to be an open, but Volkman with kings.
That is the medicine for a King 5. 2.5 Xing. And not sure that that kind of heat will keep Hula interested. Do see him fold. So a pickup there for Bruno, who, not unlike Mario Mosbach, has athletic line items on his resume.
Oh, yeah?
Former tennis pro. He's got that wingspan, court coverage. I wouldn't want to be out there swinging against him.
You know, I'm sure Monte-Carlo has a lot of nice country clubs where perhaps he can find himself in a little tennis match.
In fact, there is the Monte-Carlo Country Club, which, as I wound my way up the mountain, I passed by, and it looked like a magazine that was advertising tennis. The 4 people that were standing out front, you know what I mean? Like the high socks, the white-soled shoes, the white shorts, the cable knit sweater V-neck situation. I mean, it was straight out of Central Casting.
A lot of Lacoste present.
Yeah, yeah. We met the quota. Now Mosbach trying to limp in against James Chen of Taiwan. Your neck of the woods, Maria.
Yeah, James is a player that, you know, a lot of Taiwanese people look up to, just somebody who's been able to compete at the highest stakes. Not a lot of Taiwanese players, you know, have been around the scene as long as James.
All diamond board. Mosbach with the only flush draw.
And let's talk a little bit about the confidence that Mario must have, you know, coming into the first event here at Monte-Carlo in the 200K Invitational, finishing second, and just really hoping that this could be his series to pull together a string of final tables and big finishes and perhaps his first title.
Ace-5 suited for Triton co-founder Richard Young is open to 21,000 as we pause on Germany's Leon Sturm, the man who you talked about during the pregame show.
I actually did commentary for Leon's final table at the WSOP, and I have to say I was so incredibly impressed with not only the way that he carried himself, his composure for how young he is. I believe maybe 22, 23 years of age. And every decision he made just was right. He sometimes would deviate maybe from GTO, but was very, very clearly tuned in with his opponents and the dynamic at the table, and it was really great to watch.
From France.
Defying his age in terms of poise,
that's
but
nice.
this king-queen is going to be
Doesn't always happen that way.
very ambitious.
Doesn't always happen that way.
Young with the steel wheel draw. Calling that 60K 3-bet pre-flop. And now check calling the 45K C-bet on the flop. And getting there in the deceptive manner with the 4 of clubs.
Yeah, you wonder, Sturm there with, of course, just king, queen, but blockers to really strong overpairs, of course. Does he want to continue to rep that part of his range?
Crackle, yeah, exactly that. That's the word? Yeah, I will.
Looks like he's going to slow
It is a
down.
word, and it's
And
what I
now
would
that's
call
just
onomatopoeia.
a river where I think it's very
that right?
unlikely we're going to see
Yeah.
Sturm put in any more money at this point. The flush draw from the flop gets there.
Or I guess
Sturm with the
crackles.
check back on the turn. I would imagine that
It's a word.
Young might want to start firing now. Because of the disinterest Sturm showed in the pot on the turn, it's kind of unlikely that on this particular card, Young's going to get Sturm to do the betting for him. So you see Young go ahead and reach.
And the 200K disappointingly will not get called.
Ace-5?
8-5. And this brush also.
Yeah.
What?
That's what I mean.
Nothing left for him.
I only buy enough already. No need show the ace.
Richard decked out in Triton gear.
Everything I have.
You're not even giving me a chance.
Ace-5 worked out so well last time. He's back at it. Offsuit edition. Same open sizing and the same guy that might be offering some resistance. It is Sturm with a couple of 5s, but it is a flat call as he will set mine. Got to look there at Bryn Kenny. Picking up a title in London. He folds to the German legend, Ole Chemion. Been at it a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple kids later now, still at it.
You've changed.
He'll join the party with an ace-6 suited as we await the flop. Queen 8-4.
Thing that I learned, like,
Fives
this
are in
time,
front.
that I was by myself, and I just thought about, like, I had 4 days and it
Pretty dry texture, but young.
Order the water
Didn't
for
love
me.
the fact that he got
not
2
make the
callers
mistake
behind
of
him.
going
Of
too
course,
hard on the
you know,
first
there can certainly be
day or
a lot
second
of the
day,
king
like,
queens out
because I
there, queen
really,
jack
like, just
suited, queen
yeah,
10
when
suited,
problems
you know, and even hands like jack 10 suited,
my skill,
I mean, you
those hands
can
that
do
have a
that,
lot of
but
equity
it
are
comes
certainly
with
going
the
to be continuing
consequences
quite
of
often, and
exerting
that
yourself.
really opens it up here for Leon to bet
I think it's much better to just,
26K
start
with
easy, like,
fives.
do the easier stuff.
And it does get through.
In the same way that you
Always
warm up
nice
in a session itself.
when you stick your
warm
neck out a
up
little bit
to a trip, I guess.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it works out.
And
And I think the
Go
more
warm
that
up
we
with a
watch
session.
Leon play today, I think you'll see Ali just
Usually, if I'm at the
how
gym, I'll
perceptive he is,
climb
not
a few
only
grades
on,
below
you know,
what I
game
you
flow,
talked to
table
Climb.
dynamics, but
Yeah.
his ability to just
I thought you were
win
talking
Try to win a
pots
few small pots and then stack some more.
uncontested is really something that I feel like
It's
Which is the warm up.
puts him in the category
The
of
warm up is
a poker
the end-
prodigy,
the
very
end of the
similar
warm-up is
feel
stacking
kind of
some,
to when
then the real
Fedor was
game
coming
begins.
up.
I got you.
Something in the water, perhaps, over there in Germany,
know,
as
it's
that
nice
is a
to
nation that has
do a few
provided
grades
us with
below what
so
you're very
much
comfortable at and
top-level
do the
poker
down
talent
climb.
through the years. Stern, by the way, 441,000 in career Triton earnings. That coming courtesy of 2 cashes at his first stop in London. Preceding this one, he had a 6th place finish in the 50K 8 max for 313,000, 10th in the 60K 7
For
for
climbing, it's quite obvious.
128,000.
To do the down climbs.
Yeah, warm up
There
the
he
arms
is.
a bit, hands a bit, and then do
Min
a couple
raising.
soft climbs to get
Yeah.
Ace
started.
10 into Gargnani's button. Pedro, with 2 jacks, is going to jam. 15 bigs roughly coming in.
I'm not sure if Sturm is going to call ace-10 offsuit. 4-15 bigs, you know, certainly pretty close decision. I think ace-jack would be in there.
Thank Okay. Oh,
Taking his time to deliberate because it is quite close. You know, if the positions were a bit later in terms of Sturm opening in the cutoff perhaps, then he would definitely call, but Sturm does end up landing on the call in this situation.
So then, to the flop we head. As it was close, and now it's a lot farther. Ace 10, lagging well behind these 2 jacks. Fact remains on the turn, as now the club ace comes off the board, and Gargnani just needs to fade a couple of outs, and he's done just that. I love how even in a 125K event with registration closed, these guys will be facing elimination. And granted, it was just 2 outs, but no sweat whatsoever. They're just like, whatever happens, happens. It's fine.
I definitely don't think you're going to see much of that with this crowd, which is why I loved seeing how emotional Dan Smith was yesterday at the 200K final table when he doubled up, when he was extremely short, only 4 big blinds. But even when he doubled up to, I think, 9 or 10 big blinds after that hand, he was
first day I was like,
very
oh,
clearly relieved and
never
ecstatic to still be in.
like,
Not to
by
mention the
myself.
emotion he showed in his winner's
No, it's a little bit
interview as well.
nerve-wracking for sure. Like you said, if you fall and you get hurt, like
Yeah.
Gargnani's
you gotta just start yelling.
shared that
I guess.
moment.
It's not
As
a
back in London,
particularly
he
promising
did pick up
prospect.
his first and only Triton title in the 30K Turbo Bounty. 459,000 went his way. He had 3 cashes at that festival. Ole Shemian. Queen Jack opens.
And then I got there and there when you climbing, and I was like, what? Where do I start? Where do
And now Richard. Ace-5 suited, the hand of the orbit, it would seem.
Could this be his favorite hand? Now taking a 3-bet from the big blind with it against Shemian's hijack open.
then, like I was like, oh, I think I should 4C or 5A or something.
Start slow.
And Shemian
And then like
will not contest further
did one
as he lays it down
5B
to Richard.
that was not super high.
Richard,
but
by the way,
still,
almost $9 million in career Triton earnings. 2 titles, 16 cashes. He's been dancing for a long time. Now we flip it back over to Ihorhula, Kiatley and company. Fold it around to Kiat's button. King 9 suited qualifies.
Kiat's somebody who, from what I've witnessed, definitely keeps getting better and better. Just keeps realizing how to approach spots more optimally. Each time that I've seen him play, it's definitely been impressive. But Ivy able to shove the ace-3 offsuit from the big blind against the button open. 11 bigs makes it hard for Lee to fold the king 9 suited.
So Ivy taking ace-3. Let's see if he'll find the double that his fans are seeking. So far, so good on the Queen 7 deuce board. Interacting with the Queen of Spades is Kiatley, and there is that spade. Just look at the tremendous number of outs. Any 9, king, or spade, and there is the death knell for Ivy. Backdoor spades.
Seat open to late.
And that is going to be bitter disappointment, obviously, to those who have tuned in the hopes that Ivy would be able to spin up a big stack. Never mind. Bitter disappointment for him, but he's been around long enough. I love the awkward silences that come after a bust out, especially if it's like, you know, a little unsavory in nature. It's like,
And it's a little more so, I think, with Ivy because, you know, not a lot of players on the tour, I think, are necessarily extremely close with Ivy, even though, of course, Ivy's nice to everybody. And so sometimes there's going to be more of that post-bust out camaraderie. But Ivy, you know, he just takes his leave and it's a little bit of silence that follows.
everybody looking around like, wow, Kiat, really? You're just going to do him like that? It is interesting what you point out, though, because I think by and large, there are factions here at Triton. A lot of times it'll come in the form of nations, the Malaysian delegation, the German delegation, the Dutch, the Americans. But there's some lone wolves that operate out there in these streets as well, and Ivy certainly rates among them for the most part. Now then, Hula. Ace-Jack. Opens. Yeah, look at this from Mosbach. A little finger whack with king deuce off, Maria.
Yeah, you're going to see players choose this combination sometimes against late position opens because, you know, it does have that factor of having a king which blocks a lot of the premium hands, the really big pairs, the big ace X's, the big king X's. And I have to say I'm a little bit surprised to see Hula fold the ace jack.
A lot of hand. Is it a clear call for Hula?
I feel like against that sizing, I think it was 3.5x. I feel like a call is at minimum in order. Mario had about 25 big blinds, so you could perhaps consider putting in the 4-bet shove as well from that position. But I think we will continue to see as the day goes on.
Are
You
we
know,
more
if
or
Hu-
less inclined to continue, Maria, apologies for cutting you off there, against a deeper stack or a shallower stack with a hand like ace-jack in the face of a 3-bet?
I think that the deeper you are, the more of a call it is, and the shorter your opponent is or the effective stack is, the more a 4-bet shove is profitable in that spot.
Noted. As no notes needed to play aces. What was saying? With the standard open and Mosbach with a problem. Small blind, 2 jacks.
This is going to be trouble, as I just mentioned. Mosbach, only with 25 bigs, is certainly going to be looking to get in jacks off of that stack size. And Vogel saying, just flatting here, gonna trap, keep in the part of Mosbach's 3-betting range that contains hands too weak to call if Vogelsang were to shove. And Mosbach is not going to get saved by this flop, having an overpair still. Despite the fact that Vogelsang slow played it here, there's no real reason, especially on this texture, for Mosbach to feel like he's behind in any way.
10 high flop, 150 in the middle, the betting lead. As the 3-bet was flatted. And this is why you don't 4-bet the aces, because you're in such a prime spot to get Mosbach to deliver more and more chips to the middle. Crushed. 40 into 150, just north of 20%. Another flat call from Vogel, saying the board just so delightfully dry. Now a king on the turn, and might that slow Mosbach down? Those king X combos, candidates to be calling the 3-bet and peeling, Maria, or is he less worried about that?
I think some of the suited king type combos might just call, but of course ace-king would have 4-bet shoved. And so there's going to be, you know, certainly some other hands that Mario's still going to be beating. Some weaker pairs. Some 10x, you know, if we talk about some of the suited broadways being in Vogelsang's calling range against a 3-bet, then he could have certainly flopped some 10s and 4s with king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, of course. Now, if they had specifically king 10 suited, Mario would be behind that sort of holding, but still gonna shove here, and Vogelsang gonna make the call.
Yeah, all in for 165, and that is really unfortunate for Mosbach.
Felt like it. Felt like it.
You heard Mario say felt like it. Christoph shrugging his shoulders as the jack is absent, and Mosbach knows that there wasn't really much that he was going to be able to do in that spot.
Well, you know, Mosbach can probably take a little break, hop into the turbo, but still feel pretty happy about the result he got yesterday.
Seat open, table 8.
Obviously, Big seven-figure score, placing second in the 200K Invitational. With at least 125K of that vanquished here. Has the extra large Triton trophy, along with the Jacob & Co. watch. Works its way toward a home. And Mosbach works his way off the stage. Wonder if Vogel's getting an earful for being a bit grimy with the slow play.
No, I'm just trying to remind you guys so that, you know, maybe a 3-bet can get through or something.
Queen 10 off. Once Vogel goes under the hood, we know more often than not, he's got designs on an open. Oh. On balance, up goes the hood, and then he mucked.
He fooled you.
It's almost like he wanted to prove us wrong.
It's very hard to be picked though.
So Ihor, 7-8 suited, actually dominated by Mateos. Both players interacting with the 6-5-3 board. Advantage Hula, though, in a real way.
Yeah, that is quite the flop for 8-7 suited. But you see the equity is still fairly close. Just 51% to win the hand. Mateos actually going to find a lead here with a board that he feels like favors his big blind defending range.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Certainly has a lot of equity.
Well, let's put a pin in that one as we flip it back over to where Bryn Kenny is taking a stand here. Out of the small blind, jamming his last 80, and poorly timed are these sevens. JNT with 2 kings. Makes the easy snap. And the far more difficult proposition for Kenny, who hunts a 7 and comes up empty on the flop. Same story on the turn. And the river failing to deliver the needed 7 to Kenny as he becomes another one of our casualties early going day 2 of the main.
And watch out, y'all. JNT building a stack here in the main.
Not wrong.
When you leave? Not sure. One day.
Almost 38 million in career Triton earnings for Bryn Kenny. Not going to be adding to it. 3-time title winner with 11 cashes. And you heard him respond to Richard Young there. Not sure whether or not he's going to hang around to play the leaner part of the schedule. Meanwhile, we pick things up back here with Mateos and Hula finding their way to the turn. 115K bet call and the beautiful red 4 for Hula. Giving him the nuts and giving Mateos the second nuts. He thinks this is gin, but it's a little more than tonic.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate river for Mateos. There's actually going to be some rivers where, of course, they both miss, and Mateos with the betting lead could have been able to take down the whole pot. And now he's thinking, I got there against someone that's shown a lot of interest in this pot. Perhaps, you know, a very strong hand, an overpair on the flop, some type of ace-kings in here as well. And that's why you see Mateos trying to go for value of 125K. Not too big of a sizing.
Hula loves to see this right now. Remember, he raised pre from the hijack with this 7-8. And when the jam comes in, it could very well look like a desperate attempt by a 7 to get Mateos off of his hand.
Yeah, it's got to be a pretty specific combo, of course. You know, only going to be opening 8-7 suited. It's not going to be opening the offsuit combos. Mateos also has a 7 in his hand, so this is going to be unfortunate as we see Hula cutting out the raise.
Not an all-in, though, Maria, as he doesn't get too greedy. Wonder whether or not it made a difference as Mateos does quickly make the call. The extra 235 would have mattered to Adrian.
Perhaps, but you saw how quickly he did call that raise, which indicates, I think, that it would have been perhaps a side call if Hula went for all of it. But Mateo's not going to be happy about that outcome. Lost a nice chunk of his stack to the newcomer.
Yeah, you see him shaking his head there. And as much as you love the 4 before showdown, now you're asking yourself, why the 4?
Yeah, certainly a lot of other brickier rivers where he would have been able to take it down.
If the 8 had rolled off, it might have been showers for Hula. Mateos would have made the 9 high straight. In any event, you march forwards with Kiatli's ace 4 in the hijack. Lee, another one of these well-tenured Triton guys who have yet to earn a title. 16 cashes, 6.1 million plus under his belt. He is flatted by Chen and Mateos. Vogel will sit out. $80K, 3 ways, Jack 10-5. Top pair for Adrian, the best of what's around. Chen with the gutter.
Yeah, might have the opportunity to recoup some of those chips he just lost. But Chen certainly has the type of hand when check 2 in position. Some equity here with the backdoor flush draw as well.
Interesting turn after a round of checks as Chen now goes to a 2-way straight draw. Nobody has a spade.
Despite having top pair in this spot, Mateos isn't going to be very comfortable betting into 2 players. Is really hoping to see a cheap showdown, and with a really nice brick on the river, could potentially now go for value after the round of checks on the turn.
Yeah, Chen didn't want to take a stab in position there on that turn. Now 55K barrel from Adrian ends things. Well, lose one, win one, but the one you win a lot smaller than the one you lose. That's not the winning formula.
Mateo still over 100 big blinds, so certainly quite comfortable.
Yeah, he had a 2-to-1 chip lead over the next biggest stack coming in. Gap has been obviously vanquished.
Yeah, probably doesn't love the fact that Vogelsang has a very similar stack right behind him to his left.
Raise, 20,000.
Chen opening this king 9 in the cutoff right into Vogelsang's aces. Do not adjust your screen. In less than an orbit's time, Christoph has picked them up yet again.
Must be nice.
Raise, to 77,000.
Somewhat of a different spot for Vogelsang in the sense that, of course, he's going to put in the 3-bet. Ooh. Oh, no. Hula. Only good news here is that Hula has Vogelsang covered, but it's very likely, especially in these positions against a cutoff open, that you will see the 4-bet come in from Hula.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Out of the big blind. Easy and quick fold for the king 9.
And we saw Vogelsang just call last time, take a flop with aces, perhaps this might be a spot he wants to do that, just because I think a 5-bet looks so incredibly strong. They are very deep though, so Vogelsang does want to get as many chips into the pot as possible. And I think it's a little bit about how Vogelsang perceives Hula as well. You know, what does he think his 4-bet range contains here? You know, if you don't have a lot of information on Hula, you might actually just put him on a huge hand thinking that he's never going to be taking this spot light. And in that case, you know, perhaps you could have just coolered him with an aces versus kings situation. But Vogelsang going to keep his opponent in there.
Yeah. Can we get 6 water? 6 water, 6 water.
I think the decision on whether or not to re-raise with the aces in that spot, as we see this
Oh my
sopping wet
goodness.
board come out.
The spice.
Yeah. Gut shot royal flush draw here for Hula. Buckle up. But I think it's, does Hula have 4-bet folds?
Right.
And if he doesn't, then you can just get the chips forward.
And that's
right
very
away.
much opponent dependent. And, you know, Hula probably not a player that Christoph has much information on that we know of.
This board texture, by the way, Maria, is the type that smashes the big blind 4-bet or no?
Yeah, in terms of all the value hands, absolutely. All the value combos, this is going to be quite good for them. You know, queens, tens, king, queen suited, perhaps, ace, jacks. It's certainly not the best flop for Vogelsang's hand. And then it comes back to that question you just asked. If Hula had 4-bet folds pre-flop, then he certainly has hands that are not going to connect with this board. They're going to be bluffs here, continuing the aggression from being the pre-flop aggressor. So,
The 4 of spades on the turn, and somehow ace-king suited is downing 2 aces. Vogelsang drawing dead. Note that he did proceed with caution.
and look at how big this pot has swelled to the fact that Vogelsang, who started with over 100 big blinds, now has less than pot behind. And considering Vogelsang called the 4-bet pre, of course, you know, Hula has got to be hoping that Vogelsang has the strongest part of his range that might not be able to get away. Now, I think aces, given the aggression that Hula has shown, given his willingness to bet the flop, to bet the turn, I think Vogelsang might be able to get away from it.
Well, he did check and now faces the 200K. Into 780. It isn't a whole lot.
Especially because this is just a really tough spot to bluff if you're Hula. Because again, Vogelsang calling that 4-bet pre, really showing a lot of strength, both pre and on the flop in terms of sticking around. So incredibly gross, but Vogelsang making the call here. Gonna decide on the river.
Pot growing to 1.18 million, and now the board pairs, and you wonder whether or not either of these guys are concerned about the other having a set as played.
I mean, both players can absolutely have sets in this spot. You know, the 4-better, of course, can be nutted here with kings, queens. You know, sometimes we'll be 4-betting tens as well. And vice versa. Those are also going to be hands in Vogelsang's range. Although, you know, I would say that maybe with the kings or queens, Vogelsang might just 5-bet. Hula blocking kings full, but perhaps scared of queens, scared of quads maybe. I don't know. It's certainly a a very interesting run out for two incredibly strong ranges.
Ula really chewing on this one. If Vogelsang did have a boat, would he not be more inclined to do the betting on the end?
I don't think so, because I just feel like that looks so incredibly strong that
But you could come with milky sizing that
I
just
mean, how
forces your opponent to call a wide variety. No?
how milky when Vogelsang has 477K back and there's almost 1.2
Yeah.
million in the pot though, and Hula does end up finding the shove here, and I just don't see how Vogelsang can necessarily make this call unless he has some information from Hula specifically.
Thank you.
Well, some misinformation, perhaps. As we can see, the aces are just torched. Remember, this was James Chen opening to 20, Vogel 3-betting to 77, Ihor the 4-bet to 200. Vogel flatted, check called 175, check called 200, but does not check call off. As the aces finding the muck, but plenty of value for the ace-king suited.
No.
Kiatley looking to make sure everyone's hydrated.
Christoph losing almost 60% of of his stack in that hand.
Hula, by the way, now surging way up to the top. Might that stack be good for the overall chip lead? It is. In front of Leon Sturm by about 70,000. Maher Noida joining the festivities.
Raise 20,000.
Raise comes in from Mateos. And Vogel again will be involved as the ace-8 awaits the king-queen's approach.
5 seconds. Hold. Hold.
Christoph with a flat. Kiatley likes the price. Suited, but dominated. Rounding things out as a third participant, and it comes 10-7-5. Lee with the best of it.
Check.
Nevertheless, checks it.
Against two players looking to play it as a bluff catcher a lot of the time. Vogelsang with 2 overs, some backdoor straight possibilities.
5 seconds. Check. 25,000.
Taking a stab here, but Kiat's hand certainly good enough, I think, for a call.
Heads up.
And now, after making that call against Vogel's stab in position, he looks up at a 10, which is kind of a welcome sight for Queen 7.
Especially with the presence of a lot of draws on the flop, you know, the 9-8 suited, which Vogelsang could certainly be flatting in position pre-flop. Also, a lot of the diamond suited combinations that Vogelsang will have wanted to play.
35,000.
Jack 9, of course. Jack 8 suited, maybe sometimes will be in there. You see Lee coming with the lead, which you know, sizing-wise is a little bit on the small side. I think that sometimes we might see a bigger sizing on this particular texture from hands like trips or two pair.
A lot of times these smaller sizes can tempt people into targeting what they perceive to be weakness independent of their holding, but Christoph just releasing.
Okay, guys, lines are up now. 6, 12, and 12 now.
Nice little pick up
I'm not
there
good.
for Kiat Lee.
Not that much.
Want to take a minute to acknowledge those of you who are streaming us live, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, as we flip it back over to one of our outer tables. Patrick Antonius
You watch a lot of YouTube, Nick?
doubling up.
Golf YouTube? You watch golf YouTube?
That double coming courtesy of aces against ace-queen.
Like at night here when I'm done with poker, I watch like
Justin Bonomo, the victim.
Player roll in. Hold.
9-10, king, king, king was the board development. Bonomo jammed the end with that ace-queen. Patrick never going anywhere as we find Noida
5 seconds.
ripping in under 10 bigs.
Call. Hold.
Christoph
Hold. And hold. And the best please, James.
flatting. That Bonomo all in that pot with Patrick, by the way, happened on the flop of king 10-9.
You want insurance?
Focal
You want
point, though,
insurance?
is here.
No,
Not
no.
offering insurance despite having the 9-10. And he does flop top pair. Vogel saying, unraveling a bit.
Dealers in event number 5, the 25K turtle. Buttons being drawn to seat 9. Buttons in seat 9.
Oh,
Okay.
that'll help put you back together. An ace on the turn, and the long faces worn on Noida.
1,000 big blind ante. Wish everyone the very best of luck. Start dealing, please.
Failure to hit the 9 or the 10 on the end brings the GGs.
You
Noida
jinxed him.
will not be working
You
his
jinxed
way
him.
to the FT.
Vogel saying happy to stop the bleeding. Has to regroup
Open. Table 8.
He didn't even collect
back up to just under 50 bigs.
I'm just kidding.
Back over to the outer once more. Richard Young, the opener with Queen Jack. Ole Shemion's Ace Queen. Jamming over the top for not a whole lot more, 67,000. Young can afford to make the call. Dominated, but unconcerned as they play for 164, which means a lot more to Shemion. 10-7-3 is safe for Ole. Turn is as well.
Young ready with the prepay there.
Yeah.
6-7.
Shemion evading elimination there.
It's a lot better to be calling the all-in than
you get a
to
waiter for
be the
me?
person all-in when you're getting a massage, because it's always that awkward moment where the massage stops
Right.
as the run out comes.
You're not wrong about that. It does get weird when all of a sudden you're showered and you're like, lady, please, I need to get up now. I'm done.
I mean, I've seen people that are so upset because they got a bad beat to get eliminated, where
You said
the
some kind of
massage
greeting?
therapist genuinely looked like they weren't sure if they were going to get paid. Like the person's about to storm off. It's very awkward to ask for money at that point.
Yeah, sir, excuse me, forgot to pay the bill. In a cash game, I guess it's even weirder because a lot of times you pay with chips.
Right.
If you get felted, you know, what do? You turn around and go, "Oh, I'm so sorry that your bill was going to get paid by these chips that your unlucky hands have now cost me." Ace-2 suited, and again, Shemian jamming. This time from the cutoff, and a couple of tens for Garignani.
1-6.
Asking for the count.
Yeah, this time not so fortunate not having Garignani dominated in this spot.
Jam over the top from
Oh.
Garignani, far deeper, and it feels like it is deep enough at 45 bigs coming in for this ace-queen to have real pause.
Yeah, but the problem, I think, is a little bit the positions. You know, Shemian shoving from the cutoff with 13 bigs, which makes Garignani's shove over a 13 big blind shove a little bit wider. Having both the small blind and the big blind covered behind him. So as you can see, this is a real decision, and it's going to be worth a couple of time banks to Chewy.
Yeah, in a vacuum, a shove and a reshove, the ace-queen buckles. But in this specific context, as you so carefully pointed out, it warrants a little bit more consideration as Chewy is rightfully providing it.
And not to mention, you know, Garignani won't shove with top of range. He might just go for the ISO 3-bet non-all-in sizing with aces, with kings, you know, with ace-king. Might just even sometimes have traps with just calls, which is why you see Andrew putting his chips in and certainly is live. 2 overcards to the 10s, but not pure, as Ole does have an ace.
So Garignani, the covering stack, will be playing a side pot with Chewy, who jammed as a call in the small. Pedro loves to see the two of them blocking one another's ace. Well over half the equity. Almost $1 million in total in the middle. It comes king, queen, 6, and Chewy.
About as much as you can hope for.
Vaults into the lead, but look at Shemian.
Right
Nut
off the
flush
bat.
draw for the main.
You what? You like the 6 of
Jack
hearts,
of
yeah.
clubs.
Board pairs on the turn, and now a 10 or a 6. A 10, rather, would do the trick for Garignani.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Good luck, y'all.
I mentioned it as a formality. No one ever expects
my
it to show up,
goodness.
and it is double showers.
That's how he does it, huh? That easy.
What
I
do
mean,
what?
Pedro
You got it in very good.
looked more surprised than
Yes.
anybody.
GG.
Reigning on 2 players' carnivals is the Brazilian.
He had already resigned himself to his fate. Perhaps that's why the 10 came. They were like, you know what? Let's give it to the guy.
Absent that board pairing 6 on the turn, the 10 is innocent, but 10's full. Down goes ace queen.
Give me a
Can I order something?
5 minutes.
Double espresso, please.
Também tava.
Chewy, first time at a Triton stop. I would assume he's going to be playing some of the
Last
other
time
events
I
on the
won,
schedule.
A flip.
I mean, if Ole hustles
river
up, they
with
can
the
share a
pair.
cab.
Yeah.
I won.
No? Flipping back over to the other table.
If there's a place where you should be sharing cabs, it would be Monaco.
Yeah,
It-
they're not cheap, are they?
No, it is not.
And there's no Uber out here for those who've never been.
I know, I tried. I tried to get an Uber the other day.
Yeah. It wants to direct you past the border because it's legal in France, but not allowed rideshare in Monaco. You could find yourself hoofing it pretty far from where you're trying to get picked up.
This is also a type of place where, you know what, I don't usually hitchhike, but I feel like if I have the chance of getting picked up in a Ferrari,
yeah.
why not, right?
Hey, the guy in the Cullinan.
Stick
Would you
that
mind?
thumb
I'm
out in the
going
middle.
your way. You know, I feel like you might get arrested if you try to hitchhike out here. You'd be like, what are you doing? Don't sully the landscape with your thumb. Ace deuce for Hula, meanwhile. 1.9 million big boss stack. Running into an ace-king suited for yesterday's champ, Dan Smith.
Just 23 big blinds for Dan. So going to be pretty happy to commit to this holding.
All in.
And his approach will be a simple one. Taking the time bank down to 3 seconds before announcing all in. Another ace deuce into the bin behind.
Easy fold for Hula.
And these are welcome pickups. Ace king of spades performing very well at this table.
Time bank's coming out free for us. We really are.
Flipping it back elsewhere in the room where we find the 9-time Triton title winner, Jason Kuhn. He's got an ace-king, and he's all in against Johannes Straver, who's got a couple of eights. I spy not just the ace, but the king. And now it's going to take Garignani Spec Filth for Jason to be sent packing. Unavailable on turn or river, so Johannes will cut out the payoff. Santosh Suvarna has joined the party.
He told me against Jason Kuhn. Against Jason Kuhn, you gotta fold, buddy. He
Runs too good. He isn't wrong.
You know, when Nacho Barbero's at your table, don't expect to be able to quietly win a pot. You're going to get an earful.
The funny thing is that Nacho's always commenting on how well other people run, but have we not seen the scores that Nacho has put together in the last couple of years? Does he not have a horseshoe firmly up his you-know-what as well?
Don't you know it's the classic age-old, look over here, not at me.
Yeah, it's definitely been pointing the finger the other way.
Oh, yeah. Tactical. He's no amateur.
Fold.
Have you been playing Macau lately?
Not very lately, but you know, this year. Yeah.
Mateos picks up Hula's sixes
Got the
after
Ben over
opening
there.
to a quarter.
It's actually pretty good. Make it.
And he
covered pretty
outflops.
fast after COVID.
I don't think I have the toughness to like
Mateos is able
play
to
like a 30, 40 hour
rebuild
session,
his
you know?
stack up nicely after
I'm
losing
getting
that
older,
pot
so I'm
with
trying to not
a
do
straight
But
against
I
Hula's
one of
nut
the-
straight earlier and able to also try to get some value, I would think, from the sixes.
What's your longest?
I did 56 hours twice, but I think I got like.
Betting a call of 50,000
Dinner break.
as Hula wants to make sure these aren't just a couple of desperate overs.
Do you nap on the dinner?
Trying to buy it.
Like you get to nap maybe like 30 minutes.
When we think about Mateos's opening range from the cutoff, of course, as you mentioned, the 2 overs, you know, also Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, all of the offsuit combos that have some straight potential.
Go for the 60, but then it would make no sense because if you go for the 60, you have
Hula
to
does block 7-6 though, but
next.
it's only a small part
Otherwise, you're just putting
of Mateos's range here. You know, going to open the
I thought you were
7-6
just being,
suited,
like,
of course.
72 is a nice round number.
No, I mean like.
Yeah, from
But those sixes still looking pretty nice when the 3 pairs on the turn, but doesn't love that Mateos has now followed through with another bet.
done one 30-hour session.
So going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Just to
And,
be like, I'm just gonna
you know,
do
we
this.
have seen Hula in a couple of situations already with that fold with ace-jack against Mario's 3-bet. I feel like
No.
perhaps he might be giving these players a little too much credit in certain situations, and that
He's
may
gonna
or may
be
not
already
work
in the
out
first game.
to his benefit later, but something to keep an eye on.
I would imagine he settled on right decisions more often than not to find himself on the stack that he has.
Like, for me, it's fun, just like a very different sensations than playing a tournament.
Yeah.
Smith and Chen, by the way, engaged in a conversation regarding
Yeah.
the big Macau cash games.
Within cash games and within tournaments, there's like a different type of fun when you're playing like elite fields or like main event type of fields in cash game as well. Like sometimes there's no VIP and it's like, you know, just an elite lineup, and then sometimes you get to play like
For sure.
Hula.
Yeah.
Ace-jack.
And just generally, like I buy into a tournament, I think it's pretty easy to disconnect from like the money.
and the chips. Yeah.
And in a cash game, like every time I bet $100,000, I'm like, fuck.
Open to 24,000. And Volkman with Queen 7 going to 3-bet it up to 72,000. Perhaps feels like the big stack is being a little speedy on this button.
I don't know. It's even when
And again, just finding a similar combination to what we saw Mario 3-bet with earlier with the King Deuce, that, you know, big gapper combo that contains a high card against a late position open. But I'm glad to see that Hula is not going to be folding the ace-jack in this spot, instead 4-betting.
And that makes quick work of Volkman. Showing us a couple of different looks with ace-jack then is the Ukrainian.
I'm interested in hearing more of this conversation that they're having, though. You know, I can definitely relate to what Smith was saying about how it's easier to disconnect from the money when you play a tournament versus a cash game.
Sure. Tournament chips don't have a cash value in the same way. Obviously, there's ICM, but can't walk them straight over to the cage and redeem. Volkman jams a Queen 4 suited, and that should get through. One of the other things that came out of that conversation, by the way, not sure if you overheard it, was the longest session that they've played. Smith was suggesting he doesn't know whether or not he has it in him these days to put in a 30-hour session, as many of the warriors out in the Macau cash game streets are apt to do. Ask James what his longest session was. 56 hours.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's even, I'm not even close with my longest session. But that's not really even in Guinness
No.
record territory, right?
But, like, come on, though. You're playing so big, right? 56 hours with the amount of mental taxation associated with the game that he's playing out in Macau versus the Guinness World Record efforts, which come at far smaller stakes.
For sure.
You know, not quite as hazardous, let's call it. You remember 7 Days Ted, right?
I was just going to ask you that. Of course I remember Ted.
Now, this is a bit inside, but for those that played poker in Southern California at the Commerce Casino, I was living there at the time, Maria as well, still does, and this was truly the mecca in the United States of cash game poker. Round the clock, big, huge games. There was a guy by the name of 7 Days Ted. And I don't need to explain to anybody why he was named 7 Days Ted. He'd show up, park his bones in a seat, and it would be 7 days before he pulled those bones out of that seat.
And it was just unspoken that the person sitting next to Ted during the game would be the one that would have to wake him up as he would close his eyes in between hands and nod off.
Everyone in the game is playing for like 50 hours, and they all looked like they were on like the brink of death. They all looked like everyone in the game had been playing 50 hours.
Yeah.
and they looked not in good shape. Like everyone, like one guy was like trying to nap in between hands for like 90 seconds. It was limits, so like I feel like you don't need your wits about you quite as much, but even still, it was just like, my God.
But it
He
is
might be talking about
also much
Ted.
better,
He just said that there's a limit.
when the whole table is, you know, on a marathon session and not just you.
Yeah.
It's a battle of everyone's like C game, D game. I don't know.
I kind of like the sleep deprivation angle. It's a bit of an equalizer, if we're being honest. The, you know, best player in the game not playing their A game, making them a little bit more vulnerable.
I mean, the equivalent of that is, you know, the 2 a.m. Vegas small stakes game where everybody is drunk. And so
Sure.
that's another equalizer.
Sure. Nothing equal about ace-10 against ace-king. Vogel the opener here. Chen, by the way, last pot did 3-bet jam over the top of the Volkman button open. Taking that one down. No 3-bet here. Out of Dan. James. Up Periscope, surveying things before he parks back in his seat to decide what to do out of the small with king-queen.
Presented with an interesting spot, with an interesting hand in terms of some squeeze potential, but Vogel saying did open from under the gun, but that does not stop James from going for it. All of them playing around 33 bigs or so. I would imagine that Vogel saying is going to be happy to just shove.
Three bets to 80,000 and the 4-bet to 370. Easy releases from the opposition. Vogel saying delighted to see it. Well, if you haven't already, get involved with the few thousand who already have entered our Triton merch giveaway. We're going to be providing you just some of the newest drops, which debuted in London. The new TPS logo, a part of that collection, along with a host of other goodies. All you got to do is type ! giveaway in the chat for details, or of course, scan the QR code in your screen, and then upload a picture of yourself rocking that Triton swag if you end up winning. We love to see it.
Like a overnight cash game session, and then the next day, I couldn't get a seat in the cash game, so I played the tournament.
Oh, I'm fully aware that my brain, like I couldn't add the size of the pot anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was just like, I'm just going to bet some amount.
Wait, if the game is good,
I- I won the tournament though. It was like a Macau high roller, so not like a big high roller.
Yeah.
Chen on the button, suited one gapper, same sort of kit for Vogel in the big. And they'll do some battle.
Nope.
Well, I think this one's going to go Christoph's way. All hearts, Jack 7-6. Chen does have second pair here.
Yeah, probably won't lose too many chips given the flush out there, given the fact that he has middle pair with no real redraw prospects. Gonna try to put out a bet for protection here against just some 2-overs, you know, some hands that will just automatically fold that don't contain a heart. But as we can see, Vogel saying does not have that type of hand. Has a hand so strong, he's just going to slow play here.
Not the first time Christoph's been showing us that side of his toolkit here at this feature. So the flat of 16,000 and now a second check from Vogelsang. Dry turn.
Yeah, the only hand that gets there is 5-4, which would have continued there on the flop. But Chen, well aware that Vogelsang, of course, is going to defend all the suited combos from the big blind. So certainly can't have all the flushes here. Could also, you know, have some Jack X for top pair. And so you see Chen go for the check back.
Eight on the river.
And now Vogelsang recognizing that he's going to have to be the one betting. Going to try to get some value for this flush, but James doesn't really appear to have a hand that is strong enough, obviously, to bet flop and turn. So Vogelsang going to factor that into his sizing. But gonna go big here, more than pot, because he recognizes that perhaps he's gonna have some offsuit combos that contain one heart that missed. You know, so not only do some flush draws not get there, but perhaps, you know, some other hands that just are gonna be random, no equity type bluffs showing up to the river here. Chen with just a bluff catcher. Doesn't block the flush, of course. Blocks 10-9 though. It just doesn't seem like to James that there's more bluffs necessarily than value in this spot. Again, Vogelsang will defend the big blind with all the suited combos.
$110,000 being thought over with just a pair of sevens by James Chen.
It's over a third of Chen's remaining stack if he calls.
Which he does not. So out from under the hood comes Vogel to pick up yet another one. Remember, he did lose a big chunk with aces against ace-king to the man on his left, Hula. Found the fold on the river and has stabilized since then.
Yeah, looked incredibly pained by that decision on the river, but you know, I feel like the delay is about to catch up, so he will find out shortly that he did make the right decision, and it was just a brutal run out for aces.
Really was.
$24,000.
Ace-5 suited for Chen then in the cutoff. Opens to 24. Picks up Hula, who's king 4. Does not connect with the queen 10-6 board. Same story for the ace-5 though, as action is checked over.
Chen decides to check back. You know, feels like there's going to be just a lot of hands that Hula could have that won't fold to a bet. So perhaps going to go for a delayed c-bet on some favorable turns. And Hula still willing to check with the open-ender here. You wonder if James was perhaps looking for this type of opening to put in the delayed c-bet. Or will he just check once more, even though ace-high doesn't appear to have a lot of showdown value.
Both players picking up straight draws and no check back from Chen as he fires 40 into 66. Does the face-up nature of our hand as we see Hula folding the open-ender in the event that we do get there, because there'd be a 4-liner on the board with a 9 or an ace, lend to the decision to fold there for Ihor because the implied odds don't rate to be realized?
That's definitely going to be a factor, and I also feel like, you know, being out of position is a factor as well. It's going to be a little bit harder to get value, not only because of the texture of the board at that point, but because if you lead with a 4-liner, it's also going to be a lot more difficult for you to get called versus if you are in position in that hand. But it's also a little bit in line with, I think, what we've seen from Hula for the most part. You know, he has, of course, shown some aggression in certain spots, but I would say overall is still playing it a little safer than some of his opponents at the table.
Raise 24,000.
Chen back at it. King 5 suited this time. Vogel on the button, Queen Jack.
Which one is it going to be this time? Last time he put on the hood, you were sure he was going to play this hand.
I was.
So what side are you taking? You think he's going to get you two times? You didn't even want to venture a guess. He put in the 3-bet.
Yeah. He's balanced
Right.
with the hood now.
So far, it would appear so. The man thinks of everything.
And that 3-bet does vanquish the King 5. I like the bounce back from Christoph after the aces. You know, that was a big deflating pot. And just no worse for the wear. Got himself spun back up to 643K. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to an outer table where KCG's got himself involved. Pre-flop action, he raised to 26,000. Newcomer Paulius Vaitiekunas in the big, defended, 10-8-7 board. Paulius check raising 28,000 up to 69. KCG made the call. The turn paired the 10. Vaitiekunas bet 60. KCG called, and now a $500,000 chip bet on the end by Vaitiekunas as KCG called it off, and he had 2 aces and was up against 9-6, a flopped straight. Painful exit there as the aces giveth and the aces taketh away from what we've seen thus far here on day 2. Meanwhile, back at the feature, Ace-Jack 3. The raise came from Mateos with the 7s. Volkman defended and gets out of there in the face of the 13K follow-through.
Volkman really hasn't been able to get much going. Just treading water at 14 big blinds.
Now over at the other feature. What have we?
Looks like Danny Tang just got moved over, unracking his chips.
Oh. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Leave it here.
Okay.
Joining JNT and company. Pocket 4s for JNT.
But it does appear that Richard Young acted out of turn, and the dealer told him to leave his chips there until the action changes. And since JNT did raise for 25K, that means Richard can take back his bet.
Oh, and a couple of queens would have been welcoming that open from Richard Young, who is let off the hook by JNT. Now, had JNT folded, Richard would have been obligated to leave that bet out there, right?
Right.
Okay.
So did get a bit of a break there, and now action back on JNT. What does he want to do with about 30 bigs facing this 3-bet? Not quite deep enough to set mine profitably. But JNT always happy to get in there. Loves to win a big pot. Oh, well, this won't be it.
Nope. Top set for Sturm as the set hunt comes up empty for JNT. Good thing there's not a 4 coupled with that queen out there. 180 in the middle. Sturm at the controls. Touched on his poise earlier, Maria, in relation to just how young he is. You know, sometimes you'll see players. Oh, no.
I mean,
the check from Sturm allowing JNT to check back and make the underset.
That is savage.
Dead man walking.
And sometimes that check back doesn't quite pay off this well, but in this situation, just don't see JNT getting away now.
Certainly not. He thinks he's the trapper. Check jam and a very easy call with the nuts, and JNT shocked to realize that what he thought was good fortune is actually quite bad. It would require a 1-outer for him to stay alive, and unavailable as the final table list yesterday in the 200K Invitational will say au revoir.
What am I supposed to say to that? Yeah.
Above average, I would say. Yeah.
Or in German, tschüss. I've been told that that's kind of like a snarky way to say bye. Like a little tschüss. Tschüss.
Oh, tschüss.
What was the turn action?
It's a little more like later.
35 and
Yeah, that feels snarky. If you were to say later, when a guy gets showered in a spot like that, that would qualify as a bit savage.
係啦，抽唔抽到都贏啦呢啲牌。呢啲牌抽唔抽得都贏啦。
That is the way to do it.
Probably.
Probably right. Just set everyone. That's how I like to do it.
I fold.
Sometimes you gotta work a little bit harder.
Tried yesterday and then he called me with ace high.
You were bluffing?
Yeah. That's my bluff was supposed to work, but
yeah, usually when they call you nowadays, it turns out the bluff wasn't.
That was mine.
yeah, but he was always gonna have ace or king high.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's how I thought
Yeah,
maybe
that's
Sturm, by the way, up to 137 bigs.
500?
Ball
You have
stack here with
500?
this feature.
Who? My seat? My seat? Who was it?
42?
I don't know him.
42?
Raise 42,000.
Yasha Slip Bulled again. Always animated. Limp folds to the Gargnani raise. Blind versus blind.
其實好似仲有多一樣嘢，但係我唔知嗰樣嘢叫咩。叫咩啊？最多用咩嘢？
No, I don't have to find stick, and now he's 10x or whatever. Something. Yeah, he's not.
You need the French. French should know the hand. I don't know what time they close this one, huh?
I late asked me.
You like, no.
Before you go tempted into thinking that Maria and I are asleep at the wheel, we are very much trying to lay out and allow you to take a listen along with us to the chatter taking place out there as much as possible.
How much?
Often some pretty cool stories that you wouldn't hear anywhere else will come to light.
It's funny because sometimes it's almost as if the players forget they're even mic'd up. That's how personal some of these stories can get.
And candid.
Yeah.
Obviously, if anything was OOL out of line, we would step in to try to cover it as best as possible, but that seldom, if ever, is the case. Meanwhile, Sturm getting busy with King 8 suited, Tang defending and checking on the 2-diamond 2-queen flop.
It's going to be the standard follow-up here from Sturm, but Tang certainly could be interested with ace high against the hijack open. This is going to be a spot where you expect your opponent to c-bet at a really high frequency with this texture.
Hence the check call. Ace on the turn. Smashing Danny, who already had the best hand.
Yeah.
Still keeping it tidy with a check.
Definitely a nice check spot here just because you expect that that's the type of turn card that Sturm would often try to barrel on if he didn't have some showdown value in the form of king high.
Now the board double pairs after it goes check, check, and Sturm's actually playing the board.
And Tang with aces and queens, not a great kicker. Wondering how often, you know, Sturm might perhaps check back some aces there on the turn, but still happy to try to go for some value if possible.
53,000. What he settles on. Busted diamonds that are being unblocked is really what's on Sturm's mind, right?
Yeah, and you know, this is also a spot though where Tang could be rich in the 4x department, defending from the big blind, and so there's not going to be a lot of bluffs there, given the 4 paired on the river as well.
If Sturm were to want to get to showdown, given that he's playing the board, he would be far more incentivized to play the hand as a bluff with a raise, would he not?
Yeah, it's just, you know, a little bit hard, I think, for him to rep, though, a boat, just because he checked back the turn with the presence of the flush draw on the flop.
Well, a little blip as Sturm rolls back to 134 big blinds. I don't think he's worried about it. Big gap between he and Jan Zarens. 83 bigs for the Dutchman, who we haven't seen involved just yet. Karagnani, on the other hand, claiming 2 victims at once after rivering 10s full. Short stack.
I saw a lot of people wearing it.
Rodrigo.
Yeah, I should try it today. Yeah, it's actually very good.
It's in the bag?
No, you had to pick it up at some tables.
Okay. You get, do you get to have both, like the zip one and the hoodie?
No, you get to pick one.
But everyone gets a big one.
Yeah, I think so. I think you just get like even for just playing one hand, you get to pick a hoodie.
Raise 24,000.
But I'm not sure if it's limited or something. They just told me when I registered the first time that like you can pick a hoodie there.
Oh,
so I did. But I don't think everyone.
Pretty
did.
bad because I saw like a bunch of hoodies and I walked past like, oh, Bombay, and I just went there.
Buldigan suited one gapper.
I feel
Shoots
stupid to go back now and ask for one.
Yeah, I know.
where do you pick it up?
Huh? The table was over there.
Yeah, like
they have it now.
Oh, they have. Yeah, they have it.
Oh.
You can go and get.
But usually the free stuff that you get is not good, but this is really good.
Very good, not bad, not bad.
Oh, it looks less good than you.
No takers for Vyacheslav.
And we immediately have to get off the TV table.
We've got Hula racking up.
I mean, I didn't share anything. You just said that. You just said like, oh, everyone knew that. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
I didn't review anything.
You know, one funny thing is like.
What do we have here? Outer table action. Dylan Lindy up against Ken Tong, they're on their backs. Ace King against Jack Jack. Lindy with the Ace King. Not finding the big stuff on the flop or the turn nor the river. And that'll do it for Dylan. Might be making it to the end of day 2.
Say again?
Mine's blue.
Yeah, well, it's a different event, right? Or do you have them combined or something? Or no?
You don't like it?
I like it.
Meanwhile, developing situation.
Why would I not? What, you want it?
Back
Yeah.
to the feature.
You have one.
I didn't win a Shambhala bracelet.
Wait, you won an event, right?
But I think in London they just...
They didn't give.
That's the main event.
Oh, so here also they don't give...
Troublemaker on the button.
Not sure about here.
Oh, maybe they
Sure.
ended that deal with Shambhala or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Top pair.
They should
Both he and
just
Arends
give it anyway.
flatted.
It's just like so cool.
I thought it's cool, yeah, that you get one. It's way better than like a WSP bracelet that is...
Yeah.
You cannot wear it at all.
Danny.
Well, the WSOP
a
bracelet is
follow-up
like the
with a
It
C
looks like
bet.
it's plastic.
Quick call
yeah,
from
it's like
Yang.
the most like when I saw it first time I was like, that's so ugly, man. It just looks like
You know that
trash.
I have one from online and one from live, and if I link them together, I can wear them around my neck.
Yeah,
I
it
tried
was
it once.
2
and
checks
I was
in front of
debating
Danny.
to do this for a Triton final table.
Barreled with air.
It looks so ridiculous, but it would kind of be
The
funny,
flat
right?
collar.
Yeah, I
Danny
didn't bring
picking
them.
up the flush draw as Yang
But I had
makes
that idea.
trips.
I like
Looks like a dog collar.
When Yang calls from the small blind pre-flop, certainly can have some ace X's,
Do you have
of course some suited combos, but Yang doesn't go for value on the
Yeah, I
river.
could have brought that as well.
And Danny just checking back,
Yeah,
giving
that's a
up
little bit more
there.
reasonable to wear than 2 bracelets around your neck.
How much it costs?
Or you
Took
could
his
wear
one
them
shot
all.
on the flop.
Which one?
How much it worth?
Richard
Yeah, I think
happy to be hauling one in.
bracelet, the
or
hats,
there's
and the
all kinds of different ones.
WSOP C ring.
Probably minimum 5K, but
No,
something
ring,
like that.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
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 this
you
is-
win the, mean you
It's
win
like
the
a-
watch.
there's like a
you
diamond.
There's a watch.
It mean you win the watch.
So sad that
No, I was
I'm
saying
not sure what
WSOP C.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
they're
it's kind of expensive, I guess.
Yeah, it's so good, the ring.
Yeah.
I got one. It's very nice. Like really nice.
And I guess they did their advertising.
I mean, I'm not gonna use it,
everyone
but
knows about
it's
the brand
like
now, and
as a
maybe
Ring.
they thought it was enough.
trophy.
I think-
whatever it's.
Wait, I don't have one. I have an Aussie million ring.
Oh, you mean the ring?
Yeah, but I don't like it either.
Oh, they gave out rings?
Yeah, I
and
don't know
those-
where my ring already.
Did Richard
I
just
also
say
don't know
that he
where my ring
through
is.
away
I don't lose. I'm
his
not losing any
Aussie million? I could have
trophy. They
sworn
don't lose. But
that I overheard him say that. I certainly hope that it's not in a wastebasket somewhere.
Well, I mean, maybe housekeeping. A lucky,
There
a
was
lucky
a
housekeeper
VIP from
was the
Brazil. I don't know if
recipient.
you met him, like, older guy, like he just
Yeah.
wore every single.
Ah, yeah. The Argentine.
Raising the jack
Yeah,
10.
yeah.
Oh,
He
top
wore like
Lozano.
WSOP bracelet,
You
ESOP.
know this guy Emil Biese? He wears all these rings and bracelets, like everything.
Scotty Wind does that as well, right? Scotty wears his like WSOP bracelet. Do you have a bracelet?
Arends,
Can't wear it.
I've played
the only customer with King 9 suited.
literally like I don't know, like 15 WSOP events.
Oh,
Lifetime.
Queen 10 deuce, middle
Including
pair
you
for
were close
to
Richard
winning one.
Yes.
Your final table.
Arends
Yes.
with the Broadway gutty.
Fifth. No,
Rather
15
the
total events or something.
King high straight gutty.
No.
Only this year you play.
Turn.
No.
Arends does make kings young with the flush
How
draw
many
and an
bracelets were
open
online
ender.
this year? Like
Discipline
30?
check back.
What? 30?
Now you wonder if Jans wants to try to go for value.
Every Tuesday, every Thursday, every Saturday, every Sunday. Plus
And then
flights.
you wonder,
yeah,
does
30,
Yang
right?
want to pay
Whenever,
off?
like,
Blocking the straight,
I don't remember
blocking
doubling up my
some
stacks.
flushes, the 10 of hearts in hand,
That's maybe if I thought like
the jack, quite a key card in this spot. It's going to think about it here.
You haven't been to Vegas?
First time this year.
Oh, okay.
Played 4 events.
But only the high rollers? No.
I played a 5K, 10K.
Does end up making that call as you suspected, Maria, as the 53K
50K.
value from Arends.
And I think that's it.
Does
Too rich.
Get paid off.
Clearly.
And Arenz is a player that you definitely want to keep honest from time to time.
You get
Certainly
text, right, in Vegas?
very capable.
No? No, I'm talking about him. No, not about you.
Yeah, they do get attacked. That's why I never went to Vegas.
Right? And he said
Are you guys going to the Bahamas and Vegas?
The Bayerns.
Yeah, but it's still. I will.
Me too.
Yuri is looking for that. I have a tax buffer that I need to.
When they
Oh,
start
you
the Bahamas?
spent.
Yeah.
That's a good problem to have.
Third year. Third lah.
Because like I actually like
Third
I went
up
to
to when?
Vegas because I've never.
Or 14.
My first main event was this year, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Vegas. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna play the 5K six packs.
Oh yeah, you found a table then.
Yeah. So I got there, I played 5K in a final table, and I won like 270K or something, and I was like, oh, now I can play everything.
Boldigan opening with the 8s. As story time continues.
Do you also get
Amongst
to
the chatty
deduct Pedro?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
The table.
Pedro, do you get to deduct expenses as well, like flights?
Yes,
hotel?
yes, yes.
Oh, that's not so bad then.
No takers,
No,
and the
it's not so
players
bad.
are on
But
their
it's still, like,
feet,
for
and there's
only
a
playing
reason for that.
Hold'em,
Break time here. Early day 2 of the $125,000 main event, which will be playing down to a final table of 9 this evening. Leon Stern surging up to the chip lead at this feature. 6 and 12K will be the blinds when we come back. About a $500,000 gap down to the Dutchman Jan Zarens with Rodrigo Salawan of Brazil. Some work to do. Sub 20 big blind stack as we bring you back to the desk. I am your cruise director, Ali Najad. We'll have activities on the Lido deck later. The jacket's really giving me great joy, by the way. It may be giving everyone else like a sizzled retina, but I'm into it.
You don't shy away from a conversation piece, so
No,
you're happy
there
with
it is. Yeah, well, you're going to feel something about it, right? Speaking of feelings, Ihor Hula, how about those feelings as a first time here at Triton? He is at the chip lead overall. A glimpse into the app, and you find him sitting on 1.87 million plus. He did have around 2 million at one point, off the high water mark. Not to be overshadowed, though, is Matthias Eibinger. 1.7 million plus in front of him. Sturm right there as they round out the top 3. Mateos, by the way, remember, you took that blow, Maria? He's bounced back into 4th place right now. First frame, still early.
Yeah, I think the most notable hand, of course, from that frame has to be how Hula got such a big stack. Vogel saying, of course, having aces with Hula having ace, king of spades, and very unavoidable. Hula able to try to go for max value with that shove on the river. Didn't get paid off, but of course, that is why we see him with 125 big blinds now.
Who can forget, of course, the savagery on the turn as Jean-Noel Torel, JNT, had pocket 4s and Sturm. That's how he got way up into the 3rd place slot right now overall. Top set, allowing the 2-ball to roll into JNT's corner pocket, and with that, we found his elimination. 57 runners still remaining right now. Plenty of coverage still to come, though. Keep it close as our $125,000 main event, day 2, rolls on after this.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
song, the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Sturm, by the way, $441,000 in career Triton earnings. That coming courtesy of 2 cashes at his first stop in London. Preceding this one, he had a 6th place finish in the 50K 8 Max for $313,000. 10th in the 60K 7 for $128,000.
To do the down climbs.
Yeah, warm up
Here he
the
is.
arms a bit, hands a bit, and then do a couple
racing.
soft climbs to get
Ace
started.
10 into Garignani's button. Pedro, with 2 jacks, is going to jam. 15 bigs roughly coming in.
I'm not sure if Sturm is going to call ace-10 offsuit. 4-15 bigs, you know, certainly pretty close decision. I think ace-jack would be in there.
Thank you. Okay. Oh.
Taking his time to deliberate because it is quite close. You know, if the positions were a bit later in terms of Sturm opening in the cutoff perhaps, then he would definitely call, but Sturm does end up landing on the call in this situation.
So then, to the flop we head. As it was close, and now it's a lot farther. Ace 10, lagging well behind these 2 jacks. Fact remains on the turn, as now the club ace comes off the board, and Garignani just needs to fade a couple of outs, and he's done just that. I love how even in a 125K event with registration closed, these guys will be facing elimination. And granted, it was just 2 outs, but no sweat whatsoever. They're just like, whatever happens, happens. It's fine.
I definitely don't think you're going to see much of that with this.
Folded around to Kiat's button. King 9 suited qualifies.
Kiat's somebody who, from what I've witnessed, definitely keeps getting better and better. Just keeps realizing how to approach spots more optimally. Each time that I've seen him play, it's definitely been impressive. But Ivy able to shove the ace-3 offsuit from the big blind against the button open. 11 bigs makes it hard for Lee to fold the king 9 suited.
So Ivy taking ace-3. Let's see if he'll find the double that his fans are seeking. So far, so good on the queen-7 deuce board. Interacting with the queen of spades is Kiatli, and there is that spade. Just look at the tremendous number of outs. Any 9, king, or spade, and there is the death knell for Ivy. Backdoor spades.
Seat open, take late.
And that is going to be bitter disappointment, obviously.
But I think we will continue to see as the day goes on.
Are we more or less inclined to continue, Maria, apologies for cutting you off there, against a deeper stack or a shallower stack with a hand like ace-jack in the face of a 3-bet?
I think that the deeper you are, the more of a call it is, and the shorter your opponent is or the effective stack is, the more a 4-bet shove is profitable in that spot.
Noted. As no notes needed to play aces. Vogelsang with the standard open and Mosbach with a problem. Small blind, 2 jacks.
This is going to be trouble, as I just mentioned. Mosbach, only with 25 bigs, is certainly going to be looking to get in jacks off of that stack size. And Vogelsang just flatting here, gonna trap, keep in the part of Mosbach's 3-betting range that contains hands too weak to call if Vogelsang were to shove. And Mosbach is not gonna get saved by this flop, having an overpair still. Despite the fact that Vogelsang slow played it here, there's no real reason, especially on this texture, for Mosbach to feel like he's behind in any way.
10 high flop, 150 in the middle, the betting lead. As the 3-bet was flatted. And this is why you don't 4-bet the aces, because you're in such a prime spot to get Mosbach to deliver more and more chips to the middle. Crushed. 40 into 150. Just north of 20%. Another flat call from Vogelsang, the board just so delightfully dry. Now a king on the turn, and might that slow Mosbach down? Those king X combos, candidates to be calling the 3-bet and peeling, Maria, or is he less worried about that?
I think some of the suited king type combos might just call, but of course ace-king would have 4-bet shoved. And so there's going to be, you know, certainly some other hands that Mario's still going to be beating. Some weaker pairs. Some 10x, you know, if we talk about some of the suited broadways being in Vogelsang's calling range against a 3-bet, then he could have certainly flopped some 10s and 4s with king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, of course. Now, if they had specifically king 10 suited, Mario would be behind that sort of holding. But still going to shove here, and Vogelsang going to make the call.
Yeah, all in for 165, and that is really unfortunate for Mosbach.
Felt like it. Felt like it.
You heard Mario say felt like it. Christoph shrugged. Welcome back to Sporting Monte-Carlo for a shaken, not stirred day 2 of the $125,000 main event. I am James Bond, of course, and I'm joined by Maria Ho. Take it, Maria. Say something, please.
I thought we were going to do a cheers first, but how dare you drink without me? That's
I
not.
don't have alcohol.
That's
etiquette
uncouth
to it. Yes.
there.
Now, before anybody panics and thinks that this is what you think it is, they are not martinis. These are waters, and those are grapes. But this is day 2 of the $125,000 main event in a sophisticated setting, sporting Monte-Carlo, Monaco, the Principality, where we're doing our business right now, and only 57 entries still remain of the 135 in total in terms of entries, 88 uniques here in day 2 of this 125K main event. Blinds are going to be 10 and 15,000 actually as we get back down to the action. And we do have a couple of new feature tables to talk about. Maria, walk us through the first of the two, our blue table, table number 3 in the field.
Yeah, big stack at this table is Matthias Eibinger, not surprising to see. And of course, a couple of other killers here. We've got, Greenwood, we've got Hecklin, David Yan, Orpins here as well. So
How
very
can you
tough
overlook Ren
table.
Lin?
Okay, but the man has 9 big blinds. I know it's Ren, but he's very short.
He is going to be the guy that is going to command the attention at this particular table. Quick peek, if you'd like, at the red table there. We do have Bonomo, Petrangelo, Watson. This is a little bit of a group of death that we've got on our hands right now. Hula also joining the party there. Be interesting to see how the Triton Regs are going to be navigating against the Ukrainian first-timer as we get back out to the chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. There is Hula, of course, joined by Eibinger as the two mayors of their respective towns. The shorty Ren Lin, sub-10 big blinds. Grafton not deep himself. Invitational winner back in Cyprus. 12 bigs in front of him. Here we go.
200, 275. 424.
On me, right?
There is David Yan under the gun. Not present his compatriot from New Zealand thus far here at this festival, Sosia Jiang, who normally makes her way out to most Triton stops. Unclear where Sosia's at. Maybe out there watching right now, and if you are, drop us a note. Meanwhile, Henrik Hecklin, former Triton main event winner. Jack 10 suited, starts this party. Lucas Greenwood of the brothers Greenwood doesn't like the look of 2 4s. King 10 off in the small for Ren Lin, always animated.
Very fun to watch,
He's the kind of guy that could make Vyacheslav Buldigin look stoic. That's how animated Ren Lin is. Always talking about Lady Gaga, those being pocket queens.
Yeah, and despite him being short, he's still always, very jovial, regardless of his stack size. But it's hard not to root for him.
Funny if you on this one.
It's so stupid. It happened the second time here.
Suited connector for Greenwood up front.
Yeah. How did it even fall out? How did it even fall out?
I bought them 2 days ago, so they can't be broken yet. I have no idea. Some trash, maybe.
You have to go all
Did you buy from the gift shop?
Yeah.
Eibinger, decent holding in the hijack after Greenwood opened.
He's 10.
I mean, you just put them on and close one eye, right?
Okay, pirate. Yeah, maybe eye patch.
Yeah.
Thinking it over here.
Yeah, some consideration whether to 3-bet this combo or not. Could also just elect to flat sometimes. Does opt for the aggressive route.
What?
Very dangerous. You're really dangerous,
3 bets up to 75,000.
Double kill.
Just 45 more to speculate for Greenwood, but that's a lot of 395K.
9/8 suited is the type of hand that
Wait, what just happened?
the glasses seem to be broken, seem to be missing a lens.
How much did you pay for
Well,
them?
Greenwood's going to make the investment out of position
330.
to proceed here.
What? How much? 300?
And he's welcomed with not just one, but two pair way out in front of Ibinger.
Man, if he said like 30, I was gonna be like, I'll fix it for 10, you know. But now I feel bad. Like, I'll fix it for 10.
And oftentimes,
I've done this
when you
many
decide
times.
to 3-bet ace-10, of
Don't ask me
course,
why.
you do feel like this board texture
The lens
can
fell out, right?
sometimes
That's it, right?
lend itself to continuing the aggression, just hoping to fold out some other hands that would have continued some of the suited Broadways. You know, deny those hands equity in this spot.
Maybe his stare is so intense.
40K C-bet from Ibinger.
And Greenwood just taking a little time to decide if he wants to go ahead and call here or put the raise in. Certainly going to be quite a few draws that he could have.
Broken table, my man.
Oh.
7 on the turn, and all of a sudden, the ace-10, which was so polished off by 9s and 8s, has hope in the form of an open-ender. And Luke, again checking in spite of the coordinated development.
I think that if Luke starts leading on this particular turn, it's just not really going to give Ibinger the opportunity to bluff. Ibinger, of course, blocks Jack 10. And if we look at stack to pot ratio, Greenwood with just slightly north of pot. Does Ibinger want to check back here and try to realize his equity, or is there a part of Greenwood's range that he could perhaps get to fold with a bet?
Is the rig or not? Is the rig or not? No?
Well, he takes quite a bit of time before deciding that he does want a barrel, and of course that is music to Greenwood's ears as he makes the call swiftly. Now we play for 890, but Greenwood needs to fade the 6 or jack. Vulnerable against the open-ender of Ibinger. Currently second biggest stack in the room. Could overtake the chip lead if he gets there, which he does not. So Greenwood submits the tokens for accounting and replication.
Just one of those spots where had a different turn card appeared, Ibinger might have elected to just check back, but in that situation, even if he did get called, of course, did have the equity in the form of the open-ender, decided to try to take that chance. Just didn't pay off.
It did not, and now we flip back over to outer table action where we find Volkman. Rolling over what looked to be a pair of jacks, and it is Kita Badziakuski. Those are 9s, so forgive me, it is a little tough to make things out over here. What did Badziakuski turn up? Ace jack, was it? Whatever it wasn't good enough to best the 9, so Volkman with a double.
No, usually you have to like pull up the frame a little bit, but let's see, maybe it's unfixable. You should get a refund.
I mean, I had it on the other glass and I fixed it, so it's possible to fix it.
All right, let's see.
Good.
if you buy sunglasses from a car brand, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Eibinger just doubled up Greenwood, but back in the saddle. Opening with ace-deuce suited.
German local stuff.
For sure.
Like
Action
if
on
Ray-Ban
Hecklin.
makes a car, you'd never buy that car. Right?
King 6 in the big, he will defend.
No. Maybe a bike I was
Ace 4 deuce. 2 pair for Eibinger. Nothing really on the stovetop for Hecklin. Check in front of Eibinger, who just barrels 20K, hoping to get a little action.
You have to bend it to fit it. I don't think it.
The shape is wrong, huh?
Yeah, the shape is.
But how did it? Because it was. It's okay, no?
No.
No? What would happen now?
I mean, it would fall out again with a little bit of touch.
Not going to happen in that spot. Hecklin with the
That's
easy
why
fold.
I thought 2 days ago it might be broken, but suddenly it snapped in or somehow, and then it.
The glass is bent now. You can get it in a little bit, but not.
Just go get a refund. Basically.
I believe you
After-
can get it in.
Every single
Because
person
I
at
had
the table
same
has
thing. It took
tried
me
to
like
take a
20
turn
minutes and suddenly
fixing it. They're going to try to get a refund now.
David Jan currently the man attempting to repair what looked to be a pair of Pradas.
With your hourly, you could have bought
they
a
are.
new pair.
Somebody had to say it. Fedor stepping up to say, with your hourly, you can afford a new pair.
I mean, maybe we should verify the authenticity of the original pair in the first place.
I heard like a sound, but maybe not. It
I
might
don't
now.
think knockoffs are available in
Big around
Monaco.
these parts.
No.
Too dark to play poker.
You know, we're not in NYC.
Perfect timing.
Canal Street specials. Meanwhile, Ren Lin, Lady Gaga, somehow it seems like he gets queens more than the average person.
He's manifesting it with how often he speaks of it.
He's got the money cap working, as well as the no gamble, no future.
Not too sure what I have, but it's definitely not falling in, so it doesn't really matter.
Go for. Too much gamble, no future.
How much
Might not
is
be
it?
fixed.
How much you behind?
130. Think that's good. 135. 25. Looks good.
Maybe.
Lynn hoping to bait Greenwood
But if it
into a
falls out again, I would
call.
go refund it like 30.
Definitely close, but
Typo. Lady Gaga.
Great fold. No gamble future. Was
No gamble, good
random
future.
or how did you do it?
No, you snap it in. I don't know. But it might not be fixed. Who knows? Because if it fell out in the first place.
David has a lot of practice snapping it in.
Actually, I do. You know, a lot of. I had a lot of exposure to cheap sunglasses when I was in high school.
Laying that one down. Now we find Brock Wilson elsewhere in the room.
305 pounds. Call, shut down.
He is jamming over the top of an open by Guangzhou. Brock Wilson on the button shows 2 queens up against the 2 8s. Oh my. 8 on the flop. And no available queen, and that'll do it for Brock Wilson. His Lady Gaga's not working out quite as nicely as Ren Lin's.
And speaking of going around, this time Jan has them in the cutoff. Hecklin, good friends with Dan Smith, was on hand yesterday when Dan won the 200K.
Hands raised to 30K has been flatted by Henrik. Matthias likes the price from the big blind, and Hecklin.
Welcome.
Not the right kind of kit to hunt 2 queens. He's got queen 10. Matthias with 10-5 turns into second pair on the 7-high rainbow board, which I believe he checked. Yes, there it is.
Jan gonna opt to check here. Allow Hecklin an opportunity to try to steal multi-way, though. I wonder if Hecklin's gonna take the opportunity here with the 2 overs.
Yes, he does. Exactly what David Jan had in mind when he checked this over pair. Ibinger, backdoor hearts and the 5s. He's got to hang tough. And are we more incentivized to slow play in the form of a flat if Ibinger had been out and we'd be heads up out of position against Hecklin than we are now, where perhaps the raise feels like the better path?
I believe that the check raise option was always going to be incoming, but certainly made more clear by the fact that he has a caller in between.
95.
95,000.
There it is. 95K. The exit for Hecklin will be an easy one. Let's see how Ibinger feels.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ibinger with the backdoor flush potential, wondering, if Jan would only do this with top of range. But also, when we look at Jan's stack size, getting shorter here, will Ibinger be able to realize his equity very often if he were to turn backdoor flush draw, which he doesn't, and also just a pretty bad card to come off for those 5s.
Not what he had in mind when he spent the extra 65 to take a peek at this street.
And Jan with just about half pot behind. It was obviously looking to set it up so that he can comfortably get additional value, but doesn't love the turn.
River, a second overcard to the queens.
And you wonder for Ibinger if he feels like he's going to be able to show down a pair of 5s and win, given the fact that Jan did check the turn. And now on check 2, I think Jan can feel pretty good about the fact that the ace didn't hurt the strength of his queens. Is he able to pursue value from perhaps some 7x, some 5x, the type of hands where Ibinger would call that check raise on the flop? Obviously a lot of bad turns and rivers, though, for those type of hands.
But 2 checks in front of him out of Ibinger. Does he not imagine that Ace-X and King-X would kind of be reaching for chips?
It's certainly less likely, but it's also about what he thinks Ibinger's willing to pay off with. As we see Jan throw in a second time bank on the decision. Jan, pretty deliberate player, but really taking his time before moving the chips in. It would appear just betting everything but 5K. And maybe Eibinger a little bit confused as well now, you know, with that check back on the turn out of Jan after he check raised the flop. But now Jan seemingly willing to put almost all of it in the middle after the king rolls off on the river. Left Eibinger scratching his head for a second, but does make the right fold.
Aces.
Brenlin speculating that maybe it was aces and too much hand for Jan to bet on the turn. Queen's enough, though.
Yeah, he gave Jan a lot of credit there.
That he did. Now, let's flip it over to where we find Ramin Hajiev involved. Cards are on their backs. Hajiev with a couple of nines, and he's on his feet because it was aces for Sam Greenwood. Hajiev made it 30 pre. Greenwood 3-bet to 70. The Hajiev jam snapped. And he never had any sweat.
Looks like Petrangelo's scooping one.
Chris, how are this?
Confusing.
They look a little confusing.
They're not necessarily bad, but they're just not the right flavor for being in this type of bed.
Exactly what I just said.
Like, it's more like a American barbecue, but it's in Alma.
It's like a it's like pulled pork sandwich.
Kinda, but like the pineapple is like also not the right flavor.
Is it barbecue sauce flavor?
It's just like pulled pork with no sauce, but it's like okay.
I feel like everything I've eaten lately here has been
It's a little off.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Like I had a steak that was covered in this gravy, and I was like, this gravy tastes like fish. Somehow.
Yeah, everything. It's an interesting conglomeration of food.
Fish gravy.
The
That
chicken
sounds
burger is
awful.
like almost
But
good, but it has this.
May
like,
Ollie and I recommend what we
yeah.
have found to be
tartar sauce,
the best thing on the
it
menu.
tartar
And
sauce?
according to
I
Ollie,
was-
the best
Weird pickle mayonnaise.
chicken
That's
he
tartar
has
sauce, right?
ever
I guess
had.
if you gave me a blind taste test of tartar sauce,
I think
I would tell you.
they
it's
just don't know
pickle
what to
mayonnaise.
order.
Which is strange because I like tartar sauce.
Tartar sauce doesn't really go on chicken usually.
$3.35.
Like a chicken burger. That's
Yeah, I like how I acted like it was as normal. That still doesn't really go with
Is
it.
that not a normal thing to put on a fried
just
chicken
a
sandwich?
fish, yeah.
No.
Like
I
a
mean,
fish
well, we put it on fish. Like Sasha's dad, for example, puts it on everything. It's like normal.
And you definitely would like some
Ace
kind
Queen.
of mayo, but that just isn't really the
Well, this one
type
to
of
get
mayo.
it has mayo on the bottom layer and tartar sauce on the top layer.
Doubling down.
Turning into a Broadway
They went
gutty
up
as
and
I
down.
don't
It's a
want to
lot of
dance
fun.
around the Petrangelo mayo takes. Grafton out flopping after defending from the big for 15 extra thousand. Spadeless texture, despite the 2 overs in the gutty, obviously is something of a dissuasive aspect in terms of C-bets for Haxton.
And Haxton just going to go for all of it here.
Yeah.
Shutting out a lot of other hands that aren't as strong as top pair here. Grafton does need a fade, a couple of outs.
That is greedy.
Turn card is the king as
No,
Haxton
not before king.
makes Broadway, but now
You knew the king was coming.
still
That's why you were hoping for king queen.
vulnerable to a king or a jack on the end.
game,
The
man.
board
Pleasure,
does
guys.
pair,
Good game, Sam.
but it is a 10. Then Grafton.
Gotta put it all in on the flop. I don't
Eliminated.
have any chance to get away.
As the hits keep on coming
Yeah, he
here,
was definitely
day
getting
2,
away on
Maria.
that call.
Merciless main event.
I guess
It does
the
feel
takeaway
like
is more
pace
you
of
just
play-wise,
got it
we've been
cooler
seeing
than
a
those
whole lot of
they have
bust
no
outs
chance.
and some really big pots.
My viewing of streams has highly illustrated that this is the best way to win.
I mean, it is unmatched.
I have not found a way to beat that.
that pot. Haxton ascending. Now with 600,000. 9-5 suited under the gun, not qualified. So Petrangelo apparently not as in love with the menu here as you and I. And for those that are here in Monaco, do yourselves a favor, order the chicken fingers, brined, according to Marianella, a cornflake crisp breading. Delightful, delicious, moist, even ice cold, as they often are by the time I get around to them.
I just didn't realize that the food here was that polarizing, because even a couple of people in chat piped up and said that food in Monaco is trash. I don't know if it's...
You know what? Whoever wrote that is probably a Yelp power user. And I say that because every time I turn to Yelp, everybody hates restaurants that are expensive. The number one consideration for them is like food value, right? Things are expensive here. It's Monaco. What did you expect? But I've had great food.
But I think that once you pay a certain price, people's expectations for it have to be even higher, because already in their mind, they're like, well, if I'm paying this much,
yeah,
it better taste.
It better be diamonds in my ground beef with gold flake in my cheese. I mean, yeah, you're going to pay 40 euros for a burger at the hotel, but, you know, you're going to pay 35,000 if you want to take the flop. That's what Bonomo is charging with ace-8. 2 10s for Haxton in the big. Vulnerable hand, so obviously you want to put a raise in there with some frequency in order to not have to navigate out of position moving forward, but at the same time, you can flat play the stack preservation game.
I think especially against a cutoff open, Tens is going to go for the 3-bet.
There it is.
But, you know, certainly had Bonomo open from earlier position, with them being as deep as they are, Haxton would have opted for the flat. Hula still leading in the chip counts.
He's been a fixture up there at the top of the overall leaderboard. Leon Sturman second. Hangzhou in third. Mateos, by the way, spun himself back up into fourth overall.
3-10 to start.
Suited connector for Watson, Lady Gaga for Ike Haxton.
Yeah, big pair for Haxton. After having 10s in the big, now queens against an early position open. Watson getting short, though, 21 big blinds. He will have, of course, raise folds here from under the gun +1, but also some raise call-offs should Haxton decide to be aggressive with this hand and put in the 3-bet. Haxton, of course, choosing a bit of a smaller sizing there.
85,000, but now we flip it back over to outer table action involving Alex Ponikovs, who's got a couple of queens of his own here. Ben Heath jammed and put them all in after opening and getting 3-bet by Ponikovs from the big blind. Adams was caught in the crossfire, and a full run out will leave those 2 queens showering the ace-jack of Ben Heath, who took the high variance approach, thinking perhaps there would be some 3-bet folds in Ponikov's big blind range. Unable to improve. Now then, the 2 queens back at the feature belonging to Haxton. Also performing well on the Jack-7 deuce board, where Watson does have backdoor clubs
40.
and a gutty. After calling the 85 pre, he faces a follow-through of 40.
Yeah, for that price that Haxton made it with the small 3-bet sizing, it's easy to see why Watson did continue and has some equity, has some backdoor potential. Only 20% pot on the flop.
Now a pair of 9s for Watson, the product of calling the 40, pot up to 280,000.
I think with all of these middling cards, Haxton feels like Watson might have enough to call a shove with just 185K in Watson's stack with 280K in the pot.
Maybe that's why Sasha thinks
We'll
we're a
have
big
a lot
baby.
of pair and
Just drinking
straight
a cup of hot
draws.
milk at the poker table.
We'll have some top pairs in the form of some suited Jack X's,
I don't
and
think I've ever had one.
Watson not going to fold, just putting Haxton on perhaps a hand like Ace King or Ace Queen some of the time.
And even when he is beat, he understands there's a good chance that he's got good equity with the 8-9. Just 21% to be exact in this spot, though, and he is covered, so going to have to connect with improvements on the end to keep his hopes alive here in the main, and instead it's the deuce of diamonds. So yet another victim of day 2 in the main, this time Canada's Mike Watson. I always feel like the call of seat open by the dealer before I'm even out of earshot is a bit hasty. Like, let me disappear before we look to replace me.
I thought he had a set of 8s.
You know what I mean?
I thought that normally dealers are trained to wait
He snapped
until
the shove
they're
pretty quickly. It seems strong.
a couple tables away.
Yeah, I think I
before
just saw the snap. I
calling
saw
for
the
seat
9,
open.
and my brain
Not
didn't even look
sure.
at the other call. I was like, oh, 9s.
I thought I was losing too. I wasn't even sure to what.
Best poker players in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Even after I processed it.
Not surprised to hear some of that light-hearted banter between, you know, a group of people that are actually friends off the poker table.
Yeah, you know, as stressful as we might imagine it would be as mere mortals to be out there playing a $125,000 buy-in main event, for these guys it's just a day at the office, everyday business, something that they have grown so accustomed to. You know, once upon a time, the idea of a $10,000 main event was stratospheric. And of course, as time has gone on between inflation and an appetite for bigger and bigger stakes, we find things as big as that legendary £1 million Triton event that we held in London back in 2019.
Lynn still short after getting the shove through with queens. Now finds himself with queen jack suited. Very playable hand, but not one that he feels comfortable shoving over and open with.
Orpin Kisachikoglu flatting for 30,000.
Prime spot, I think, for Holtz to just jam the remainder of his 12 big blind stack with ace queen. Some dead money in there. Ibinger opening from the hijack. Fedor certainly going to be ahead of a lot of that opening range, and
Does exactly as you suspected he would, Maria. The jam to 160,000, and Orpin is the customer. Taking the best of it, but not by a whole lot. So it is Fedor's turn to hang on. it's not looking good on a Jack 8-3 board as he falls to 26%. And now with the set of sevens on the turn, it is official. We have lost the great Fedor Holz, courtesy of Orpin Kisichakoglu sevens as he hauls in Fedor's 12 blinds. This really has been a merciless game.
I was going to say.
It's not just in our heads. It feels like every couple of minutes somebody's getting showered out here.
Huh?
I mean, we started the day with how many players?
Not wasting.
88, I want to say.
I think we had 88 uniques.
Okay,
but I don't
overall
know if
in the
we
event.
started with 88, but we're already down to 48 players.
Other way around, like it's better for your.
Well, there's a look at 7 of those remaining 48. Gathered around this particular featured table. Note, Germany's Leonard Mao up at the top. 1.3 million. He is currently 4th overall. Ren Lin, 14 big blinds. The shorty, not far in front of him, is David Yan. Those chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu.
In one of the tournaments.
6 hours? Nah, I don't think so.
That's too short.
Run a bit against. I'll take. No, gotta hedge my bets, you know.
Time to be nice.
No, really.
This is not even real life. I swear, every time I look up at this dude, he's got queens.
Yeah, it feels like he picks up queens
Then I realized it's
more than his fair share, but he has made it his hand of sorts.
Maybe the Money Cat is actually a queen printing device.
I mean, people usually want aces up their sleeve, but I think Ren wants queens up
He
his
really
sleeve.
does. He's just gone with it as his hand of choice, and this is going to look innocent enough out of the cutoff and open to 30,000. Jan. This is the only shorter stack than his own at this table, and he's jamming over the top of it. It will be a quick and easy call.
I'm getting mid-roll.
Ace deuce. Lady Gaga.
A little bit. Oh, that's not really mid-roll.
Only play Lady Gaga.
And look, this, even Orpin has to realize it is absurd.
But how often do they hold is the question.
Well, on this occasion, they look pretty good to do exactly that, as the monotone all-spade board leaves David Jan in need of a red ace only. Now there could be... No, spade for Lin.
Don't you have more?
Yeah. No, you still got
Oh, yeah, nice.
No, I'm saying. I think you got.
You definitely have more.
Just 50K separated them at that point, so they're awaiting
I don't know if that's,
an official
I don't know if
tally.
it's more likely I win now or less likely, you know, with all of that handshake and everything.
I'm gonna go ahead and say losing chips is makes it less likely.
No, I mean like that I thought I was out and then I almost shook his hand. And
Definitely makes it more likely.
more likely?
So it looks like Jan is still in the building, although there's a threat to that reality developing elsewhere as we see Jonathan Jaffe all in.
Again.
And he gets Ken Tong
I was like, ace-5 suited.
as his man, but unfortunately, Tong shows him ace-queen, and he has ace-jack, dominated. Can he get lucky? 10-5 tray. Not what he needs. 10 on the turn. Is there a jack available?
Oh.
Yes!
Oh my goodness.
And Jaffe, never a doubt, it looked like, nods his head and says ship it.
How much more?
3 outer. Keeping him involved in the main. Already a title here in Monte-Carlo, by the way, in that 50K turbo bounty that took place whilst the Invitational was going on.
to do this.
Lewis Spencer, by the way,
There is-
in between those two. Finding his way to a Triton once again.
How much is it?
Ibinger.
50,000.
King Jack raises to 30,000. Jan with just 50K. Jams it in from the small. Another 20K to spin the wheel, and what a devastating spot. Dominated by Matthias.
It's
Lady Gaga. I'm really
not the
rooting for
worst
you.
situation ever, you know. I've been in worse, you know.
You don't mind, right?
Looking for a queen.
Seat open table. What table are we?
Queen on the river.
Everybody let
Just
us
skip
be
the
there.
turn.
No,
Just
put it here.
So far, no luck for David Yan.
5 deuce.
Lady Gaga's hand.
I take a split.
Wait a minute.
Put a queen.
Split
Put a
is
queen.
reasonable.
Queen.
Come on.
Queen for sure.
4 is okay.
4 for the
Queen.
chop.
Lady Gaga.
Queen
Why
for
is
a
queen
clean
not
winner.
okay for you?
Wow.
Oh, and there is the 4. A stay of execution for David Yan.
That's pretty.
And a whole round before the blinds get back to him, as he's going to find himself on the button the next hand. So has a little time to choose something decent to go with.
That he does.
Chopped it up and I still feel like I doubled up. Off it. You're laughing and smiling now, but soon you won't be. That's why he's so like against me, because he knows.
No, I said 4 is fine.
Now what have we here? Another one at an outer table. This time it's Kiat Lee against Bruno Volkmann. Jacks for Volkmann, King Queen for Kiat Lee, who raised, got 3-bet, jammed, and now looks up at the King Jack 6 board, a set against top pair. Is that a king on the turn? Yes, it is. He's drawing live, but can't find the needed queen, king, or 6 on the end. And Volkmann's set hangs on and sends Kiat Lee to the rail, as we are now down to just 44 runners.
He always gets in trouble, you know, like.
Dizzying pace.
I was going to say, it's a bloodbath out there, and it's not just the short stacks that are getting absorbed. Just some players getting involved in some big hands with some big stacks.
The reason why one of the lances fell off, because he was in a fight yesterday.
Who's the most likely on the table?
Raise
to get
and
into a
take
fight
it for
at night? Like
Mr. Mao.
I would go with Henry.
Hope I'm pronouncing that right. You got some German under your belt, Maria. What do you think?
I mean, I've heard it pronounced Mao. I've heard it pronounced like Maui.
Maui has a tropical
It
tinge
does.
to
It
it that really
does, but
defies Germanic
does.
origins. You know, there's not a palm tree in Germany.
Not too like.
It's still a very
Or like
green country.
Maua.
though. Maua.
Yeah, you don't really.
I'm just saying the ways that I've heard it pronounced. I'm not saying that this is verified.
Say something friendly.
It's just what I've heard on the streets.
The wrong way, and then he doesn't want to be a pushover, so he'll hit them back.
Lady Gaga.
On the streets, what is there, a hit out on the man? Like,
Better wait for another spot.
I was looking for revenge.
Revenge. Didn't we both made trips at him?
Yeah, that's true.
Team, it's more like teamwork, you know? You need me alive.
folded around the small blind of Luke Greenwood, 9-4 suited. But he's got to contend with
60,000.
Ibinger to his direct left. Always pesky when you got big stacks on your immediate left.
Greenwood trying to get aggressive with the 9-4 suited. Expect to see Ibinger call with a hand like Jack-8 suited. Has a lot of potential.
So 135 in the middle as Ibinger did defend. Neither player hitting this queen deuce deuce board.
Just want to say I'm getting a lot of confirmations in chat that Maua is the right way to pronounce it.
Maua?
Yeah, and you know, maybe these are the people that have a hit out on him. Who knows? But they are saying that the last pronunciation is the correct one. Several people. So I don't think I'm getting trolled. Maybe I could be, but
30K bet and call as Ibinger, on the strength of that Queen of Diamonds interaction, comes along and turns himself a gut shot straight draw. Greenwood wanted to end the affair right then and there, and instead, here he is with the betting lead in a pot that he has inflated to 195,000.
yeah, I was certainly hoping to turn some backdoor equity in the form of hearts, but doesn't have a lot of deuce X here, of course, as the pre-flop aggressor. Matthias can have some deuce X's, not a ton either. Calling the raise, you know, just some of the suited combos containing deuce X, but all of the weak, you know, 10 deuce, jack deuce, you know, anything lower than that, queen deuce, those are probably not going to call very often. The offsuit combo's not really going to be present, but of course, Ibinger happy to bet his equity and just to give up out of Greenwood.
Yeah. Seems pretty straightforward there for Luke, not having picked up a heart on the turn, let alone a 9 or a 4, which actually could also be checking. Look at the lens flare there. Somebody's taking the polishing rag to that Triton trophy.
What is playing the board? 5-4?
It looks like that shaded gold. I don't know if you watched DuckTales when you were younger.
Oh, yes, yes.
Scrooge McDuck used to dive into the vault full of gold coins.
Yeah.
I wanted to swim in that vault. That's that 24 karat in the air.
Yeah, the golden glimmer.
Oh, producer James watched DuckTales. Chiming in with the woo.
We're in the same age bracket, all of three of us.
I wonder what I would have been if I wouldn't have watched as many cartoons as I did. I feel like that was kind of a time sink. Like if I was playing chess or doing something productive like many of these men were doing when they were young, maybe.
Maybe you
Just
wouldn't
maybe
have
I
to be
could have
sitting
been
in here
somebody.
with me. Were you an Animaniacs guy? That was probably my favorite.
I remember that one. Is that the one with Elmira? Or that was Tiny Toons?
No, I feel like that's Tiny Toons.
It was.
4 big.
Tiny Pair for Hecklin. 6s.
10 times. That's like
Greenwood. Suited
some
ace.
inches.
Likes it from the button. And Maua. If that's the way we are supposed to pronounce it. Closes the action from the big blind. Flops top pair and a gutter here. More than we can say for the rest of the field. Greenwood, 8s. Backdoor hearts. 130 in the middle.
Lucas with a piece, the bottom pair, ends up checking back.
Now all of a sudden the heart draw comes in for him.
Yeah, pretty delightful turn card for Greenwood. You know, was hoping, of course, to just keep the pot small when he had bottom pair on the flop, but now some additional equity and check too. Is it worth some protection here? Is it perhaps better to try to keep the pot small and not have to face a check raise potentially? And he does opt to play pot control there.
Note that Leonard has checked top pair twice, as no chips have made their way into the middle in spite of a couple of hands that certainly could have decided to bet, if not flop on turn. Now Leonard comfortably firing after that innocent 5 hit the end.
Greenwood with a bluff catcher. Now defended the big blind, so could have quite a few 2-pair combos, you know, of course 10-9 here, etc. But since Green would check the flop and check the turn, just felt like a mandatory call.
That it did. And a call that costs him $75,000. Chips he might have spent on the turn if Leonard had fired.
Fold.
Can I see your chips? Thank you.
Looks like the sunglass repair is complete for Matthias.
It feels precarious, though, you know, perhaps when he stands up,
It just
would
flops
fall
right out. I would love to see a piece of duct tape across the top, you know what I mean, just to stabilize. Like a Band-Aid repurposed even, that would be great. New school Nelly.
New school Nelly.
King 10 from the button, 35 to go. Leonard a flat with the ace-9. Jack 10 suited, a pretty one for Ren Lin. And do we squeeze, Maria?
Ren has 29 big blinds, so I feel like it's not necessarily a spot where he wants to risk potentially playing a big pot when he could just call there.
And flop top pair up against middle pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, it's more.
Deciding on the lead here, you know, versus checking, definitely has a type of hand that could benefit from protection. Multi-way, going to be a lot of overcards out there. He doesn't want to give them a free look at the turn.
$75,000 the sizing. Both hands candidates to continue.
Yeah, I would imagine that Ibinger will continue here some of the time, but also with Mala behind him makes that proposition a little bit more difficult in terms of knowing exactly how many chips he's going to have to risk in order to see the next card.
75 cards.
And, you know, Lin might have some leads here with some draws, some queen 10s, some 10-8s, some 8-7s. Mala doesn't block any of those hands, so calls and looking to see what Lin is going to do on the turn. But some of those straights do come in, of course, you know, talking about the 10-8. That gets there when the 7 appears on the turn. Ren also able to have a lot of 2-pair combos defending from the big blind.
Check back from Ren, and he is rewarded with the straight. Backdoor spades do appear, and that ace of spades takes on relevance for Leonard.
Oh, all right. You're not even this here.
All in.
Mala turning his hand into a bluff here with the ace of spades in his hand.
And Ren really didn't hesitate whatsoever, Maria, in spite of the lack of spades.
So much, my friend.
And I have to say, Lin was lucky that he improved on the river because that would have worked otherwise.
Yeah, a different spade that doesn't give him the jack high straight. And we're having a different conversation.
Time to you. Time to you. Double, 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 double. Yes.
It wasn't a bluff.
A bluff?
It was not a bluff.
I assume it's 20.
Yeah.
So with that pot, Lin, a healthy chip up.
Yeah, and looking on, perhaps with a little bit of jealousy. He was the one that gave Lin his first double. Now just down to 4 big blinds, hoping for a spin himself. Can't afford to wait much longer. Big blind approaching.
Not sure what it was that he put into the bin there, but 9-6 suited, catching a quick glimpse.
On us.
Some people wondering why Lin has the U.S. flag next to his name, but has Team China on his jacket and on the shirt that he's wearing underneath. Well, Lin was born in China, but he does call New York home.
Look at Orban, just Lin's opens are narrowed down to queens and nothing else. King Jack, and that's just enough against King 10. As with the newfound stack, Lin goes to work. 85 if you do.
Yeah, and King 10 feels like enough to call against a raise. You know, some of the weaker King X's would just fold in terms of offsuit combos, but this one, Broadway potential, doesn't come in on the flop, but King High looking pretty good on a paired board.
Ace 7. Lin not going to follow through. Both players now hit the king on the turn and advantage Lin. This is a bad card for Orban. And Ren checks once more, Maria.
Yeah, it would appear that Ren is trying to get Orban to put some chips in the pot, hoping that him showing some weakness would allow Orban to bet as stabs. We see that Orban does have a real hand. And Orban checking back.
And getting rescued by a third ace on the river. Both players, aces full of kings. And these are the ones where at showdown, the guy who had the better kicker looks over, kind of like,
right,
you got away. $85K bet from Ren and Orban. No reason to do anything other than flat. And show the King 10. There it is.
King 10, no future.
Well, it would be a boring game if the best hand always held up.
Yeah.
You'd be happier as a whole, as
I feel like, by and large, my
but,
psychological well-being
but
is tethered deeply to how often the best hand wins.
Perfect timing.
During the summer at the World Series of Poker in my mixed game, the action was so insane that at one point I lost a pot to a player who had pulled in my discards in triple draw and then showed them to me as a part of their hand on the end. Clearly, by rule, this is a dead hand. But this particular player was an action player from out of town, and I felt all of the looks on me.
Of course.
Not to be that guy. So I just kind of uncomfortably laughed it off as several thousand were passed over to my opponent in what basically amounted to an illegal hand. Just like, what was that?
I'm surprised this is the first I've actually heard of this story. How did you let so many opportunities pass for you to tell me this one?
I mean, I've told it many, many times since it happened. This was in the throes of that 50-something hour session that I put in. By the way, I'm Macau material. I just need to get some
Apparently.
backing. Put me on in there. I'm ready to go. 50 hours of short deck? Let's do this.
Oh, wow. It's just no shortage of premiums for Lin.
Let's do this is very much going to be on his mind, and it is the chip leader who has opened from the cutoff with an ace-10 suited.
$120.
3 scoops. 3x.
120, he said.
Ace-jack. Much more comfortable fold in the face of the open and 3-bet in front. And David just decides, big blind, I've got so much invested. Let's get it in. Spades are smothered, unfortunately, for him.
900, roughly.
Mal's got a pretty decent hand to try to see a flop with, especially now Lin's deeper, you know, 45 bigs, certainly more to win. The implieds having suited, connected hands here go up in value because of that.
So to the flop we go. Side pot at 150,000. Swing and a miss for ace high, which checks over. Jan, playing for that 165K main, does have sixes.
This is a rather large bet here from Lin. Just not loving all that texture with the straight and flush possibilities. You know, if Mala were to have a Jack X here, would continue anyways for that price. Mal still willing to continue with the backdoor prospects.
Instead of picking up draw equity, he pairs his 10, still lagging behind. Ren picking up the king-high flush draw. Board dampening. Ren does check back, and then he hits the king for top set. So this is going to be the end of the road for David Jan at Showdown. I think he already suspects that to be the case.
Yeah, not a great run out for Yan here. And for Mal, of course, not a great run out either. Just holding a pair of 10s in a spot where, of course, Lin, as the pre-flop 3-better, could have ace-queen here. Could have, of course, some overpairs, you know, maybe hands like queens and kings would have just checked the turn, play pot control there. I think Lin should feel pretty safe that it's going to be so hard to trap here, I believe, from Mao. Had he had a flush, would have likely bet the river. So
Checks back, says best hand.
Ren doesn't miss out on value in the sense that if he bet the river, I don't think Mao would have paid off. But still maybe a little conservative with that check back in that spot.
So that will do it for David Jan. And maybe that'll be something to be logged by the players at that table in terms of conservative river checkbacks from Ren Lin, moving toward the future. Well, you should be moving toward the Bahamas, and you can do that as WSOP Paradise will be taking place, hosted by GG Poker in December, courtesy of satellites being held there now. Just some of what's on offer at the world's biggest poker room. $50 million Bounty Hunter Series taking place. Also the $1 million Flip and Goes. It all happens only at the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker.
I'm off of the Flip and Goes. I mean, I didn't have quite as bad of a run as Scott Seaver.
Oh my God.
But
that was So for those that don't know what we're talking about, this summer during the World Series, Maria Seaver tried to work his way into the tournament field of a flip and go. Hey, let's explain the format first off for those that don't know.
So in a flip and go, the very first hand that's dealt, you know, just gets run out. We see all 5. Everybody turns up their hand. The winner moves on to the next phase of the tournament, which ends up being a real tournament.
Right.
So not this past summer, but 2 summers ago, I believe Scott Seaver tried to move on to the next stage 43 times at $1,000 a piece. So that was, you know, a $43,000 tournament for him before he ended up moving on to the next phase. And I believe he needed to get 4th or 5th to break even.
What I love about that is you're sitting there in the next phase of the tournament after your 43rd thousand is invested, and the guy next to you might be playing a 1K. You're playing a 43K.
Yeah, it didn't feel like the best ROI there, even, you know, for a player as good as Scott Seaver.
Well, a 3-bet from Maua over the top of Ibinger there, earning him that pot as we check in on outer table action, where it appears that Alex Theologus has moved all in the blue there. And Lewis Spencer has chips in front of him. A flat caller of the 110K. And it's folded all the way through. Theologus shows ace-jack, and he is ahead of what I'm told is king-queen for Spencer. But that's no longer the case on a king-jack-8 board. And matters made even worse on the turn as a 3rd king for Spencer will end this run. Mr. Theologus showered. Now just 39 remaining.
Pace of play seems to still be quite rapid in terms of the number of bust outs playing down to a final table today.
We've done our best to bring them all to you. There's a few that took place outside of our purview, as we see Greenwood outflopping the deuces of Orpin in a 40K ahead pot. Kizichikoglou,
my friend.
Pre-flop raiser on the button. Juan Pardo out in 48th. Rodrigo Celawan out in 46th. Leonardo Drago, 45th. Dan Smith, 44th. Vyacheslav Buldigin, 43rd. And then Steve O'Dwyer, the most recent casualty, it would appear, in 40th. Meanwhile, Ducks modestly following through for 25,000.
Those are my chips. My chips.
Greenwood.
We get too many Lady Gagas.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Turn actually giving Orpin a wheel draw to go with the deuces.
Common mistake.
I didn't lose to his Lady Gaga. To his kings. And check 10 suited.
Oh, you don't lose Lady.
Yeah, might Orpin want to go for a second barrel
Gaga
just to
with
try to
ours.
shake some of those weaker 1-pair hands with this equity on the turn? Or does he want to try to realize it? Does end up checking and gets there.
That he does. Courtesy of that beautiful 5. And do we remove a lot of the ace-X from Orpin's range, given the check back on the turn?
Yeah, I think most ace-X's are going to go ahead and bet there on the turn. And so Greenwood, with showdown value, of course, with the pair of 9s, doesn't necessarily feel like there's going to be a whole lot of deuces in Orpin's range, except for pocket deuces. You know, a lot of other deuce-X combos won't be opening the button. You know, hands like ace-deuce off or ace-deuce suited might also bet the turn some of the time. So a bit of a block bet here out of Greenwood, just slightly over min.
Very blocky vibes out of Luke here. We know that Orpin will be heard from. Doesn't need to worry really at all about 6-7s looming.
Yeah, it's hard to see how 6-7 calls the flop unless they have some backdoor flush prospects. And especially against this sizing, I think it's a lot easier for Orpin to put in the raise. You know, had Greenwood bet bigger on the river, somewhat of a polarizing size, then Orpin might take the conservative route and just call. And now Greenwood is wondering, you know, did his sizing choice on the river make it so that Orpin feels like he should be raising here as a bluff some of the times, seeing as how some of the smaller bet sizes tend to lend itself to be thin value type hands, hands that might not be able to withstand the pressure of this raise. And again, it's just about how often does Orpin have a deuce here. In terms of his button opening range, only going to be opening, you know, ace deuce off, ace deuce suited, deuces. You know, probably going to fold king deuce off, but open king deuce suited. But then we get into, you know, some of the jack deuce suiteds, like does Orpin always open those, you know, the 10 deuce suiteds. So doesn't rate to be a whole lot of deuce X here for Orpin. And again, that sizing on the river out of Greenwood sometimes incentivizes their opponents to go for raises even without a value hand.
That's what's on his mind, as he hasn't mucked the 9s just yet, but in the end, 200K, just too big a request. And Orpin able to come out of his shell, flash a smile.
Sam would never fold.
Needling Luke, suggesting that Sam would never fold in that spot as Ken Tong joins the party.
I should have, if you say yourself, I call, then it's not like not ethical, but I could say it. Like,
Yes.
you can turn it over.
We take a break, little bit break.
It's cute.
True.
你说中文吗？
哦，香港。
香港的。
I didn't scan.
你怎么称呼
Ken.
Ken.
When I bluff, I never scan. 你好。
23 players in the money, got 39 remaining. So a little ways to go before we get to that soft bubble.
你有去美国打牌吗？
没有，太远了。
我也很少看到。
对，新手，新玩家。
新手都上这么大，是老板。
You here?
Danny 他们 ，Danny 他们
对，也是香港来，打得挺好。
我跟 Hanson
Hecklin,
关系好。
ace 8 suited,
Hanson 真。
attacking from the button as Greenwood now down to 400K
哦，你不认识
after posting the
有
small.
看到有他不认识。你们都是我偶像啊！啊，你们都是我偶像。
哎，谢谢。
415?
Yeah.
Jams it for 415,000. And Hecklin
Lady Gaga
wants to see things.
Yeah, part of Greenwood's range off of 21 bigs is going to be the small pairs that Hecklin's going to have 2 overs to. The suited nature of his hand also helps. Going to be ahead of course, the king, queen, queen, jack type hands as well.
And on the flop, it's all hearts, all Hecklin. Greenwood drawing dead, no sweat. And that is a dirty way to go.
No, there's not. that would be
Jack of hearts and then
Just for good measure, added hearts work their way to the board.
Thank you. Just nature nice, not call. I don't bluff you anymore.
I didn't snap call.
No?
I thought 6 seconds at least.
That was
For this hand, it's a snap call.
that was too long, 6 seconds. No, that shot I don't think you can fold. For me, it's not.
I mean, he's just gonna have 0 a lot, right? Like he will have 0 so often, right? How can I fold?
So you had
So-
765 there?
Yeah.
Oh, Greenwood out of there as Nikki P.
Yeah, I thought it was 865
hauling one
for a
in.
second.
It's the
The stack was 400. That makes sense.
Dominici.
Taking chips away from
Does he do it
Hula.
once? That's funny.
It's worth a shot.
Folded after
I,
a 400K river bet.
It would probably
looks
just
like-
work like half the time.
Yeah.
Few
No, there was
people
a
might
funny
have
one
won
that
some
I
pots
did.
off of Hula, now down to 41
Some little I
bigs.
left, like
His
less than a
peak
big
being
blind behind, and I was on the
1.8
middle, and I
million and
tried
only
to bet like
820,000 now in
5K.
chips.
Half of a big blind on the
Yeah, I
river.
tried to, but I realized I had to put it in. I actually wanted to bet too because I had like middle pale and like a check down all in pop. I was like, oh,
I forgot. Last night Orphan had a 500 chip.
Yeah.
And then the color up, and then he gets a free double up
Yep.
during the color up. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Haxton, King 8 suited.
Brewer just folding the sevens, respecting the raise from Haxton from first position, and
He's got 60
So if there's like 3
bigs,
people
too.
at the
That's
table,
more than
that's
enough to
three, and they
speculate
just,
against
like,
Haxton.
bring more chips to the table.
Mike does have him covered, though.
I don't know, but
Hula defending with the queen.
The 500 to
suited.
1,000 is not those like sickle ones. Like you can do the 1,000 to 5,000.
Running into the flush draw and king high for
Ow,
Haxton.
there's no tap. When does that happen?
The 1K gets called up at some point to 5Ks.
Oh yeah, the level before this, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm saying that one you can go 1K to 5K. That's the real sick one.
Sometimes in turbos they'll do 2 color ups at once.
You know, just like I have 10 big blinds again.
Or they could just switch it to you can bust during the color up and you just come back and you're out of the tournament.
Haxton, 20K C bet, ending things there. I do think keeping an
Poor
eye on
Dan Smith
Hula-
has been running terribly. He got moved here at 4 big blinds, big blind first hands. When will it end?
Now that he's well off of
What
the
was
chip
it?
lead,
He had
is
he had an aces
something
versus ace king for the big chip lead.
of a thought.
In this tournament?
Just because
No, I was thinking about because he got a
not
bunch
everybody
of
holds
chips,
it together.
like when he won big pots, yeah.
when things stop going their way, let's call it.
Buso.
yeah, and it's at an exceptionally tough table when you look at who else is here. So we'll have to be fighting for every pot, it would seem.
Indeed.
$200? 180? Sorry.
Elton saying, jam and take it. He dwelled pretty hard on that Queen Jack spot against Dan Smith's jam yesterday when there were just 3 left at the final table of that 250K Invitational. Tried to ask both Mosbach and Smith whether it was a call, it wasn't a call. And you mentioned that you actually discussed the hand a bit with a few players after our broadcast was done.
Yeah, somebody said that they ran it and it's a fold, but
Smith said that he thought it was a call. Mosbach said he wasn't
sure. So I think the jury is still out, perhaps. But it also just goes to show you, even some of the most studied players in the world, you're not going to be able to study every spot that could potentially come up, especially with how dynamic the variables are of stack sizes, and relative stack sizes.
Absolutely right about that.
Hula 10-5 suited, opening from the button into a couple of tough customers.
One of whom is already flatted, that being Haxton with 4s. He is second biggest stack, just behind Petrangelo. Antonius, dust, but it's suited. So he'll come along at that price. And 2 pair of the hard weight for Haxton here. Nothing happening elsewhere. How to play quads by Ike
Right?
Haxton.
Starting with a check multi-way, it's probably good.
Full run out already on the board here as Kuhn trying to get a look over at Vogelsang. Look at him pulling the hood forward over the left edge of his face, just not even looking to allow Jason to get a glimpse at him. This one came down an open from Vogel, a flat from Jason, 7-7-5, 2 clubs, a bet call of 40K, bet call of 135K on the turn after a deuce rolled off. Here we are on the river, a king, the 5th and final card on the board, and a 280K barrel, which gets called by Jason. Vogel shows him king 5. So he had 7s and 5s, hits the king on the river, and no show from Jason. That is a healthy exchange of chips.
How do you have that hand?
You heard Jason say, how do you have that hand? Those are the ones that hurt, where at Showdown nothing lines up with the line that was taken. Certainly seems to be the vibe that Jason had, as we see Hula, a better. After a round of checks on the flop, Ike gets Ihor to bite. There's the recap of the action at this point.
Yeah, and a couple of draws from the flop, of course. You know, and Haxton calling from the small blind pre can certainly have some of the suited connected cards. Could also have some small pairs that Hula's wondering if a second barrel now on the river will get it done. Perhaps this king a bad card for some of those smaller pairs that Haxton could have.
Well, he knows 10 high isn't going to win. What he doesn't know is that this bet that he is carving out is absolutely hopeless. As into 240, he overbets Maria 350,000. And look at Ike.
Yeah, and Hula actually only leaving himself 305K behind after he bets 350K. Haxton's certainly going to be asking for all of it, given this development.
No question.
You know, if Hula were deeper, Haxton might pick a different size when he raises, but this time feels pretty clear that there's not a lot of different options to go with. And what's really hard in this situation is the longer that Ike takes before he raises, Hula might think in his mind that he has a chance of getting Ike to fold, but little does he know that Ike is simply taking his time with quads.
All in.
It hurts.
Yep. Haxton sold it pretty well, by the way. Snap fold from Hula as his demise continues now. After losing that bundle.
Bit of a situation of going from the penthouse, but taking the elevator down now
I
as
didn't pay my
Hula
time back that hand.
is left with about
Right.
15 bigs after that hand.
I did. Right?
300K.
Oh, whatever. Very generous.
He was up to 2 million at one point, Maria, not long ago.
Sure, whatever.
Leon Sturm, though, occupying the top spot with 2.4 million.
I'll take it. I tried. When do we get more? In the money?
Final table.
That's it? Oh, never mind.
Final tables.
No, but that guy makes mine.
Final tables 8 players or 9?
9.
8 players for final table?
9. It's always +1. You okay over there? You're really struggling with that called.
Well,
Pretty
first it
one
was
for
over
Petrangelo.
here, and then I thought it was. There was like a lot of dust all over it, and I thought it was.
Yeah, there's like a little
cleaning it
dust
off,
pile
but it,
by you.
Yeah, it's fine. 45.
Clubs are smothered for Haxton as he asks for sizing verifications from the button. Flipping back over, looks like James Chen has got himself involved here up against Dan DeVoris with an ace-king against an ace-6. Full run-out contains a 6, and that's all she wrote for Taiwan's James Chen. DeVoris raised the button to 40K. Chen 3-bet to 125, a jam out of DeVoris. Chen all too happy to get the rest of his chips in there, was dominating, but 10, 6, 7, 8, 8 was the run out. And he'll wash down that disappointment. And there was one of those massage situations you were talking about. Looked like she knew to wind it up. She had the judo chop going. Meanwhile, this Jack 8 getting judo chopped on an ace-4 deuce board by Petrangelo, who is checking and allowing Haxton to barrel 100,000.
Yeah, Haxton really trying to take advantage of what he sees as an opportunity, especially because his hand just doesn't play well in the sense that it doesn't really turn any viable backdoors. So decides to stab with a pretty big size as well.
And all of a sudden, some of those Broadway combos that Haxton was hoping Petrangelo had opened and then checked, being removed from the equation for the most part, courtesy of a 100K call. Now the board pairs on the turn, bringing the pot to 340.
Yeah, not just that part of his range, but, you know, hands like 5s through 10s that Nick might check on the flop, certainly going to be put to the test and face a lot of pressure should Haxton choose to double barrel.
$370.
And it's as if Petrangelo knew that Haxton just could not help himself in this type of spot. And you gotta think, you know, this would work against a lot of Petrangelo's range. You know, those types of hands that, as I mentioned, pairs that don't like the ace on board, but also perhaps not willing to call 2 barrels. Now, though, Haxton's starting to get a clearer picture of what Petrangelo has in this spot.
Another 740,000 somehow working its way into the middle as Jack high, forcing the issue on 2 streets, and now rivering showdown value.
Yeah, I would have really loved to see what Ike would have done had he not rivered that showdown value, but now beating a lot of those hands that I mentioned that he was trying to put pressure on, perhaps. 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s. Haxton can beat those hands now and is really only trying to bluff a very narrow part of Petrangelo's range should he bet again here. Petrangelo with just about pot back. So it would have seemed that Haxon was trying to size this quite nicely to have to put in the triple barrel for all of it. But again, Rivering showdown value now may just elect to be done or
Oh my gosh.
not.
I don't think I can fold this suit.
Or not.
And kind of a courtesy declaration there from Petrangelo, saying, I don't think I can fold this.
Oh my goodness. This is insane. You guys are getting a look and some real insight into the mind of Ike Haxton. He is a sicko.
Yeah, I'm not folding. Call.
And Petrangelo does click call as Ike gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I thought, as you did, Maria, given those 5s through 10s that you had mentioned before, that a jack specifically on the end would be the kind of card where he would just shut it down and hope. But he got after Nicky P, and Petrangelo digging in and being given a very substantive double up.
And that's going to vault Petrangelo right up the chip counts.
1,035,000.
Gonna sit in third overall with 1.5 million plus when the dust settles, just behind China's Guangzhou. But it is Sturm who has just vaulted all the way up to 2.4 million for the overall lead. Another name that we're used to talking about here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, rounding that field out in fourth, that of Russia's Artur Martirosyan, roughly 1.5 million in front of him.
Not quite sure if those chip counts are updated, as Petrangelo was all in for 1 million on the river alone.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So looks like Petrangelo's up to probably 3 million after that pot.
Oh yeah, he's got the overall chip lead. I just realized that my internet on my tablet is actually acting up a bit.
Or you've had one too many of these
Water
martinis.
martinis?
Water-tinis.
Could also be the case. Still hasn't updated. Efforting here because obviously implications for other stack sizes as well, as hands continue to be dealt. Meanwhile, Maua, big blind defense with Jack-9 against a Lewis Spencer open. He has outflopped the ace-queen, which has morphed into 2 overs and a Broadway gutty, and is following through on that 45K pre-flop sizing with a barrel of 30.
Now till Christmas, I need to work out 3 times a week in the gym. And I'm not used to it. I tell you that. I'm really not used to it. And I was lazy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So now from yesterday to Sunday, I had to do it 3 times. So I was gym yesterday, gym today, and like I feel everything.
Queen on the turn, the product of the flat by Maua. He does have an open ender working, but now it is Spencer with the best hand.
Okay, shit.
Spencer, of course, sitting there with a redraw, but also wondering, you know, about some of those pair and straight draws that he could perhaps try to get some value from. Sometimes Mao will have some 2 pairs here defending from the big blind, but will also have a lot of other hands that Spencer's still beating and perhaps would be interested in calling here.
I think it's less, like half an hour.
Yeah.
145K check call now.
No, it's a poker player, but
As things are getting serious. Pot up to 470.
So we bet 10K. Today's 15 minutes. And if we both fail, we have to
Backdoor diamonds and a pair show up on the end.
not if we both lose.
It's not too often that Mel would continue with a 6x on the turn, so trips isn't really a part of the equation, but, you know, some backdoor flushes, of course, and some two pairs.
Maybe even some slow-played straights on the turn, or no?
I think with the presence of the diamond, with the backdoor flush possibility, I think a lot of those straights would have just raised.
Looks like Igor Yaroshevsky's involved at an outer table here. Sam Greenwood on the other end of this one. He opened the button to 45,000. Yaroshevsky 3-bet to 140. Greenwood called. The flop is Queen 10-8 with a couple of clubs, and Igor checking. Has the pre-flop 3-better and facing a barrel from Greenwood of 80,000. Oh, a check jam on the heels of the 3-bet pre. This is supposed to look strong, and Igor doesn't look like he likes what he's being shown. King 5 for Yaroshevsky of clubs, and for Greenwood, Ace 9 of clubs. Both players making that flush on the turn. And that's the one hand when you get aggressive with the king-high flush draw you don't want to be shown. It's that ace-high flush draw. Had him devastated. So Yaroshevsky out of there. And now just 36 players remain. And there are going to be so many more broken hearts in this room, Maria, between now and the end of our coverage today as we're playing down to just 9. Meanwhile, picking it up back here with Spencer involved once again as an opener to 45,000 with King-Queen off of the Ace-Queen that he showed down last time around. This time Ren Lin, the big blind defender, his Jack-9 checking over. Spencer checking back. Try turn.
Yeah, and Spencer able to check back that flop because he has good showdown value, and by keeping the pot small, can call some stabs on later streets. Now check 2 for a second time.
Third 8 on the end. Backdoor spades. Feels as though Spencer's playing this one to get to showdown.
Yeah, Ren's probably not feeling like a bet here is going to work when it looks like Lewis has a hand like ace-high or king-high with this run out.
Well, the ace-high specifically really feels pretty cozy on a run out like this as played. Ren doesn't get after it. Spencer checking back, showing the king. And he'll take another one.
Ren's still got to be pretty happy with the spin up he's had, though, up to 1 million now.
Depends how big.
Wasn't he down to like
Depends how big.
9 bigs was the low water mark, or was it even
Yeah,
less?
no, it feels like around 8 or 9 bigs.
Min raise is a block.
It's a shame that we don't offer smell-o-vision on the Triton Tour, because whatever it is that you just spritzed, Maria,
Lavender hand sanitizer?
that is delightful.
Would you like some? You are sitting at the COVID part of the desk.
What's that now? I'm at the COVID part of the desk?
Well, Henry, you know, he came in here with some remnants of a congested post.
He was coming off the vid.
Yeah.
Sounded a bit hoarse. We had him masked up.
Yeah. No, he's been trying to keep it safe. I'm just saying, some hand sanitizer never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Is it edible?
I owe him some as well.
No, but it sounds like you wish it were.
Raise and take it for Ken Tong. Ken, the newcomer here. Part of the Hong Kong delegation that includes Elton Sang and Danny Tang. This is first ever Triton event.
What about like 20 euros?
Trying to work his way into the money. Top 23 will be paid. 198,000 is going to be the min cash. As you get a glimpse at your next featured table. It's the one where Jason Kuhn just passed a big bundle of chips over to Christoph Vogelsang. Santosh, part of the equation out there.
Yeah.
Sam Greenwood,
Why do you
Nacho
have to-
Barbero, Martirosian.
Oh, sure. I can take the no fusion.
I think I have like literally like 5
Paulius
balls,
Vaitikunas. Hope I'm getting that even remotely close to right.
I know, I'm not trying. Just gonna let you do it. Let me know what you come up with.
It's a bit of a minefield in these international events, I gotta tell you. You've been saying Matthias Eibinger. I've always said Matthias. 2 10s, 45,000. Orpin. Small blind, comes along, Queen Jack. Do you know definitively?
Again, it's just what I hear. The word on the street is Ollie, you know. But I run in some of those circles where, you know, they're friends with the Germans, the Austrians.
2 diamonds, 2 6s and a 7. Bottom end of a gutty for Ken Tong, who closed the action from the big.
Actually, you missed a little bit of the conversation because they were speaking in Mandarin, but Ken and Ren were actually talking, and it sounded like Ren was introducing himself to Ken, and Ken actually said, you know, I'm so excited to be here. You guys are all my idols.
Interesting. Obviously a fan of the game. As long as you can afford the buy-in, you can jump in and play against those idols. Meanwhile, 2 checks in front of Eibinger's 10s, over pair. Comfortable barrel. And Tong not going to chase. And on that note, players parting ways with the feature. As their time here comes to an end, we'll be swapping them out for a new cast of characters. 84 bigs, rather, 1.7 million for Lewis Spencer. That is the boss stack. Eibinger, 73 bigs, just behind him. Then the drop off to Lin Hecklin, Kisichakoglu, Malva, and Ken Tong. Blinds will be ticking up to 10 and 20,000 when the boys come back from the break. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak. Let's bring you back over to the desk. Ali Najad joined by Maria Ho and some untouched water teenies here back inside Sporting Monte-Carlo, where the second frame is in the books here on day 2 of the $125,000 main event, Maria. And I guess the thing that stood out was just the rapid pace at which we are getting rid of players. And it isn't the product of all of them having sub-10 big blind stacks. Guys are pressing out there, as we saw Haxton do.
Right. I mean, Haxton, of course, builds up such a big stack, had quads against once chip leader Hula, but then decided to just go for the triple barrel against Nick Petrangelo, who ended up having the top of his range. And Ike is always just one of those players where you hate having him at your table because you know that he's able to put you to the test, and you just have to make sure you have it because you got to strap in for some of those ICANs. But a lot of these other players, even on the outer tables, when you were talking about some of these eliminations, not short stacks, but just big pots being played out there as well. And now we find ourselves down to 34 players, 23 making the money.
Yeah, shortest of those stacks right now is Hong Kong's Elton Sang at 6 bigs. Bruno Volkmann, 13 bigs. And Ihor Hula, who had the chip lead at 2 million, also down at 16 bigs. A plight that he shares with Ike Haxton, Nacho Barbero down in that dungeon as well. Let's see whether or not they can spin things up on the back end of this break. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from the $125,000 main event. Day 2 comes your way after this.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site. Larger than all of GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump. No way! Jump,
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And Mosbach is not going to get saved by this flop, having an overpair still. Despite the fact that Vogelsang slow played it here, there's no real reason, especially on this texture, for Mosbach to feel like he's behind in any way.
10 high flop, 150 in the middle, the betting lead as the 3-bet was flatted. And this is why you don't 4-bet the aces, because you're in such a prime spot to get Mosbach to deliver more and more chips to the middle. Crushed. 40 into 150, just north of 20%. Another flat call from Vogelsang, the board just so delightfully dry. Now a king on the turn, and might that slow Mosbach down? Those king X combos, candidates to be calling the 3-bet and peeling, Maria, or is he less worried about that?
I think some of the suited king type combos might just call, but of course ace king would have 4-bet shoved. And so there's going to be, you know, certainly some other hands that Mario's still going to be beating. Some weaker pairs. Some 10x, you know, if we talk about some of the suited broadways being in Vogelsang's calling range against a 3-bet, then he could have certainly flopped some 10s and 4s with king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, of course. Now, if they had specifically king 10 suited, Mario would be behind that sort of holding, but still gonna shove here, and Vogelsang gonna make the call.
Yeah, all in for 165, and that is really unfortunate for Mosbach.
Felt like it. Felt like it.
You heard Mario say felt like it. Christoph shrugging his shoulders as the jack is absent, and Mosbach knows that there wasn't really much that he was going to be able to do in that spot.
You guys, so that, you know, maybe a 3-bet can get through or something.
Queen 10 off. Once Vogel goes under the hood, we know more often than not he's got designs on an open. Oh. On balance, up goes the hood, and then he mucked.
He fooled you.
It's almost like he wanted to prove us wrong.
It's very hard to beat it, so.
So Ihor, 7-8 suited. actually dominated by Mateos. Both players interacting with the 6-5-3 board. Advantage Hula, though, in a real way.
Yeah, that is quite the flop for 8-7 suited. But you see the equity is still fairly close. Just 51% to win the hand. Mateos actually going to find a lead here with a board that he feels like favors his big blind defending range.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Certainly has a lot of equity.
Well, let's put a pin in that one as we flip it back over to where Bryn Kenny is taking a stand here. Out of the small blind, jamming his last 80, and poorly timed are these sevens. JNT with 2 kings. Makes the easy snap. And the far more difficult proposition for Kenny, who hunts a 7 and comes up empty on the flop. Same story on the turn. And the river failing to deliver the needed 7 to Kenny, as he becomes another one of our casualties. Early going, day 2 of the main.
And watch out, y'all. JNT building a stack here in the main.
Not wrong.
When you leave? Not sure. One day.
Almost 38 million in career Triton earnings for Bryn Kenny. Not going to be adding to it. 3-time title winner with 11 cashes. And you heard him respond to Richard Young there. Not sure whether or not he's going to be hanging around to play the leaner part of the schedule. Meanwhile, we pick things up back here with Mateos and Hula finding their way to the turn. 115K bet call, and the beautiful red 4 for Hula, giving him the nuts and giving Mateos the second nuts. He thinks this is gin, but it's little more than tonic.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate river for Mateos. There's actually going to be some rivers where, of course, they both miss, and Mateos, with the betting lead, could have been able to take down the whole pot. And now he's thinking, I got there against someone that's shown a lot of interest in this pot. Perhaps, you know, a very strong hand, an overpair on the flop, some type of ace-kings in here as well. And that's why you see Mateos trying to go for value of 125K. Not too big of a sizing.
Hula loves to see this right now. Remember, he raised pre from the hijack with this 7-8. And when the jam comes in, it could very well look like a desperate attempt by a 7 to get Mateos off of his hand.
Yeah, it's got to be a pretty specific combo, of course. You know, only going to be opening 8-7 suited. It's not going to be opening the offsuit combos. Mateos also has a 7 in his hand, so this is going to be unfortunate as we see Hula cutting out the raise.
Not an all-in, though, Maria, as he doesn't get too greedy. Wonder whether or not it made a difference as Mateos does quickly make the call. The extra 235 would have mattered to Adrian?
Perhaps, but you saw how quickly he did call that raise, which indicates, I think...
Us live, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, as we flip it back over to one of our outer tables. Patrick Antonius.
You watch a lot of YouTube, Nick?
Doubling up.
Golf YouTube? You watch golf YouTube?
And double coming courtesy of aces against ace-queen.
Like at night here when I'm done with poker, I watch like
Justin Bonomo, the victim. 9-10 king, king, king was the board development. Bonomo jammed the end with that ace-queen. Patrick never going anywhere as we find Noida ripping in under 10 bigs. Christoph flatting. That Bonomo all in that pot with Patrick, by the way, happened on the flop of King 10-9.
You want insurance?
Focal point, though, is here.
Not
offering insurance despite having the 9-10. And he does flop top pair. Welcome back to Sporting Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of Day 2 of the $125,000 main event, the second stop on Season 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad joined by Maria Ho and a couple of new feature tables. If we dive right into the Triton Poker Plus app, we can get our first look at the blue team and the red team, although there is no team in poker in this situation. You see table number 1. There he is, Santosh Suvarna, who was absent the Invitational somewhat surprisingly, brings 25 big blinds and 620 along with a host of talent to his squad.
Looking over here with Artur Martirosyan, pretty big stack, very, very tough player in the mix. Vogel Singh as well, around $1 million. We've got Sam Greenwood still in, 1.5 million. But Kuhn, you know, still always a contender. Barbero on the short stack at this table with 15 bigs.
It does seem as though these stacks aren't quite as deep, perhaps at that particular table, as, pardon me, one might imagine. Maria, let's get a glimpse then over at the red table now, where we find some deeper stuff in terms of Sturm and Mateos.
Right, again, we talked a little bit about Sturm at the start of the day and just what an incredible player he is, a student of the game, sitting with 2 million. And then again, Mateos coming in as the chip leader, still able to hang on to a rather big stack of 1.8 million. And looking around, you know, not anybody immediately short. Tang, about 20 big blinds, so something to work with.
Yeah, no question about it. Blinds are going to be actually 10 and 25,000, it would appear, unlike the 10 and 20 that I teased before we went to the break. 3.3 million plus in front of Nick Petrangelo. He is your overall chip leader, and you know why. Ike Haxton gave him 3 streets, and it didn't work out. Ace King making the call, and he sits well in front of Leon Sturm. So then, let us send it back down to the arena with those 2 new featured tables as a third and final frame under our watch takes place. There they are, brought to you by GG Poker, the official chip counts. Payouts, by the way, something we haven't touched on. Up top, almost $4 million, 3.9 to be exact. Runner-up will earn 2.6. A total of 5 7-figure scores will be available. The money bubble will happen at 23 places. 198,000 will be a min cash. And we're going to have those banded payouts, 23rd, 22nd, and 21st, all flat.
Quan
At 198.
I saw him in the hotel.
Quan was taking some naps.
Oh yeah, I saw him actually. I saw him taking naps. Yeah, very smart man.
Suvarna sitting this one out, getting a lay of the land as he looks up at the tournament info screen. Ace King now for Jason Kuhn.
For me? No. Sorry.
He did not show down in that big pot against Vogel Singh, where Vogel had 7s and 5s on the flop and then river to king. Got those 3 streets out of Jason.
Yeah, we just heard him comment on how do you have that hand
Right.
there.
This one, man.
Right.
Gonna be Jason soon.
Most of the time.
Greenwood flatting out of the big. And he's got middle pair out in front of this Ace King.
Super. Let me know if the hand finishes. Because I gotta go back. Let me know if the hand finishes. Thank you. Okay, main event. Second break of the day.
Nacho Barbero asking to be advised when the hand is over as he steps away to create some content. Meanwhile, Kuhn creating some noise in position, following through for 80,000.
Like 250K, just folding.
Yeah, the expectation
now
would
I
be
have
that
like
Jason can
17
fire a lot of these flops,
less
especially with the
actually,
2
so yeah,
overcards in hand.
I need to spin it up. Still a long way to go. And feel confident.
How much you play, Christoph?
It's okay. Sometimes you're short. Sometimes you
Greenwood
have a lot of
flats
speed,
another
but
160 into the
you
middle.
level up, so wish me luck, guys.
And Kuhn finds one of the two cards that he needed to jump in front, the ace of hearts, Greenwood. A second check.
And when Greenwood checks over, it's just natural for him to expect Kuhn to fire this type of card. It feels favorable for the pre-flop aggressor, of course, but there's still some hands that Greenwood could be ahead of, you know, some of those Broadway type of hands, the king, queen, king, jacks that might choose this as a double barrel spot, trying to get a weak one pair hand like a 10x or a 6x to fold.
Sorry, can you call service for the teacher?
140. Too rich for the 6-7 to continue, and Kuhn working his way back up to his previous
I
highs.
guess I'm kind of glad you didn't. I don't want to. Well, no, I'm all right with you. Having the 9-8 of hearts there.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the shoving house, it would have been the calling house.
Oh, well then I really wanted you in there, I think. At this point in the tournament, I'll take a fold.
Hey, we had 6-7.
I'm fine with it. You weren't loving it. You weren't loving it. Can't win twice. Can't do it.
A6, not good enough. Barbero, back from his Instagram account with Jack-7, going to work.
Yeah, for anybody out there curious how it turned out, I'm sure you guys can check his Instagram story.
Yeah, well, I can tell you how the Jack-7's turning out for the time being, and it's not well. As off of 15 bigs, the open from Barbero has run into 2 kings for Suvarna.
Suvarna not incredibly deep, just slightly north of 20 bigs, can go for, you know, a 3-bet non-all-in sizing, bit on the smaller side, perhaps 125K, or he could just shove.
150.
3 bets it to 150,000 and Nacho buckles. Off of a 15 big blind stack, Maria, obviously we know we don't want to allow ourselves to get whittled even further down to 10 bigs and below. But at the same time, opening with a hand like Jack-7 suited, even in late position, is it a bit too liberal? Are we forcing matters?
No, I don't think so. I think that a lot of those types of suited hands are going to actually play quite well should you get called by the big blind post. But, you know, we do see that that one in particular just didn't work out for him.
No, it didn't. But something that can work out for all of you at home who are streaming with us is a trip over to PokerStake, our official staking partner on the Triton Super High Roller Series that allows you to get in on the action of your favorite players, all with no rake or transaction fees and guaranteed winnings. Head over to PokerStake.com and get your taste of the action. Ace-5 suited for Vogel. And same kit for Barbero, which does not want to come along, and perhaps well served as Martirosian. The big stack. 2 10s.
Is Martirosian always this clean shaven?
You know, now that you mention it.
He's looking a little youthful.
Yeah. Well, a big stack always makes you look a little bit more vibrant. Over to PV, let's call him.
Yeah, that
That's
feels
a safe
safe.
path. The Lithuanian first timer.
Especially after, you know, 3 water martinis deep. I don't know if we're going to get it right. We might not stick the landing.
Well, in spite of the 1 overcard, the 2 10s sticking in the lead. Vogelsang out of position. No follow through. It is the kind of texture that connects a decent amount of the time with the flatting range for Artur.
Yeah, that flatting range, of course, particularly strong against an under the gun open.
Small barrel here. 50K. Let's see whether or not Vogel wants to hunt turn equity. And he does not. Rich getting richer here. Martirosian, by the way, he's made his mark on the Triton Tour to the tune of 1.6 million across 8 caches, but yet to pick up his first Triton title. As we flip it to elsewhere in the room, action in progress here. It is Wanzhou against Pedro Gargnani. We are pre-flop, where Joe has opened to 60,000.
All right, raise all in. All in a call. Come on, please.
Gargnani just jamming. And
wow.
Joe making the call, showing pocket aces against ace queen. This is bad news for Gargnani. He does connect with a queen on the board. Needs to find another one, but fails to do so. And he was covered. And the samba comes to a standstill for a member of Brazil's delegation. Pedro Gargnani showered by the Triton newcomer, Wanzhou.
Call.
Meanwhile, back over at our feature, we've got Greenwood getting 3-bet by Suvarna's button. Sam with ace-10, choosing to call the 3-bet up against Suvarna's ace-jack on an all-spade board, neither player with the flush draw. Sam checks it. Suvarna, having done the same, allows the queen to come off. Both players with Broadway gutties.
Yeah, a little bit of showdown value for ace highs, and neither player with a spade, of course. Especially tricky for the out of position player in this situation.
Another round of checks, and now a board pairing king. Ace-jack, still a winner.
Yeah, Sam now gets to the river in a spot where, because Suvarna checked twice, perhaps that shows some weak showdown value on Suvarna's part, but ace high a little bit too good to try to turn into a bluff in Sam's mind. Just going to check it over.
Hey, yeah.
3 streets of knuckles, and that's the 1 ace that beats ace-10. Such a warm smile on Santos's face. He's another one of these invitee types, the VIPs, that have just gotten better and better every stop. This is our first chance to observe him here in Monaco. As we flip back over to our other feature, one in progress between Mateos and Leon Sturm, who defended from the big blind against a 55K open. Neither player making a pair on a 9-4 deuce board. Sturm, gut shot straight draw, checks it over to Mateos, who follows through for 85,000. Sturm flats and makes a pair of fives to hop into the lead.
Yeah, that's particularly nice because, you know, it prevents Mateos possibly from firing twice, you know, this type of texture after getting called. A lot of two-pair combos possible for Sturm. 6-3 gets there. You know, some of the natural continues.
How about trip fives, just in case one pair was no good? That the product of a check back from Mateos on the turn.
Runner trips are always the most fun kind of trips.
As long as you hold them and you're not being shown them.
Right. If only Mateos had a hand that he would call with, though. I don't think that Jack High is going to be quite good enough when Sturm comes with the bet.
315.
There are some natural bluffs from Sturm, of course, some hearts. But again, Mateos' hand just a little too weak to play hero here.
Yeah, no rush.
So as Leon hauls that one in, we welcome Justin Bonomo to the party. And nothing personal, but I would imagine he's not very welcome. Maria, as one of poker's winningest to ever do it. He's traded that honor with Bryn Kenny back and forth throughout the past few years. Currently sits in second.
You wonder how motivated Bonomo is to try to reclaim the top spot. As you mentioned, him and Bryn, a little bit of back and forth in that top spot.
Pocket jacks now for Danny Tang. He's going to run into an ace-king.
Yeah, and if we look at the effective stack here, Tang off of 21 bigs, it's just very likely that we're just going to see an all-in here pre.
3 bets up to 125,000 as they play 485 effective. There is the jam from Danny. And when you get snap called, you're just hoping it's ace-king and not the queens through aces, as the range does get pretty narrow. So we're going to play a 1.1 million chip pot Tang. Fate hanging in the balance. All the paint that doesn't help 2 jacks is present and accounted for on this flop. Danny getting the prepay ready for Adrian, issuing GGs on his feet. And it's official. We've lost Danny Tang.
I don't mind the player next to me, you know, putting the chips closer to my stack, but I will not be touching those until the river card comes off. That would just be a huge jinx on my part.
Juju GTO. Always disheartening when you get relatively close to the money
I don't know how this works.
through a full day and a half of play to be shown the exit.
32 players left with 5 players with sub 20 big blinds right now as we are approaching the bubble.
We only get
Tournament
10
staff
seconds
coming
to
around
vote?
and delivering
Yeah.
a
Even
couple
for,
of
like, free betting?
specific
Only open race.
Oh, okay.
red time banks. This is part of the fast action system designed to expedite the pace of play, Maria, as we grow closer and closer to the money. Still 32 players remaining right now. And effectively in
did
unopened
this in London.
pots, these are the time banks that you can use in lieu of the standard and normal time banks.
You know, as the years go by, tournament directors, tournament operators find ways to counteract the part of the game that happens when we get close to the money. Of course, stalling is going to be a part of the game plan and the strategy employed by the shorter stacks, trying to stay in until the bubble bursts. And, you know, a part of that stalling will include, of course, pre-flop stalling.
Hello, Cowboys. Yet to see Chinwei Lim, better known as Webster, getting involved here.
$180.
Raise to 180,000.
Takes us up to 180,000.
There's end event number 5, the 25K turbo. And drawn of new blind level. 6,000, 12,000, 12,500.
Antonius suited ace in the big, letting it go. Mateos doing the same. Fast action system, by the way, the pre-flop clock now goes from 20 seconds to 10 seconds, hence the delivery of those additional time banks. So we seek to keep things brisk. I think players appreciate it too, Maria. It's fair play all around.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, of course, it's really important to use all of the tools at your disposal, you know, to make sure that you get to this important part where you can actually realize some cash equity in this tournament. Patrick, some home court advantage for him living in Monaco.
Yeah, I often refer to the French delegation as being in their backyard, but this is literally Patrick's backyard. He can walk to work when we're playing in the Principality. Limp from the small blind with this king 3. A finger wag bottom of range coming from Bonomo. And Patrick relinquishes. Obviously, the arrival of Bonomo unwelcome by the entire table, just given his aptitude, but specifically Patrick, who now has to deal with him in those spots.
Can I get some blue? Thanks.
Peter, was someone coming for
Yeah, no, somebody come over now, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I only need water.
I think there's a bunch over there. If you
Oh, okay. Good one.
Bring the,
Patrick deciding to fold a hand into 2 tough players here.
Bonomo, the first of them. And he will concede to Mateos. Interesting, the stack distributions at this table right now, Maria. Really the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, the good news for the have-nots is they still have enough to work with, enough to play post. Obviously, plenty of fold equity.
But it's the Mateos and Sturm show. 2.2 million apiece. Next biggest stack behind them belonging to Webster Lim with just 800K.
Yeah, the toughest part about having, 2 to 3 players that have big stacks that are good, aggressive players is that you're not going to find a lot of unopened spots to you. And so you got to pick your spots wisely, but you also need a little bit of help from the deck.
That you do.
I cannot tell you, Ollie, how good it is to be able to look outside right now.
Yeah, we've pulled the curtains open here on the venue throughout the course of the day. The sun beams down quite brightly, so we do keep them closed until dusk. The view is just spectacular, and that's a spectacular flop for Richard Young here in a limped pot pre. The ace-10 certainly could have shot it up and likely would have gotten through, but instead now Mateos is left investing those chips in the form of a lead, which Young pushes back on.
Yeah, with the raise, could certainly have clubs here, could be protecting some 3x, so Mateos feeling like he could be ahead of that range and sometimes have 2 overs, of course, and
making the call and hitting a 10. This is bad news for Adrian.
Yeah, especially Richard going for the check back.
That is slippery, as it's certainly going to look a lot like Richard just wanted to take the pot away on the flop and then gave up once called.
Yeah, or have, some of those 3x's that, of course, doesn't want to bet again, but now that puts Mateos in a position to try to go for value here.
Betting 105,000, and Richard kickerless with his jack. Just flats, playing the pot control game. Flipping back over to the other feature, we find Artur Martirosyan up against Chris Brewer, who was the pre-flop raiser with his suited connector. Martirosyan defended the big and has hit this king, which he is playing as a check raise. Another 105 required for Chris to proceed. A lot of backdoor equity available. But you can get yourself into a lot of trouble that you look back and regret at times when you click call here. And that equity shows up and leaves you maybe incomplete on the end. And there is a 7 giving Brewer an open-ender.
Yeah, and Martirosyan with kings and 8s, but also from the big blind could have defended with quite a few 8x combos, so certainly trips are in his range, as well as some of these strong king x's. Now, when Brewer continued on the flop, of course, Martirosyan knows there's going to be some ace-x's that will bet call, some ace-x suited type of hands that have backdoor flush potential. And then, of course, some hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, etc. that could have also played that way. And now seeing a call from Brewer on the turn, that begins to narrow Brewer's value range here.
Ace is a really pesky card, I would imagine, for Martirosyan, because the ace-x of diamonds that may have played in this manner, Maria, and then found their way to the river are a part of the equation?
Yeah, absolutely. And, even just ace-king in this spot, of course, Brewer opening under the gun +1. So Martirosian could have already been behind. Brewer's not going to have a lot of trips, given the fact that he did open from under the gun +1. So maybe just the 9-8 suited, ace-8 suiteds, maybe 8-7 suited. But Brewer knows that now he's shown up at the river with 10 high. Maybe feels like it's pretty unlikely that Martirosian would check trips here on the river.
625.
And so Brewer goes for a bet of 625K, leaving 5K back. And Martirosian's really trying to work out what type of hands Brewer's able to call the check raise on the flop with and continue on the turn. As you mentioned, a very likely combo could be the ace-X of diamonds. It's about if he thinks Brewer calls a check raise on the flop as wide as 10-9 suited.
Seems like a good hand.
And Martirosian check folding the end there with the winner. As Brewer showing his moxie. Now, flipping back over to outer table action. Looks like Elton sang. Believe. Moving all in, and then Leonard Mala moving all in behind him. Nobody else wants to get involved in this one. They're on their backs, and it's ace-king for Elton against jacks for Mala, the covering stack. And a jack-high board with a couple of threes is a very dirty path for ace-king to try to emerge triumphant. Elton goes dead on the turn, and he will not make the money here in the main. So then, just 31 players remaining. Check that 30.
Okay, I need a hand here.
Elton finishing in 31st. Barbero saying he needs a hand. Well, how about this? Ace-queen on the button.
265. Fuck, nobody opens when I have fucking ace queen on the bottom, motherfuckers. Neats.
I mean, you have 185. You want the
Standard Barbero.
265.
Yeah, 265 is one you want.
Yeah, you like get the jam thing. But like 185, I'd rather just get the jam.
No, 265. I want somebody to open.
And then you want them to jam and a fold?
Yeah, or call maybe.
Tell you what, I'm not greedy. I'll take ace queen in the small blind and then fold it to me.
You don't seem like a greedy guy at all.
Thank you. So this is a sore subject.
You don't have a license?
I have my loan use permit that I got 3 years ago.
Even Christoph can't help but smile.
Are you in a, you live in Toronto?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to be in the city if that's the case. Like no one lives in like Kansas and doesn't have a license. Yeah.
It's also
I don't think nobody lives in the States that doesn't have a license.
No, New York City is extremely common.
New York.
Yeah.
New York.
But yeah, besides New York.
Talk of driver's licenses, and it emerges that Sam Greenwood doesn't have a license but does have his learner's permit. I mean,
well, I mean, what's the point? Why
I
not?
had that at 15 and a half.
But it's like somebody, you know, with one more credit to go before graduating and just stopping short. It's like, if you got the learner's permit, can't be that much harder to get the license, right?
Fire the follow-through barrel.
I tweeted something about taking driving lessons, and people were like, why do you need lessons? How do you drive? Like, you know, when I moved here, it just took me out of backwoods, on like a rural road. They taught me, like, no, I'm like literally outside of my door. There's like these bike lanes, there's buses, there's like whatever.
How'd you learn to drive, Maria? You have to take driver's training in the U.S. in order to be eligible to take your driver's test, but for me, it was the parking lot at the local racetrack.
Well, you know, especially growing up in LA, you got to drive and you've got to learn at even younger than when you should get a learner's permit. I think my dad let me drive his car in a parking lot when I was 13 or 14, but when I got real lessons, you know, from the whole, you know, student driver cars with
with that
with the
Domino's
pedals.
pizza thing, and then the other guy can brake and hit the gas.
Oh, I scared him a few times. Pretty good. Almost ran a red light one time.
What? They can quit you, can't they?
Oh, for sure they can.
King, Queen 3 as Brewer making second pair here in a blind versus blind confrontation.
I don't think people realize what a dangerous job it is to teach
I would
people
never
how to
do
drive.
That. Kidding me? Chris rates to take this one down with a flick in on the turn. Did you get involved in the conversation with our colleague Randy Liu with respect to driving?
No, but I mean, nothing about Randy says that he knows how to drive, let alone would be a good driver.
Randy took the written exam for the driver's license in the U.S. 10 times before he passed it. Now, listen, that's one of those deals where you could say, all right, Randy, maybe you don't test well. You know, we've both met people that are relatively intelligent that just aren't good at the exam stuff. But then he failed the actual driving portion 6 times.
Stop it.
And when am I having this conversation with him? As we're talking about whether or not he wants me to drive the rental car from the airport. No, Randy. No, I don't.
I mean, I'm surprised that I don't think Randy should be on the road. Like, he's one of those people, if you fail either your written or the driving portion more than a couple times, you should have to retest every year to maintain your license. There has to be proof that you're getting better.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm not sure how much he drives out in Australia. And by the way, the other day I was in a conversation with him and I asked, I kind of knew the answer, but it was, you know, just casual. I'm like, what side of the street do they drive on in Australia? And he just looked back at me with a blank stare. And I'm like, wait a minute, you drive there, don't you? And he's like, yeah, but I don't remember. I'm like, so chances are you could be on the wrong side at any given time. I give you Randy Liu.
I don't know how Selena does it.
She probably just drives, is how she does it.
What's funny is that I actually went an hour away from where I live to take the driving portion of the test because I heard that they pass everybody. So I made my dad go with me an hour away to Newhall, which is past where Magic Mountain is.
Wow.
It's deep, deep
Yeah, that's
in the valley.
That's north.
In the cuts.
Yeah, Valencia area.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Because someone said, because the rumor mill said that they pass everybody, so there's no way I could fail.
I went to the closest DMV the day that I turned 16, nailed it, and then messed up my mom's Mercedes later that evening.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've given me rides before. I've seen you drive. I would sit in your car for a long-distance road trip.
Yeah, these days I'm a bit more tame than I was at 16. And this is before Fast and the Furious. I was fast and quite furious. Meanwhile, a couple of aces for Mateos under the gun open. Ace Jack for Webster. Is he going to get himself in trouble from the button? He expects the big stacks to be looking to increase VPIP and have some wider ranges. Play it as a flat.
Oh, no. Yikes.
Do you know when the dinner break is?
This could be
When the dinner break is.
time to start engraving
Oh, maybe it is.
Patrick Antonius's tombstone in the main. Absolute frostbitten deck. 3 bets to 185,000. Bonomo out of there, back to Mateos. Does he want to play it as a trap and invite Webster in behind him? Or would he prefer to just 4-bet under the assumption that Patrick doesn't have a lot of 3-bet folds off of this stack at this size?
Yeah, both Lim and Antonius have about 30 big blinds. So you see Mateos making that call because it did look like a prime squeeze spot as well for Patrick, given the call in between. And so Mateos going to go the trappy route, feeling like Antonius will have some 3-bet folds.
We've seen aces be very trappy on the day. Vogel's saying, giving us the first taste of that. Some coordination and texture here. Jack 8-7, 2 hearts, neither player with a heart in hand. Could this keep the damages to a minimum for Patrick? Just north of 1 SPR as of the flop.
Yeah, certainly going to be some bad turn cards. Perhaps Antonius now checking, going for a check raise because of the coordination of the board. And a pretty similar thought running through Mateos' mind is that coordination means that he should come out firing now when check 2.
Helps to define Patrick's hand.
Yeah, and you don't want to be giving Patrick any free cards here if Patrick ends up having, you know, a hand that he decided to 3-bet some type of suited connected hand here.
Oh, and he's going to play it as a check jam. Mateos quick to call. And yeah, everybody knows that there is really nothing more you can do than be along for the ride to disaster when it's kings against aces. 2 outs once. Not there.
Yeah, Patrick.
And that's going to do it for Antonius, Maria.
Seat open, table 2.
Rough to be a victim of a cooler as we approach the soft bubble. 30 players remaining now, 23 in the money. It would appear that Nick Petrangelo is still chip leading the field with 3.3 million.
Thank you.
But looking at the chip counts from the feature table, Mateos sits atop with 109 big blinds. A short stack in the hands of Lim with 27 bigs, but Bonomo not too far behind him with 28 bigs.
$27 bigs, the shortest of the stacks. As you see, the two bosses, Mateos and Sturm, holding court here at this
the
feature.
fish of the day?
Absent Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Thank you.
Jan Zarens joining the bunch as tables are continually rebalanced. King Jack suited for Sturm. Opens to 55. Six offsuit defense as the two big stacks getting involved. Gut shot straight draw for Adrian. Backdoor hearts, king high for Sturm.
Sturm opening from late position, but has quite a lot of equity with this particular holding, and would seem like a natural spot to continue. And Mateos can certainly go one of two ways with this type of holding. Can put in the check raise, can just call with the gutter, can just fold against the sizing from Sturm.
Yeah, 105,000. And we've seen some big barrels out of that seat, Maria. Sturm not afraid to play those big pots.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, that's a lot of that recognition you were talking about. Situationally, he knows Adrian doesn't really want to get involved with him for a lot of chips. These two guys are supposed to have this unwritten agreement of sorts to just coast. Hey, you chisel away when it's your turn. I'll chisel away when it's my turn, and let's both make the money.
Yeah, and in a spot where Sturm recognizes that the big blind defend will have a lot of straight potential, when he puts that big bet in, it really freezes those straights, whereas a smaller C bet, you know, would have opened things up for Adrian to perhaps put in the check raise or just pure continues.
Bonomo, Jack 4 suited, has ambitions. Covering the spades of Mateos, one gapper. Joins. Young out. Jack in the window. Advantage Bonomo as he's up against the open ender, which checks over.
Now, when Mateos calls from the small blind, of course, some of his range will contain some of those Jack X's with a better kicker, but also will be some hands like 10-9, 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited, 8-7 suited, perhaps some Queen 10 suited. So a lot of straight possibilities and flush possibilities out there that Bonomo is going to get some protection from in charge.
Jackson 4s now on the turn for Justin after Mateos check called 50K.
There would have been some terms where we would see Bonomo slow down, but not with this type of improvement, and probably going to size up now. Again, the presence of a lot of straight and flush possibilities.
$250 in the middle. And Bonomo, a comfortable second barrel. Mateos all done drawing.
Hello.
Tim Adams filling the void left behind by the departure of Patrick. By the way, Justin ventured into a part of the menu that I had yet to explore. I'm not sure if you overheard him with the service personnel. The fish of the day.
Oh, that's what I had today. It was salmon. I know
That
you.
feels-
I know you don't venture in the healthy part of the
That's
menu.
not
That's why you haven't seen that as an option.
It's just fish of the day, you know. The of the day, I always think that they're going in to the fridge and going, what expires tomorrow? And let's go ahead and get that offloaded. You know what I mean? I watch those Gordon Ramsay kitchen nightmares. You know what I mean? I know how this stuff works.
Right, that's
Well,
why you opt for
I
chicken
don't think you should
fingers
be
all the time, because that's safe. You know, it's frozen.
Exactly.
Maybe I was talking to you.
Not here it ain't.
Oh.
Not here is the freshest.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, if I could order in bulk the chicken fingers from here and have them delivered to my home in Vegas, I would do it. That's how good they are.
They do.
Maybe I'll have a carry-on full of chicken fingers. That would kind of stink up the cabin, wouldn't it?
They do look like they come out perfectly every time. You know, there's not like one wonky chicken finger. Sometimes when you order,
Yeah.
you know, 6-piece, There's one that's a little weird. The breading's a little off. One's slightly
Right.
burnt. But
No,
not
this
here.
is,
It's pure perfection.
If I'm honest, it's a bit more of a tender than a finger. You know, literally they're tender, but then also there's some, you know, there's some girth. It's not, you know, like it's a...
What are we talking about?
We're talking about chicken. Okay, everybody relax. Ace 8-8. The Dutchman defending from the big, facing the 30K barrel out of just king high. Big stack things from the Conquistador.
Jans with some backdoor potential.
Yeah, he's going to peel. And actually, it's going to be a check raise to 100,000. This is the kind of board texture he expects a lot of hands are going to have to surrender to.
Well, especially a lot of the hands that are going to be opening the button off of the big stack. Certainly going to be wide enough to have plenty of bet folds. But the king high going to remain as a call for Adrian.
So he sticks around for the extra 70,000. Perhaps not giving credit to Hans to take this line with an ace, let alone an 8. Improves to a 6. Though it does feel like the 6 is somewhat irrelevant insofar as if king high was good, then 6 is just unnecessary.
Omelette, please. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and for Jans, you know, if he
200?
didn't turn additional equity,
ordered
he would have
peppermint tea and
been
banana, and I just want to make sure
one and
that-
done here.
Yeah.
But with the
Oh, it's right here.
presence of that gut
Thank
shot,
you.
fires, and Adrian maybe hoping that he would get Jans to shut down by calling the check raise, but couldn't withstand the second barrel there.
He sure couldn't. And Jans taking that one down. We flip it back over to Haxton and Petrangelo involved here. Bringing us up to speed. Pre-flop, it was Petrangelo raising from the small to 70. Ike made the call. 7-6 deuce board. Follow through of 45K from Nicky P. Got flatted.
Bet.
And on the turn, it was
Call.
170
Call or raise.
bet and called. And then a check call of 260 on the end from Petrangelo. Ike flop top set and filled up on the end with the board pairing deuce. No show from Petrangelo, Maria, though it does feel like maybe there's some overpairs in there.
Yeah, for sure. And also feels like these two might be destined to tangle some more. Ike, the reason why Petrangelo has such a big stack in the first place.
But he'd like tank for like, he'd like on the turn with like pot reply, he'd like tank for like 4 minutes and like bust out a min raise and then like fall to a shove after putting in half a stack. Like he'd, but like, you know, he was.
Nichols from
he was like
Arderosian
the
and
king of,
Brewer
like, the click backwards and the tiny bets and all that. So
on the button with the goods.
he tanked. You couldn't clock him on it because you knew at any time he was live to, you know, he'd live to put in half a stack with 6 high or whatever. You know?
165.
Wow. No, I mean, he's very good though, bro. He guesses. Who is this, man?
El Malagno.
Third floor,
You know him, bro.
165.
And you know him all 4. Sorry. Yeah, you play with him a million times.
Martirosian playing about 50 big blinds. Might he consider calling, being pretty deep? Brewer with him covered.
His name is Pablo.
Artur is going to dig in here.
It didn't work, bro. What didn't work? I touched you. It didn't get fucking any hand.
Maybe it's a different kind of luck.
And that's the kind of board texture that could keep him interested. A pair and a couple of hearts with the jack, the lone overcard.
Oh, you're so zen. I love it. I mean,
Checks
you're
it
a man of
over to
fucking
Chris,
power,
who you'll remember got the better of him when he had that king-queen after bluffing on the river with the ace.
And when you don't flop a set with a hand like fives, you know, it can be troublesome to get to the river.
You just never know what could happen.
In Monaco?
You really have to be sticky in these spots.
In Monaco, am I more close to meet like the... I was going to say something like very inappropriate for the audience.
We're betting about half pot here with ace high. That's going to shed Martirosian.
Yeah, I'm doing some real sick stuff here. I just get aces.
Oh, Chris overstating the hand slightly.
Well, that's not quite true, is it?
200K barrel, though, and the five's just getting away as we flip back over and find Henrik Hecklund involved, bringing you up to speed. Pre-flop, Ken Tong, open raise to 55, a jam from Hecklund, which Ken has called. On their backs, ace-queen for Hecklund against Tong's tens, and no assistance on a 7-4 deuce board. Ace-queen on the turn, and the same story on the end. Hecklund did pick up the wheel draw, but in the end, these chips are the only thing that's going to get picked up and passed over to Ken Tong.
Holy shit.
You actually got me there.
Closer and closer to the bubble we creep. 27 remaining now. 23 paid.
I actually might have worked. I had a big fucking hand. Blackjack. A good blackjack.
He's 10 off.
No more. Better.
Barbero still hanging on. 11 big blinds. Not the position you want to be in.
Well, let's flip it over to one in progress. Mateos, the party starter, in the hijack, ace-10. Webster, queen jack in the big. Defends. And flops top pair against a gutty. Checking with the flow. Mateos. 35K sprinkle.
And Lim possibly looking to deny some equity to overcards.
$110.
Yeah, you read the spot exactly right. Check raising up to 110,000.
Yeah, now had Mateos just had the lone overcard in the ace without the straight possibility, might have opted for a check fold, for a bet fold, excuse me. But here with that straight possible with the 10 in hand, gonna make the call.
And now it's a double gutty, courtesy of this king, a card that Webster can't love.
Yeah, that's the type of card that you were hoping to not see, or hoping that your opponent wasn't going to continue with that part of their range against a check raise. You know, queen 10 gets there, but Webster blocks that with the queen kicker to the pair of jacks. Does go into bluff catch mode. And might Adrian want to put Lim to the test? No, it looks like he's going to check back.
Board pairing 7 on the end as Mateos looking to realize equity, coming up short. And for Webster, he would expect a King X to have been heard from on the turn, and yet he isn't going to reach for chips. Checking and maybe looking to turn the Queen Jack into a bluff catcher?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit easier given the fact that Mateos didn't fire the turn for Lim to believe that his hand is going to be best here, but probably not strong enough to get value from worse should he bet, and also could open himself up if he chooses a block bet type sizing to get raised. So instead, a little more comfortable with seeing how Mateos is going to respond, and Mateos decides to put Lim all in.
And this is an example as we creep closer to the button of the advantages of a monster stack like Mateos. Wields.
We talk about some of the blocker effects, you know, Lim with the queen in his hand, blocking queen 10, but Mateos having a 10 in his hand as well, and trying to use that to perhaps represent the straights that are possible. You wonder, you know, if Mateos, let's say, had a hand like aces or kings or queens, the type of hands that call a check raise on the flop, would they check the turn? You know, would a hand like ace king check the turn and then jam river? Maybe seems a little bit unlikely given the fact that there are a lot of those straight and flush draws. And how does the river pairing the 7 really interact with Mateos's range? Does he have any 7Xs that he bet calls on the flop? You know, I think most 7Xs would just take that as a check back on the flop. So trips seem unlikely. You know, boats also seem a little unlikely given the fact that 2 pair combos sets would have likely barreled through on the turn. Doesn't make it an easy call by any means for Lim.
I mean, Webster's keenly aware of the context here, that Mateos can afford to just bully right now. But imagine clicking call and hauling in this massive pot. The problem is if you're wrong, it's the difference between fighting on with 370 and being showered.
And it appears that Lim using, I believe, a couple of time banks so far, does still have a few left in front of him. And as you mentioned, Ollie, this is a very meaningful pot in the sense that it could determine whether Lim is able to make it into the money comfortably or whether he's going to have to hang on, but does fold.
Very begrudgingly. I mean, he used multiple time banks there, Maria, which suggests that he really recognized Queen Jack could very well be the best hand as played.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just one of those spots where you really hate being wrong, you know, somewhat close to the money, perhaps feeling like you can be more sure in a different spot and work with your 22 big blinds right now.
Well, it was 22 big blinds. Now, blinds up to 15 and 30,000, and Webster with 370. Down to just... Did you say 22 big blinds?
Yeah.
Oops. I set that whole thing up like it was 22 bigs. Now the blinds went up. No, it's 22 bigs. You're all over it.
No, now it looks, no, you're right. The blinds are going, going up though.
Okay,
the blinds just went up, you know.
Yeah.
And now it went from 22 to 12. You listen.
I doubted myself for a moment there. You're quite convincing. I can only imagine what happens when you're bluffing.
Oh, well, I didn't realize. No, we were on the same page of, we're on different pages of the same book is what I'm trying to say, because I didn't realize that the blinds went up.
Well, it was right there on the screen. You were engrossed in the app when it happened.
I was. You're right.
10-5 suited for Webster. He's going to try to slide in here.
I blame it on the water teenies.
Including outside.
Sí, sí, la vi. Locura, ¿eh?
Look at Adams just punishing.
Con
As things
cojones.
get worse for Webster. Teetering toward that 10 big blind threshold, the one where we expect to start to see the stacks open for all of it. Or jam over the top of opens in front.
Thank you.
28 players left with 23 in the money, and we have 3 stacks that are under the 15 big blind mark. Make that 4 potentially. You know, my app isn't really updating now.
Close it, open it, refresh it. Technology. Internet can be spotty as well when the room is full and everybody is streaming. Bandwidth. Now Jans with the ace-8 suited opens. His first visit to Triton came back in Vietnam, and he announced his presence with a title. Believe it or not, 30K 8 max, almost $1 million. The payday there, and it came right after he finished second in the 15K 8 max. So he really came on strong. Played the 50K turbo bounty, did not cash, and now here he is looking to make the money in the main.
Service. Can I give you the empty now? And I tip you. But thank you.
Kevin Paquet, Tune Mulder, Tom Vogelsang, all absent.
Yeah. And people would notice if Tom Vogelsang was in here.
All right, everybody relax. Okay, I don't want to get into another situation like I did when you had a crush on Sweet Lou Garza.
I did not.
Everyone knows it.
No. I simply admired
His manicure, was it?
his manicure. Oh, shiny nails. It's underrated on men, I think. That clear nail polish.
I don't know. I go with the matte. It's easy to fall into the Sweet Lou tractor beam, by the way, Maria. No shame in it.
And the man is well dressed. Always comes.
He is the drip lord,
Yeah.
as
true.
Will Chaffee christened him this summer. For those that don't know who we're talking about, prolific pot limit Omaha player who did pick up a bracelet this summer at the World Series, and I wouldn't count out him booking a little trip to Monaco and getting involved at the back end of this one where the PLO events lie. So just
Is
saying,
everyone dealing now?
Sweet Lou is out there, or somebody has his number.
we were supposed
Let
to
him
play
know
two
what we
hands.
got coming up.
I
Would
believe
love to
so.
see him here to
That's
try.
what I said. But,
2 energy.
This is third
To
hand.
work.
but,
This time with King
But
Queen.
but we
have
still
we have
have
extra.
an open race. And
Soft hand for hand, perhaps? The situation?
Yeah, potentially. You know, sometimes they want to make sure that all the tables are playing the same number of hands. Some tables
Loosely.
might be slightly shorter than others in terms of number of players seated. And it's not, you know, even where they can balance it between the remaining tables.
Mateos has the medicine for King Queen. Flatting from the small with Ace Queen. Richard likes the price. $884. This is not in the vicinity of any of these holdings, as 2 prompt checks bring the action back to Jans. He'll close it. Deuce 6 on the turn. Doesn't rate to be a concern.
And look at this. Yang is the one who's going to come out firing with a steal. Is it going to work? It worked against Jan's, but Adrian still to act with the best hand. Feels like perhaps there's going to be a lot of straight draw, flush draw combos that are semi-bluffs for Yang. And does Yang have what it takes to fire again into a very tough player?
Yeah, Adrian stuck around on the turn and wasting no time is Yang. Reaching for chips and then barreling towards Adrian. And I think that Richard has a reputation as being a fairly tight player. And that has a lot to do with the speed with which Adrian just put it into the bin. Not to mention the back doors getting there. 5-6 and diamonds, namely.
Yeah, Yang very clearly understanding what his perception and table image might be to his opponents. Taking full advantage there.
Well, on the topic of taking full advantage, free is the price that we're offering you to pick up a whole host of Triton merch. The stuff that commands top dollar at every stop, and the players all pony up to wear that Triton logo. Our last drop in London, unveiling the new TPS logo. Get involved by typing !giveaway in the chat on the stream, or go ahead and scan that QR code. Get yourself kitted out.
What's not to love about something that's free 99?
You know, I'm a little steamed up as our merch director, our designer, Janice, was unable to make the trip here to Monaco, so the store is closed. There is no merch available at this particular stop for purchase, and I intentionally didn't pack a lot so that I could then buy whatever the new drops were here in Monaco, put them in my bag, and now here I am with inadequate Triton merch,
Which
no
is
prospects of new stuff.
Which explains why you showed up wearing this today.
Listen, don't throw shade on the 007 jacket. All right?
Now it all makes sense.
Do you know how many chinchillas gave their lives for this thing? I'm kidding. It's not made of chinchilla. It's gerbil. No, it's not gerbil. Everyone relax. Hamster. Okay, I'm done. Did I miss any furry little animals?
I wish it was made out of porcupine.
I feel compelled to advise during this break that Maria is framing up a shot of the water teeny, needless to say, that's ultimately destined for her socials. Are you going to cop to the fact that it's a water teeny?
Of
or
course.
are you going to make it a stunt teeny?
Ooh, or should I make it a poll? Guys watching right now, please don't vote on this poll because I know you know the answer. But for the rest of the people that might not be watching the stream, should I make a poll and be like,
Real or not?
yeah, kind of like those fake cakes, you know, when you have to cut into it to know, is it a cake?
Are you talking about the cakes that tell you what gender the baby is?
No, not like a gender reveal cake.
Okay, I don't know.
Like it looks like a book, right? But is it a cake or is it a book?
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Sturm and Mateos, they've been doing the baking out there. The lone 2 big stacks at this table as we near the money bubble here in the main. Richard Young, 37 bigs, the first of the latter half of the stacks. And Webster Lim, who was in a prime situation to take a bite out of Mateos and work his way up that leaderboard, ended up folding a winner. 6 with just 11 bigs on the short stack. You'll remember when I played a drinking game with you during the World Series of Poker commentary. Main event, I believe it was, a few years back. Every time certain things happened, you had to drink.
Right, I don't quite remember why you didn't have to do anything in return. I know you
I
don't
don't
drink.
drink.
No, I know you don't drink, but why didn't you have to at least do something that's the equivalent?
When you are the minister of mischief, you are the orchestrator of such things. You do not indulge in the things.
It honestly kind of feels just like hazing, though, Ollie. You're just using
Might have been.
it as a way to make your fellow co-commentators get a little tipsy in the booth while you come out looking like roses.
As an 8th-year sophomore at the University of California at Berkeley and member of the Sigma Alpha Mu fraternity, I do feel compelled to advise you that I was the pledge educator 7 or 8 times over. Because I was sober
educator.
and they could
What a
trust
title.
that however I hazed them, it would be in bounds. Meanwhile, Mateos
But what?
suited one gapper on the button, showing the luxuries of the big stack, and Richard, who bluffed him off of one just moments ago.
And then is it like
Flats with the 4s. Play resuming here on the soft hand for hand.
random number? Every segment though is random, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And look for Mateos to continue to ramp it up. Playing 80 big blinds right now.
Ace, queen, 7. 3 overs to the 4s, which check over. Mateos not going to c-bet. Yet another over. Second check from Young now, and obviously 5 high isn't going to be a winner at Showdown. Yet Mateos checks back again, and now a 4-liner shows up.
Yeah, Mateo showing a lot of respect to Young's pre-flop call from the small blind. You know, giving him credit for having some pretty decent ace-X's here. You know, perhaps some king-queens, some hands that have Showdown and aren't going to fold to a bet. But now on the river with just 5 high, might Mateos want to get to repping?
220.
There's your answer as he fires 220. Over betting, just in case Young had something that would otherwise be sticky against smaller sizing.
Seconds.
60.
Jack 10 offsuit for Greenwood.
Oh.
Takes us upstairs. Suvarna, defendable kit.
Cool.
165 in the middle after his call. Pairless in both camps, save for the 6s on board.
Feels like a pretty good board for the pre-flop aggressor.
Santosh checking over the check back from Jack High, which is still a winner. Second check out of Suvarna.
Varna not really willing to stab on a board that's pretty dry, feeling like Greenwood can have some ace-high checkbacks on the flop and some other hands that just doesn't feel credible at this stage to be repping with that board.
And with that second check confronting him, Greenwood activates and takes it. Things are starting to feel a little bubbly out there, aren't they?
Yeah, it's quiet. Players are slowing down not only with the pace of their play, but also with how aggressive they want to be with their hands pre.
Pocket tens will warrant aggression from Jason Kuhn under the gun.
5,000. Fold. Fold.
75,000. The sizing on the open, and now Brewer looks down at ace-king on the button. He is far and away the lone big stack at this table.
200.
We raised to 200,000. Fold.
3-betting to 200,000, and when you are the big stack, people expect this sort of behavior from a wider range.
Yeah, but the difference in this situation is Kuhn did open from under the gun, and Brewer's 3-betting from the button. So, you know, certainly if this was a cutoff versus button scenario or a hijack versus button scenario, Kuhn would feel like there's going to be way lighter 3-bets. But Brewer probably not going to be too abusive against an under the gun open. However, it doesn't mean that the tens don't feel slightly uncomfortable.
Especially on the bubble.
Play roll in. Call.
Brewer, current overall chip leader, by the way. Not to be overlooked. Kuhn jamming a snap from Chris, and suddenly we play for 2 million. This is an important pot for both players, although Brewer, already holding the chip lead, can absorb the blow if the ace-king fails to improve, which it does not. He makes top 2. Kuhn now in need of a queen or a 10. And there is the 10. As he makes a set, ace or a king would be a problem. Queen for the chop. Not out of the woods just yet. And now, Jason, who I think by and large many people, including himself, look to as someone who has run extraordinarily well in spots, especially in these big events.
You had 2 aces.
Hits that 2
That's a bad
outer.
fold.
Queen would have worked as well, of course. 6 outer, let's call it. Did have the best hand going in.
I didn't feel good about that one.
I didn't either when I saw ace of spades in the door.
The flop came and I was
After
like,
the flop, I felt like I was going to win.
me too.
The backdoor spades.
Yeah, I was thinking of spade on the turn too.
Yeah.
I think I never seen Jason lose a flipping like
This guy is this guy? You're unreal.
I'm joking,
Barbero, right on cue, giving Jason an earful and Kuhn saying this
Finally,
guy's unreal.
a little bit of levity, though. Some tense levels.
Nines for Adrian. As we flip back over to the other feature. Oh, look at Richard. Looking spiffy in the leather, is it?
Or is it animal-friendly pleather?
Don't get your hopes up. It feels Chrome Hearts-ish from here. Just based on that little cuff hardware.
170.
Jans, ace-6 suited, gonna get after the open.
Yeah, finding a spot to put in a light 3-bet against a player who should be and would be opening at a high frequency given this stage of the tournament. But Mateos actually with a real hand, and Jans with 27 bigs.
Mateos' response, a call. 415K as Arends is not being made bashful by our march toward the bubble, and he'll be emboldened by a king 8-3 board with 2 hearts, where he's got the betting lead, position, and the nut flush draw. A check in front of him from Mateos, second pair, effective.
Seems like given the SPR, Jans might want to go for a pretty standard sizing on the C-bet and then make this a 2-street hand quite often. With that equity of having the flush draw. If Mateos calls, we'll set up a nice turn SPR of about 1.
Mateos check calling the 75, adding another 150 in total to the middle, as Arends fails to improve in the needed manner. Ace or a heart. 565 out there. Sub 1 SPR.
Mateos isn't going to have too many traps here. You know, only going to trap top of range pre-flop if he believes that Jans has some 3-bet folds. So does feel like Jans is trying to target this part of Adrian's range. You know, the hands that might not have gone for the 4-bet shove pre because they weren't quite strong enough and they didn't want to take that high variance line. And now Jan's only betting 175, making it look credible in the sense of still trying to pursue value and not going so big as to scare off a potential customer. But nothing scares Mateos.
175K. Bet and called. It's another 350. Works its way into the middle, and that's a nice card for 2 9s.
Yeah, you certainly don't expect that 7 pairing to be a factor whatsoever, and plenty of the missed heart combos, of course. You know, Jans could be 3-betting those.
He had a little bit of a grimace on his face after the quick check back there on the river, giving up and sending the pot to Mateos, suggesting that maybe, just maybe, he thought that the river barrel would work, but he only had 375 back. And that wasn't the kind of card that was going to be worrisome for Mateos. We'll never know, however, as we flip back over to the other feature where Martirosyan is in trouble against chip leader Chris Brewer. King 6 deuce flop. He's got top pair up against the aces. Pre-flop, it was Brewer who opened to 65. Martirosyan with an innocent defense from the big blind. Check calling 40 on the flop. And now awaiting Brewer's sizing on the turn.
Might Brewer have Martirosyan's number today after getting that bluff through and now having aces in a spot where you would expect that the under the gun +1 opener is going to be firing very often on a pretty dry texture with the range advantage. So I don't think that Artur could fold at this juncture.
costly. 210,000 invested by Martirosian. And he is unable to hit the needed king or 10 on the river. Queen doesn't feel like the kind of card that's going to leave Brewer slowing down here. And you see Martirosian sub 1 SPR. Might Brewer ask for all of it?
Feels like a pretty easy spot for Brewer to just go for it all now, setting it up for a SPR of 1 and expecting that Artur is going to have some king X's here. Some of the other hands that he'll continue with, of course, on the turn would be pair and straight draws. Those wouldn't call, but there's enough king X's there where he's hoping to capture full value from top pair hands.
How uncomfortable is this for Martirosian as he asks for a count? He's the covered stack. This is one way to bide time.
Definitely not burning through those precious time banks until you absolutely have to. Still able to give yourself time to think about if you want to call off for your tournament life here. Is this just a spot where Brewer is going for pure aggression because we're close to the money? Or does he actually have it really repping, you know, hands like aces, of course, ace, king, set of kings, king, queen. You know, king, jack could still be a shove here on the river from Brewer, but those are going to be the value combos. And in terms of some of the natural bluffs, perhaps some of those ace 4 suiteds, ace 5 suiteds.
Last time bank for Martirosian, and you start to understand why he asked for a count, as this is such a pivotal spot for him, Maria. Click call, and you're out. Fold and fight on with 655. That's the matter at hand.
And this spot is made tougher because you're up against an incredibly capable player in the hands of Brewer.
And he does make the call. Gets shown the aces. Shows the king 10. And
How many times you have aces? Every hand.
frustrated reaction there from Martirosian, who will not join
GG, bro.
those who make the money.
Bro, imagine if that haircut, you have to get lucky at some point, like and get ace.
On his feet as a massive infusion of chips going to Chris Brewer.
You can always count on Nacho to have a parting comment.
You just can't win one quietly out here, that's for sure.
Ray of light for Nachito. There's some hope.
It's not just the competence of Chris Brewer, but the fact that he stood alone as the big chip leader. You expect behavior like this on the bubble, Maria. And so his range just gets wider. And, you know, top pair is a lot of hand.
The other
Got a
one,
peek
you
there, by
lost
the
him?
way, at that
Which one?
stunning
The
view.
crazy one.
The king 8-8.
I had a feeling
You
it
had
had.
10-9?
Yeah. 9 halts.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Seems like players are now discussing the 10-9 hand where Brewer got Martirosian to fold king, queen.
That hand's up there, so I'm like, well, ace 4 suited seemed like some obvious bluff. I mean,
It's nice that they waited for Artur to step away before letting him know that Brewer got the best of him twice.
Yeah,
Once
no,
without it and once with it.
no salt in the wound needed.
Yeah.
Wild hand. Fuck, they're about
They're
to
playing
show
like
it, maybe.
700.
Vogel saying, trying to get a raise through with queen 10 suited. But Greenwood would pocket 10s, and Vogel saying effective stack of 23 bigs. Makes this a standard shove.
I had one of the hands that Jason Lucas had.
Vogel.
Honest Vogel.
Stepping away from that 70K open.
I always look is the deuce. Come on, give me something different, buddy.
Action over to the outer table.
Looks like Ibinger. Could be pushing chips forward in the form of an all-in. Orpin Kisachikoglu was the raiser pre to 70,000. Ibinger defended from the big ace queen 4. He check called 40K. 5 on the turn. And here he is. Check jamming the 200K bet from Orpin. Board is ace 4, queen 5, 2 hearts, 2 spades. Orpin.
Yeah.
Does make the call. What has Matthias shown? Ace 5 for 2 pair against the ace king of Orpin, and on the river, a 7 of hearts. So Ibinger incredibly fortunate. Having been dominated pre-flop, to work his way into a double against Orpin, who takes a blow to his stack.
With that hand, it takes Ibinger up to 7th in chips overall. At the bottom of the chip count sit Barbero and Webster Lim, 9 and 8 big blinds respectively. Barbero. I was just going to say, you know, another update for the gram, but this time probably a little on the side of bad news for those following along.
Orpin down to 1.1 million after losing that one.
We're in the bubble of the
5 seconds.
125K Invitational, and they just opened the place.
Raised to 90,000.
So beautiful. I had to show it.
26 remaining, 23 paid. Brewer.
Oh.
90 to go. Nobody wants to get involved, understandably. Mateos, by the way, the overall chip leader right now, in front of Brewer, as we flip it back over to his table.
Webster getting pretty short. Still has some fold equity left in his stack and deems ace-6 off not good enough to go with from under the gun +1.
Thank you so much.
6-7 suited, and Bonomo.
Thanks, this is for you. Thank you. Can I get
Opening.
a knife and fork? Can I get this? Okay. Thanks.
Looks like one of those sandflies have taken a liking to Richard's jacket from the looks of it. Those things are annoying when we were out there. Lunch, first day.
Oh, yeah. You know, you tried to dispatch the ones that were surrounding our table. I can't say that you had a really great success rate there, though.
How many KIAs did you have? Just saying.
I mean, I don't think 0 attempts And 0 kills is a bad stat.
I didn't say I had a great batting average, but I killed a few. Meanwhile, Jans killing it on this flop. 10-4-3 top pair. Checks and faces the follow through from a gutty and backdoor clubs.
This type of texture is one where you expect the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet at a pretty high frequency. So it looks like Jan's just going to go ahead and shove here.
Bonomo being asked for another 255,000 of his remaining 1.2, and that is not the hand with which to make the call. Jans has really been one of the guys that have stood out here on this bubble, Maria, as willing to take those higher variance lines and the risks that maybe some others are averse to.
Well, it's about preserving your stack because you expect that the big stacks are going to be leaning, and you don't want to get so short that you don't have any playability, so you do have to try to find spots to force some of the action. And Jan's
They don't have
definitely unafraid so far.
Sometimes the sun just comes in. You're like, oh no. You're like, it's so pretty, but I can't see.
Pretty sick. Kind of surreal, this city.
It's also even like the...
You stayed at the Hotel de Paris for one night?
Yeah, that was awesome.
I took the slippers, I took the garment bag,
You took everything?
Yeah, slippers are nice.
Come on, Jason. Oh, I will call.
Oh boy. Kuhn jamming against Barbero, who wakes up with enough to make the call. He was moaning, by the way, before
Just in case.
he made the call.
Dan, one time, please don't make me suffer.
There's going to be an ace in the window.
Wow, I like that.
An ace in the window.
I folded an ace.
I like that too.
Yeah.
It's all too pain.
Jack,
too red
7.
pain. I didn't see
Safe
what they
for
were.
Nacho.
I take a 10 dealer.
Queen's a fun call.
He had his heart broken with
What?
ace-queen
Come
against
on, guys.
ace-4 in the Invitational.
Never easy.
Never fucking easy. Not like this.
Ace.
Not like fucking
could get
this.
counterfeited
Not like
now.
fucking this, please.
Feels like king of hearts, man.
A king is fine, but not an ace.
All right, bro. You got it. King of hearts.
Of the suit, right?
Not like this. Not like this.
I'll tell you what, the King of Hearts would have rolled off. Barbero still wouldn't have been okay with it.
I could have won.
As he takes his seat.
Yeah, Chris,
The 3-8.
Chris folded an ace. He should have just...
Yeah, I should have just opened chips.
Big.
What can Jason call?
You folded an ace?
Yeah, I had an ace.
What a neat. I mean, you fold
Nacho,
too
by the
much
way,
shove.
does have a
Yeah,
Triton
just- I
title
don't know,
under
I
his
had a weird
belt.
feeling.
6 million
I mean,
in career
you
Triton
100%
earnings
folded
roughly,
the
and
shove,
that title
that's
came
I would have folded to your
at
shove,
his
yes.
second ever festival. He did just play one event out in Madrid. Won 600,000 in the 15K 8-handed in Vietnam. Front end of that festival. Tens emerging once more. This time in the hands of Webster Lim. As Leon Sturm will spin the wheel for him with Queen 3. Ace, 9, deuce, all clubs though, and that little dangler is now such a threat to the 2 10s. 440 in the middle, and the flush is faded, but more outs, which leave Webster nervously grinning here. A lot to fade. And he's able to hold. Much like the 10s of Barbero. Key moment there for Lim.
Yeah, and some of these shorties doubling up means that it will prolong the bubble a bit more, which is something that the big stacks don't mind because this is a great stage of the tournament for them to chip up. You know, as long as the money bubble is in play, players, again, will have to play tighter, be more conservative, which really allows these big stacks to abuse that type of behavior.
That it does. Nobody under 10 big blinds right now. Webster was the one man left at 8 bigs. Ace-3 suited in the hijack for Richard. 60K the open. His son, Wai-Kin Young. Haven't seen him here in Monaco. Unclear whether or not he's going to make the trip.
I'm sorry.
Jack deuce for
Okay.
Tim Adams.
You win.
Not going to make the trip either.
No.
Richard truly loves to be out here competing in it. In the instances in which he busts, you get the sense that the disappointment centers not at all around might have made the money or could have made more money or titles or not. Just, I don't get to play anymore.
Thanks.
Loves being out there.
It's a nice situation to be in where the thrill of the competition is almost enough. It's almost worth the buy-in.
60. Raise to 60,000. Oh. 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 Oh.
Raise and take it for Mateos with the little suited connector. Ace-4 off. Not as attractive as the ace-3 suited before it from the hijack, and ace-jack for Jans now.
5 seconds. 60. Raise to 60,000. Oh. Oh.
Raises to 60K. That's been the adopted size by the field here. Just the min, all it takes when tensions are high on the precipice of the bubble. Stack's a bit twitchy.
Hate having those twitchy stacks.
8-9 suited. Mateos, same sort of kit that he opened with. Now in the form of a defense, which turns into a pair and a gutter up against the ace high.
Jans can't be loving that flop too much. Does have some back doors. But again, this is not necessarily a spot so close to the money where you want to be risking more chips unnecessarily.
Hence the check back. Although remember, Arens took a very aggressive line against Mateos last time he was in position against him, barreling flop and turn with the ace-6.
Yeah, that was a little bit different in the sense where he 3-bet pre, he was a little bit deeper stacked, he had a little bit more maneuverability.
5 seconds. Bet 100,000.
100K barrel now, the product of the check back from Jans as the 6 pairs, and Mateos activates. Ace-Jack concedes. One would call that appropriate, I guess, as you're likely to face the big bomb on the river from Mateos with high frequency, regardless of what he's got, able to apply pressure, as many have experienced on the afternoon.
The clock is stopped. Why is that?
I would imagine that's because one table was removed ahead of ours, so that TV one, as they've not said to stop, I imagine it should be there.
Sounds like we're going to have a pause in the action forthcoming. Soft hand for hand disparities getting to a point where some tables need to catch up. Bonomo doing button things. And look at the suited combo of 9 deuce. Retaining Richard. I would say this is a flop that's going to favor Bonomo. Top pair and the spade draw. Richard does have a gutty.
Yeah, Richard might be interested in continuing with that gutter. Disciplined fold without a spade.
Nice to see him able to get away from that one. It wouldn't have been a good spot to find himself in, absent an 8. Member of our tournament staff, Sunny. Coming over to put the brakes on the action here at this feature. So with the pause button pressed, we take a look at the chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Mateos knocking on the door of 3 million, current overall chip leader. Nick Petrangelo, second overall. Elsewhere in the field, Jan Zarens and Webster Lynn neck and neck down at the bottom of the counts here at this table. So with a couple of minutes then, Maria, we've been talking about the food here in Monte-Carlo, but specifically here inside Sporting Monte-Carlo. You've explored the menu on a few occasions, so perhaps a game of trivia.
Oh.
Now I know that our orders are comped as members of the staff. We're here working. Thank you, by the way, to the bosses for that. But I'm wondering whether or not you bothered to pay attention to some of the pricing on the menu. I'll start easy. The beloved chicken tenders. How much are those?
Well, you know, I saw you order them today. Didn't come with a side dish.
Well, before you say that, you ordered them today as I texted you on my way to work and said, get one in for me.
Hold on. I asked them for it, and they forgot it not once but twice because you also asked the same person for it. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to go with the Monaco pricing of 19 euro.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. 15 euros.
Oh, cheaper than I thought.
A lot cheaper.
That almost feels like a discount just because I assumed it was more expensive.
Honestly, it really does. Now, the fish du jour, which is what you ordered today.
I mean, that's got to be way up there, right? We're going to go 39 euro.
26 euros.
What is
Maria?
You know, this might be the place for everybody in Monaco to eat.
I don't know whether
this is
or
quite
not
reasonable.
This menu is available to non-Triton participants, but it does feel like the best bargain in town is being driven by our kitchens here. Now, I don't know if you ventured out into the Asian part of the menu, but there is a delightful pad thai with prawn. Now, when they call it prawn, not shrimp, you automatically sort of increase and pad the pricing.
Right. And, you know, maybe some of those Thai spices a little bit harder to get here. You know, let's go. I've been
We're a
off.
good way from Bangkok.
Okay, I've been off, but I'm going to go 23 euro.
19 euros.
Okay, but see,
You're
I've been
always over.
I'm overshooting it, but like that's
You'd
a
be
good
terrible
thing.
at Price is Right, it seems.
I know, but it's still a good thing in the sense of, you know, we're actually getting a deal. We're getting a little bit more bang for our buck than we thought.
Well, either we're getting a deal or we're getting answers from somebody who's horrible at food trivia. Unclear which of the two. Could be a little of both.
But now I am officially hungry, as I'm sure a lot of these players are, as they will be heading off to dinner break shortly.
Where? I don't know. But I don't think so.
Picking up blinds and annies with the King 10 suited.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah. It's 30. Yeah, it's super easy. Many flights a day. But.
You know, once upon a time, Maria, when somebody was in their early 20s in the poker room, they were early in their poker career. But given that many of these players started playing even earlier than laws would permit in their native territories online, let alone 18 and up in a lot of places, to grab a mouse and get involved, you could be 6, 7 years into a poker career at 21 to 23.
Yeah, nothing like that stat to make me feel old and washed up, Lolly. Thank you.
And nothing like 2 kings to make you feel young and proud and strong and nutted in the big blind.
Thriving.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just have to read
285.
this.
We raised to 285,000.
Someone mentioned that the chicken tenders are more expensive at a Raiders game than they are here in Monaco at the beautiful sporting casino.
And I guarantee
they're worse.
Though I haven't had them.
Way
Whatever
worse.
they're serving you at the Raiders game is dust compared to what we're eating over here.
5 seconds.
A6 suited, looking pretty dusty against a 3-bet. It's going to fold out.
Unable to take the heat, Mateos gets out of the kitchen. Though it's not a place that he's afraid to venture into, especially with that big dominant stack that he's got. How's your French, Maria?
Je parle français un petit peu.
Well, that suggests that you had some time in high school
I did.
learning the language.
I didn't. Don't ask me to say anything else. I've exhausted all
Oh my
the
God, that's all you know how to
possibilities.
say?
No, I know words. I don't know if I can form sentences that are coherent. But if somebody was pointing to an object, I could probably name a lot of them. Perhaps even, you know, use the right
Raised to 60,000.
male or female.
I think we'd be forgiven, but I've turned to Google Translate for how to say the chicken fingers are excellent, and I've stumbled upon...
Poulet?
Yes,
Oh,
poulet.
see?
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Les doigts de poulet sont excellents. I might be butchering that, by the way.
That feels very useful for you, though,
The
considering
chicken fingers are excellent, yeah.
how often you're ordering them.
Tell that to the valet at Hotel de Paris. As he looks at me like a weirdo. Ace 10-9. The product of defense from Webster 7-8 does morph into an open-ender.
35.
Jack would be a stone disaster for Webster, provided that he finds his way to the turn, which for 35K one would imagine he will. Another 70 into the middle.
Will you
Very
find any break
10
for
on the turn. Webster checking again. And it does feel a bit like Webster's weighted toward the ace-x 10x, and now he's weighted toward the exit as the jack rolls off after a check back from Mateos.
gross.
How will Webster escape? You simply won't.
Perhaps wondering, with Mateos checking back on the turn, if he just needs to go ahead and bet now.
5 seconds.
140.
Oh my. The beginnings of the end as Webster declares 140.
And
Soon to be asked for the rest.
right, and with the sizing leaving, just over half of his stack back. Looks a little bit like trip 10s here. I don't even know for sure if sometimes a weak ace is going to go for value in this spot, but of course Mateos happy to ask for the rest.
And Webster knows that this is just not light.
Yeah, if we talk about how much more it is, how much Lim has behind, it's not really a spot where Mateos is trying to lean on a bet fold from Lim.
Absolutely right about that. Had Webster come with something cute, maybe Mateos is leaning, and he does
Still unfortunate.
click call and get shown the disastrous news. And that'll be it for Malaysia's Webster Lim, Maria, who's not going to add to his career Triton totals here today, which number at roughly 5 million. No third title bid for Lim as we flip back over and find one between Santosh Suvarna and Jason Kuhn at the other featured table. This one began with a button open to 70,000, and then Jason checked raising with just king high on the flop, where Santosh bet the fours, 50,000. Kuhn took us up to 160. Suvarna made the call. It goes check, check after a third club rolls off on the turn. And now the ace of clubs on the river, that which presents itself in what is a $500,000 chip pot. And Kuhn always played his hand as a bluff. Now, it would seem he barreled.
Yeah, looks like.
Or was he just moving stacks around?
Yeah, and I don't see any chips immediately in front of him.
View obscured a bit by Santosh's left arm. No, it's a check. Suvarna could check and get to showdown, but he may also feel like that isn't going to be enough to win him the pot.
Yeah, with this run out, pair fours seem to be pretty weak, all things considered. And he does look to turn it into a bluff.
225. Jason says if it was a bluff, you probably beat me anyways, and he's dead right. Well, there is a look at the gorgeous backdrop, which is going to empty out in terms of main event participants as the group heads to their dinner break. 1 hour long in real time, but through the magic of editing, we're going to be cutting that break down to just 10 minutes. Our live streaming delay having enough buffer to allow us to do that and keep you guys engaged here as we work our way down to the final 9. But the first order of business, of course, is bursting the money bubble. A look there at the stacks. Brewer up at the top there as we welcome you back to the desk here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad, Maria Ho. And Maria, let's talk a little bit, if you will, about these payouts. Something that I haven't paid too much attention to thus far as we've yet to burst the money bubble, but that bubble's going to burst. And on the backside of the membrane, we find $198,000. That's more than a buy-in as we would expect. You don't just break even. A flat 198 from 23rd all the way up to 21st. But when you look up top and you see even more available to our eventual champion than Dan Smith was able to earn in a 200K invitational, you start to recognize why one might want to sit back, coast, get into the money before taking their chances.
Yeah, we talked about this at the start of the day, how this prize pool actually generated a larger amount than the 200K, even though, of course, the 200K was a bigger buy-in, but just so many runners here in the main event. And so now they find themselves in the thick of it. 25 players remaining as they go on dinner, with the 23 players getting in the money. And so really want to lock it up right now and just hope to get to the next stage of the tournament because, you know, bursting the bubble, of course, the immediate ask and want for most of these players.
Sub 10 big blind stacks as we head to the dinner break belong to Steven Chidwick and Jans Arens. And as mentioned, up at the top, Adrian Mateos, the conquistador, is situated with 3.3 million in front of him. So then, you and I are going to head to dinner. Cheers, my dear. We're going to leave you all in the hands of Randy Liu and Henry Kilbane. When we come back, it'll be the backside of day 2 of the 125K main event. Keep it close, and we'll see you soon.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Pair of 9s for Watson, the product of calling the 40, pot up to 280,000.
I think with all of these middling cards, Haxton feels like Watson might have enough to call a shove with just 185K in Watson's stack with 280K in the pot.
Maybe that's why Sasha thinks
We'll
we're
have
big
a lot
baby.
of pair and
Just drinking
straight
a cup of hot
draws.
milk at the poker table.
We'll have some top pairs in the form of some suited Jack X's,
I don't
and
think I've ever had one of
Watson
those.
not going to fold, just putting Haxton on perhaps a hand like Ace King or Ace Queen some of the time.
And even when he is beat, he understands there's a good chance that he's got good equity with the 8-9. Just 21% to be exact in this spot, though, and he is covered, so going to have to connect with improvements on the end to keep his hopes alive here in the main, and instead it's the deuce of diamonds. So yet another victim of day 2 in the main. This time, Canada's Mike Watson. Mortals to be out there playing $125,000 buy-in main event. For these guys, it's just a day at the office, everyday business, something that they have grown so accustomed to. You know, once upon a time, the idea of a $10,000 main event was stratospheric. And of course, as time has gone on, between inflation and an appetite for bigger and bigger stakes, we find things as big as that legendary £1 million Triton event that we held in London back in 2019.
Lynn still short after getting the shove through with queens. Now finds himself with Queen Jack suited. Very playable hand, but not one that he feels comfortable shoving over and open with.
Orpin Kisachikoglu flatting for 30,000.
Prime spot, I think, for Holtz to just jam the remainder of his 12 big blind stack with ace queen. Some dead money in there. Eibinger opening from the hijack. Fedor certainly going to be ahead of a lot of that opening range, and
does exactly as you suspected he would, Maria. The jam to 160,000, and Orpin is the customer. Taking the best of it, but not by a whole lot. So it is Fedor's turn to hang on. And it's not looking good on a Jack 8-3 board, as he falls to 26%. And now with the set of sevens on the turn, it is official. We have lost the great Fedor Holtz, courtesy of Orpin Kisachikoglu's sevens, as he hauls in Fedor's 12 blinds. Mosbach and Smith, whether it was a call, it wasn't a call. And you mentioned that you actually discussed the hand a bit with a few players after our broadcast was done.
yeah, somebody said that they ran it and it's a fold. But
Smith said that he thought it was a call. Mosbach said he wasn't
sure. So I think the jury is still out, perhaps. But it also just goes to show you, you know, even some of the most studied players in the world, you know, you're not going to be able to study every spot that could potentially come up, especially with how dynamic the variables are of stack sizes, you know, and relative stack sizes.
Absolutely right about that.
Hula 10-5 suited, opening from the button into a couple of tough customers.
One of whom is already flatted, that being Haxton with fours. He is second biggest stack, just behind Petrangelo. Antonius dust, but it's suited. So he'll come along at that price. And two pair of the hard way for Haxton here. Nothing happening elsewhere. How to Play Quads by Ike Haxton.
Starting with a check multi-way is probably good.
Full run out already on the board here, as Kuhn trying to get a look over at Vogelsang. Look at him pulling the hood forward over the left edge of his face, just not even looking to allow Jason to get a glimpse at him. This one came down an open from Vogel, a flat from Jason, 7-7-5, 2 clubs, a bet call of 40K, bet call of 135K on the turn after a deuce rolled off. Here we are on the river, a king, the 5th and final card on the board, and a 280K barrel, which gets called by Jason. Vogel shows him king 5. So he had 7s and 5s, hits the king on the river, and no show from Jason. That is a healthy exchange of chips.
How do you have that hand?
I heard Jason say, how do you have that hand? Those are the ones that hurt, where at Showdown nothing lines up with the line that was taken. Certainly seems to be the vibe that Jason had, as we see Hula, a better. After a round of checks on the flop, Ike gets Ihor to bite. There's the recap of the action at this point.
Yeah, and a couple of draws from the flop, of course.
Well, very warm welcome back to the $125,000 main event here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. Randy Liu and myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Arlene Najad and Maria Hohen. Randy, we're getting down to arguably our favorite stage of any tournament, not only the money bubble, but the final 2 table bubble, and obviously the plan tonight, my man.
Yeah, it's business time.
It is business time. You know what it's all about. We're playing down to the final table and looking through the Triton Poker Plus app, man. I mean, I feel like it's got to the stage now where every time we look at the app, it's a stacked lineup. It's a stacked lineup again, Randy.
Confirmed,
for a main
right?
event. I mean, pick your poison.
Well, if you look at the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see Adrian Mateos at the top of the chip counts. This man who knows how to take down tournaments. Nick Petrangelo, the year Brewer, once again at the top, currently in 3rd. Just a lot of stone cold killers in the group, and how many players do we have right now?
We've got 25 left.
25, and top, how many pay?
We are going to be paying only a handful of players, Randy. 23 players.
So just right on the bubble.
We're there. There's 2 people left in the field that are going to be going home. You know, look, not heartbroken, but it's going to be a painful next couple of orbits or so. That's me being hopeful. It could take a long time. The 200K lightning pace all the way down to the final table. This one perhaps going to be different.
It could easily be different. You know, obviously there were a lot of pros who were waiting on the sidelines trying to get into the 200K. Did not, but they're playing this main event. So ratio-wise, there's probably lots of pros, so it could be kind of hanging in there.
Let's throw it down to the main stage. We have a stacked field here. 25 left with 23 paid in the 125,000 main event in Monte-Carlo Triton Super High Roller Series main. Once more, finale of the year 2023. That's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, and well, how about that for a red and blue feature table? Nicky P out in front with 75 bigs, currently 2nd overall. As our attention is actually taken to the blue feature table, where Ibinger finds himself top of the chip counts. With a few stacks, by the way. Randy looking, Spencer 25 bigs, Tong 26 bigs, Maui 24 bigs, Orpin on 24 bigs. In that rejam territory, if you will.
Yeah, just right above that. But yes, we're at the rejam territory, but we're 2 off the money, so they're not going to be too reckless. Here's Ren Lin making his Triton debut.
Let's go, Ren. Anyone making a Triton debut always has the support of the commentary booth. It's not easy to come in here and not buckle to the pressure of being one of the biggest stages in the world, the toughest players in the world, as Ren does open. Blinds 20K, 40K, 2.5x. Standard so far, Randy?
Standard so far. This is the first time I've seen Renlin play, but I think he's kind of got that reputation for a little bit of action.
Yeah?
And some...
PLO specialist or enthusiast,
Oh,
perhaps?
is he a PLO?
I'm
Oh,
asking
you're
the
guessing.
question.
No, I
mean.
believe... I mean, I've only kind of read some hand histories outside, but, like, he's a little bit of an action player, a bit of a talker.
How much? 1,000,000.
Here's Ken Tong, also.
First-timer.
Yeah, first-timer.
Hong Kong flag, perhaps inspired by the likes of Elton Sang and Danny Tang. Feels like one of those hands that could get involved. This is button v big blind, king 10.
Yeah.
Going to be good a lot of the time against the perceived wide open.
Wow, that is a big laydown. Okay, that's making a statement right there that he is just going to try to hang in there.
Now, Randy, we always kind of come in a little bit blind, unaware of the dynamics at the table. Is that just being tight, in your opinion, due to the fact that we are too off the money, or is that perhaps Renlin's image, that he's the tight one, 2.5x open, king 10, no good?
Look, this is probably the biggest bind that Tong's ever played.
Let me take your
Well,
attention
hold
quickly.
on. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
What's going on over here? Looks like...
See Barbaro.
It is. It's Nacho against Jason Kuhn. Kuhn with the king 10, Barbaro with the ace 9. This is blind v blind. Jason just jammed. Understandably so. And Barbaro's going to hold with the ace 9. Jack 9 deuce. 7-4 run out. A big sweat on the turn. Double gut shot as well as the pair outs being live.
That's how I win every all-in. Like you do every single time, I'm all in with 55% equity.
Jason with a bit of a needle, perhaps. I mean, both of them have had incredible years. Are you that guy, Randy? When someone is running well and like you're all in against them, even though you have the best hand, you start, you know, kind of...
You start fearing.
Yeah, you're like
just not going to win no matter what.
You just like start complaining that, oh, you're going to convert this 44% equity again, aren't you?
Well, I do want to point out that Nacho called off 18 big blinds there. Big blind versus small blind, 2 off the money. You can see there's kind of a bit of a different style, whereas Ken Tong, not the same situation, but just, you know, open folding to king 10 in a spot, just trying to stay out of the way. So you know that Nacho's always kind of gunning for that top.
Playing to win.
Exactly.
Which is a lot of big blinds, given that Chidwick's on 11, Jans is on 8, Bruno Volkmann on 13. That's a big risk.
Ooh, a couple sixes.
This is an under the gun open though, Randy.
Normally a reshove type hand off of the stack size, but yes, if you look at the under gun position, now you just change this into a set mining hand.
Ibinger rocking that famous poker code hoodie.
Poker code's been doing well to stop.
They've been doing all right. Shout out Fedor and Mosbach, who final tabled that 200K. Ibinger currently 5th in chips overall. Going to continue on the 10-3-3-1 spade. Perceived range advantage in the form of big overpairs, of course. And also worth noting, Randy, at this stack depth, perhaps less likely for Spencer to have 3x, given that we are 2 off the money, perhaps defending a few pips tighter.
I think the only 3x he's really playing is ace 3 suited and pocket 3s. And that is the dream.
Hello, 6 of clubs on the turn. Second nuts for Spencer. Do apologize, third. You guys, everyone knew what I meant, okay? Randy knew what I meant. The thousands of you around the world knew what I meant.
I did not.
Second nut full house is what I wanted to say. I apologize.
We got you. No need to apologize.
Okay. All right, cool. We're back.
Check through. Ooh.
Well, unfortunately for Spencer, Ibinger with just queen high would have loved Ibinger to have a big club on this run out. Sizing wise, Randy, once it goes check on the turn, 4 clubs on board.
I like the check, actually. You got the short
sneaky.
stack, 2 off the money. This big stack is likely going to kind of fire on these 4 flushes, expecting you to never hero call. Given how important his chips are at the moment, Lewis Spencer, that is.
Spencer really extending the rope to Ibinger. Let's see if he nibbles here with just queen high, no showdown.
Ibinger just needs to ask, is Lewis Spencer going to call 10x that isn't a club? If he thinks there's the 10x's will still call bet, then he's just going to want to shut this one down. Hard to say. Of course, it depends on the bet size he wants to go for.
I'm a big fan of the sneakiness behind this check here. Spencer just correctly deducing that had he called on the flop with a 10, no club, would be incredibly tough for him to call should Ibinger put him in a tough spot. But the discipline of the Poker Code co-founder, just content in checking back with queen high, Randy.
Yeah,
not taking
Sure
the
you don't
bait.
want to bet? Just build the board again if you want.
Take a different river.
I had I used the time bank. I used the time bank.
It was, yeah.
So 3 times.
Ibinger
so
trying his best
just
to be
one
honest and
take
saying, hey,
take my time
I'll
bank.
use the time bank. Dealer apparently uninterested. Well, how about that hand? The queen 9 of spades against the 6s. Plug it into the #1 app for poker players, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need to tell you any more than I already have, but I'm going to. GTO Wizard, get involved in our membership giveaway. You can scan the QR code, can click the link in the chat. You can analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, solve any spot in the game with GTO Wizard AI, the exclusive membership giveaway to stand a chance to win premium subscriptions and merchandise. And if I haven't mentioned it already, don't forget,
Yeah.
Espen Jorstad, who took down the 40k mystery bounty in London, beating Chidwick and Ivy after an epic, never-ending, 3-handed battle, has taken hands from that final table, used the GTO Wizard
How do I get this out?
options to plug the hands and produce content over on the GTO Wizard Instagram account. Check it out. Ren Lin,
Don't look at me.
3 deuce of diamonds. Why do I feel like this man's interested, Randy?
Hello, lucky cat.
To me?
I feel like I'm at a Chinese restaurant, you know, where they got the cat. All the cats just going up and down with their hand.
Yeah. Someone say Korean barbecue.
I said Chinese restaurant. You said Korean barbecue. Do
Yeah,
you
they
not-
have them in Korean barbecue shops as
Okay,
well,
they
man.
do. I did not know. Sorry.
It's all right. I'll take you to Korean barbecue next time we're in Asia.
Better have some lucky cats.
If they don't, I'll bring my own. Out to Ken Tong. Big old nothing on the button. Is that going to stop him from getting involved, perhaps? Power position.
Straight in the muck.
Spencer with one of those interesting spots, Randy. Just 2 off the money.
He's got a pretty solid stack. It's interesting because there is merit to limp re-raising this because Ibinger will raise a lot of their hands. Let's see.
140.
It's going to come with the 3.5x.
It should appear strong to Ibinger when his opponent raises into him off of this stack. So does just let him have it.
Lewis
Like that play.
Spencer, young pro from UK, joined us for the first time in London. Played 2 events there, Randy. The 30k Turbo did not cash, but final tabled the 60k
I didn't know. I didn't want to ask.
for his maiden cash, 8th for 213,000 in that, and very quickly becoming one of the recognizable players out of the UK, the newer generation, just has that air of confidence about him, even here in a main event with 125K
you can't
buy-in.
use the red ones and then get a normal clock back. That'd be overpowered.
Oh, we're using those special red time banks, aren't we?
We are. Please do explain, Randy.
Why don't you explain? Because I
No, go on,
forgot, I
Randy.
forgot the exact numbers.
Why do you think I'm throwing it your way? No, the 20Ks. The red time extension chips are for pre-flop, and they're worth 20 seconds apiece. And if someone has raised and there's action before it's on you, then you get to use the normal time banks. But that is if it's unopened. So for example, now it's unopened. So Orpin would have to use a time extension chip here if he wasted one.
Because a lot of people right now have incentive to stall, technically.
Yeah. And I apologize, it's 10 seconds, not 20 seconds.
Yeah. They get 10. I think they get a shortened time right now while the red time banks are out. Then when those red time banks are no longer in play, then they get the default 20.
Yeah, and everyone, it's interesting, you know, we're always trying to optimize, we're always taking feedback. It does feel like with this red time extension, everyone is using the full 10 seconds before folding.
Correct. But I think if you gave them more time, they would have used the full 20 and full 30. I have heard from this floor,
the powers that be,
that they do get more hands dealt in with the use of this time bank system.
I believe it. I mean, Triton always coming up with ways to just make the overall player experience that much better than everywhere else.
I said, after this hand, what? And she said, we're dealing one hand and stopping, I guess.
Here's our other featured table.
I think somebody is catching up.
Haxton, Petrangelo, Chidwick, Forrest, Ponikops, Volkman, Zhao.
I assume so. I mean, we haven't seen any flops.
Joe.
One table is like 3 hands behind the first table.
Joe?
Joe.
Joe.
Yes,
like my brother Joe.
No, like a cup.
Joseph.
No, like a cup of Joe.
Like a cup of Joe.
Do you know what that is?
Cup of tea.
Coffee. Joe's coffee. I'm most certain.
You were talking about Ruby Lee.
Who?
Ruby Lee. Cup of tea.
I know Sarah Lee.
Cup of tea,
and that
Ruby Lee.
is
I don't know, we're speaking different languages over
yeah,
here,
okay.
Randy, but
Back
Chidwick's
to his
got
hand.
jacks.
Ace 10 jacks. Chidwick is super short. Into small. Clearly he's going to rejam. And it just feels like Divorce will be priced in, especially against this opponent who's not going to pass close spots. His kicker is just right on the cusp. He might muck like ace-9, but ace-10 just barely.
Well, he's got 28% equity, Randy. 28% of the time, Chidwick is going home empty-handed.
Yeah, but he's a big favorite to be in contention.
He is indeed, but...
Just gotta hold.
He's got to hold, but he has to fade the anti-sweat of everyone else. It's not looking good on the ace-9-3 board. Top pair for Dvoris. Chidwick drawing to 2 outs once to stay alive in this main event. Doesn't find the jack that was needed, Randy, and with that, GG's expressed by Dvoris and Nicky P.
That's brutal.
Chidwick going home on the soft bubble, which means we're down to the final 24.
Did you see, like, also Nicky P and Divorce kind of giving a little pat? Like, they realize how just unlucky it was in that spot. You know, if it's a smaller tournament, they're not patting him there. They're just like, okay, it is what it is. But it's a main. Huge bubble.
198K bubble, almost.
This is interesting.
I'm gonna be drawn into the
Because remember, Ken Tong is the player for the King 10 offsuit in the big. And notice that Ibinger just flats ace queen against a stack he could put pressure on. But Renlin's got ace king.
Usage, or they're gonna reward you for some will love it, some will hate it.
What a spot for Ken Tong. One ace down too, as you can see.
Yeah, Ibinger just flatting on the button. Ren
Stone
gonna
cold
run
bubble.
it against Ken Tong. I mean, this is as cold as it gets. $198,000 bubble.
It's scary on the bubble, but you got pocket kings. What can you do?
I'm all in.
There we go. Ibinger saved himself. Had he 3-bet, would have lost a little bit more chips.
It's one of those ones where you're just like, okay, I guess I fold ace queen as we're gonna run it.
Ace king.
And as Randy mentioned, one of the aces dead, so Ken Tong actually in better shape than the 69% equity currently shown on your screens. If Ren cannot convert, it's going to be down to just 8 big blinds on the stone bubble of the Triton Super High Roller Series main event here in Monte-Carlo. Sick setup on this bubble. Everyone rooting for the ace king, that's for sure. As it comes 7-6-3, couple of hearts, Randy. Running hearts would be a dirty way to do it. Two
Here's the
aces, the immediate outs. Queen of clubs removing that runner flush opportunity for Lin. Barry needed to send Ken Tong home. Doesn't come. Gonna double up on the stone bubble to over 2 million chips. And Ren Lin, the Triton first timer, down to just 8 big blinds now.
Shortest stack of the tournament belongs to Ren Lin.
It's queen.
Queens? Really?
What's happening out here?
What is happening out here?
See Leon Sturm with chips in front of him.
Leon Sturm, one of the toughest guys to play against.
Not sure who he's involved with.
Raised Mateos's bet of 240,000 on the river to 880, putting in half of his stack, and Mateos has come back over the top for all of it on the Queen 7 Deuce Rainbow 3-7 board.
Gosh, sounds like Leon Sturm trying to represent a 7. He got re-jammed on. Maybe he actually has a 7 in the Stone Cold Bubble spot.
He opened from early position. Adrian Mateos flatted out of the small blind. Richard Young defended the big. Checked through and pitches it. And Mateos is up to 4.6 million.
6 months from now.
Now, Mateos probed the 3 of hearts turn for 140,000, which was half pot. Only Sturm called. It then came 7 of hearts on the river. Mateos bet 240,000, which was less than half pot. Sturm raised it up to 880,000, and it was then that Mateos came over the top for all of it. I feel like there's some leveling going on in that hand, Randy. I don't know about you, mate.
I'm just saying, that is the one hand I would wish there was hold card cams on.
Wow. What an epic hand.
One table that's playing the same hand at the same time, or two tables?
2 tables.
2 tables.
Vivaldi. Our main man. The main man. Coming over.
So right now one table is
explaining how hand for hand works.
Which table, sorry?
This one right here.
Yeah.
And this one.
But the other.
Just freeze the action so you can be on the same hand.
Okay, so only there.
You'd think, Randy,
Okay, so 2 tables.
after all of these Triton Super High Roller Series that these players come to, that they'd know the rules by now.
Yes.
Yeah, but you always want to make
You
sure.
gotta play devil's advocate here.
You know, sometimes I ask questions I know the answers to. I'm not gonna lie.
That's true. I've caught you doing that. Like Diego Maradona. You know.
Let's not go. Let's not go there. You're just embarrassing me now.
It's quite random.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't check my card yet. I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it.
Someone sent me a video on WeChat. That's all.
Any idea what is on Ken Tong's neck on that kind of leather-looking?
Yeah, I
chain?
believe it's a Kodak camera.
It's not a. It's the smallest Kodak camera I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, don't ask.
Is it a,
don't ask
a
me
mini size?
if you're not going to trust my answer. I mean, I'm telling you, it's a Kodak camera.
No, it's not a
It's
Kodak.
a Polaroid Kodak camera.
It's not possible. Have you ever seen one?
Yeah, those mini ones.
Is that the one where you
disposable cameras.
shake it like a Polaroid picture?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The ones that you see everyone wearing at Disneyland. Why don't you believe
But
me?
why is it the size of like an AirPods case?
One of those mini ones, like I just said, for the 5th time.
Okay. Moving on. Back to poker. I think we're better at that. Stone Cold Bubble. Table chip leader. I'm surprised. I'm not.
Ibinger. Gonna bump things up to 80k. The Queen 7-0, that is really out there, but just aware of the situation we find ourselves in.
The thing is, everyone knows what you're doing, but they're not going to do anything about it.
There's
because
nothing they can do without
They're just like, yeah, go ahead and take my chips. It's all right.
without the goods. So we are 24 left, and we are going to rebalance the tables. We're just waiting for the outer tables to catch up so that it's fair, Randy. Now that's what Luca came over and explained to the players, that there are a couple of tables over there that are currently behind. That's the
counting hands.
The wonders of
they
the Triton
changed the
Poker Plus
rules.
app
They've seen
and all the
that
staff
you,
here that are
like,
keeping
good
track
enough
of
to time
exactly
banks,
how
and
many
then,
hands are being played
two more hands,
at each
big
table
blind
to
and
keep it
small
as
blind
fair as
with
possible. So as soon as those hands have been played out,
Yeah, obviously fine.
we'll have a rebalancing.
Because they don't
3
have this
tables of
rule
8,
before.
Stone Bubble, the
You
125k
could, like, time bank
main
into
event.
I believe that the floor came over and said it before you started to tank, but I didn't properly hear it, so I wasn't sure. But it was something like you catch up, so I think it was already said before.
No, I think it makes sense.
So that's what we're waiting on. Any updates today, Randy? What'd you get up to, mate?
Nothing. Nothing.
Just
What are you?
chilling.
What did you?
Just been enjoying the resort that we find ourselves at here in Monte-Carlo. First time for me personally in Monaco. Heading. Oh, there seems to be some action, some serious action at that.
The Bonomo?
That is indeed.
See Leon Sturm, some chips in front of him.
Bonomo's going to pitch it. Sturm with a sizable bet. 320 into 580 on a 7-10 deuce, 3 forward board. Rainbow. Only had 260k back. Big pickup for Sturm. Up to 1.2 million after taking a bit of a hit against Adrian Mateos. Sturm joined us for the first time in London. That was his first series. A couple of deep runs there. Looks like we're going to stay over here for the time being.
Yeah, I think they're playing a bit of catch up in terms of number of hands.
We've got Adrian Mateos. Timothy Adams knows how to take down a main event or two. Young Ibinger with an ace and the chip lead. At this table, comfortable. Continue leaning into the field.
It feels like he's racing any 2 right now. Of course, ace-8 qualifies.
Okay. Sorry.
Flashing the
classic.
ace of diamonds. Okay, Ibinger, we see you, dude.
That's what you do at your local card room. Like, hey, I had an ace. But then when you're raising like 5-4 off, so you just face down.
Sheepishly muck your hand. Yeah.
Cooler.
Loving life. Currently 15 chips overall. Once again, to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, Stone Bubble here in Monte-Carlo, 198,000 for the top 23. Someone Of these final 24, going to be going home empty-handed. Adrian Mateos, overwhelming chip leader, 4.6 million. Second in chips is Chris Brewer with 3 million. Average stack at present is 1.4. So Mateos currently sat on more than 3 times average. Some huge names in the field: Nick Petrangelo, Daniel Dvorak, Nacho Barbero, Spencer, Greenwood, Adams, Ike Haxton, Santos Savano, Justin Bonomo, Jason Kuhn, Richard Young. I mean, we're getting spoiled at this point, Randy. I mean, the list goes on.
So is this a redraw 3-table, I assume?
It is indeed. They've finally caught up the amount of hands on the outer tables. So, final 3 tables of 8. Going to be a quick redraw. Nikki P still out in front on the red feature table. Ivinger still out in front on the blue feature table. Nothing really to write home about there, Randy, other than that huge pre-flop collision, the ace-king against the kings against the ace-queen. Other than that, Chidwick just...
That's the main one, yeah. Brutal.
Yeah. Jacks for 8 bigs, button open. Chidwick in the small, obviously happy to take the spot. Variance in these tournaments can be brutal at times, Randy.
They can be brutal, and the next elimination is going to be even more brutal.
It is indeed, because the next elimination is going to be going home empty-handed. 23 places paid here in Monte-Carlo in this main event. $198,000 min cash. Playing down to the final table today, so don't go too far. Quick redraw break. When we come back, more action in Monte-Carlo.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way! Super
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Touchdown, Randy. We are back. We are live. 125K main event here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. 24 players remain. How brutal is this? You have the redraw, 3 tables of 8, and someone's going home empty-handed. 23 places paid, 198K min cash.
Someone is, and actually there's a bit of a sweat for the short stacks on this redraw. You know, you don't want the chip leader who's just kind of raising every single hand. You also don't want to be the big blind the very first hand. It's a race at the bottom. Who's going to get in first? try not to get in. Their hand ranges they're willing to get in definitely going to be very narrow.
It's actually Ren Lin. Triton, first time that you mentioned earlier on, obviously ran ace-king into kings. He's down there on 8 bigs. Jans Ahrens, Triton champion, also on 8. Vogelsang and Bruno Volkmann sat sub 15. So a lot of players who aren't money shy, Randy. They don't mind taking the profitable rejam spots as and when they present themselves, even on a 198K bubble.
Yes, definitely these guys are willing to take spots, but it doesn't mean they're going to shove their normal ranges. They're still going to tighten up a bit. They understand how important it is to make the money. There's a big difference from 0 to 198, and then, you know, from 198 to 212, very small pay jump. So it's very important. Get into the money, then start splashing in.
Well, for the masochists out there who enjoy the pain and discomfort of tournament variants, we're about to dive in to exactly that. I was just scrolling through the app and looking at the payouts, Randy, and even though this is only a 60% of the cost of the Invitational, the first prize is actually more, 3.925 million going to the eventual champion, and that being because of the turnout here. 135 entries in this 125K.
I knew it was going to be a massive main event. I just saw the early numbers. You know, it's just like, well, more people are going to come in. Some of these people are going to have to rebuy. It's just incredible that this first prize is so big, and the difference between first and second is so big. It's just going to be a very fun heads-up match.
Everyone flying in, I guess, FOMO of not taking part in that invitation. They're like, hang on, like we can't miss the main. You know, we got to go and flick it in, and we're ready to throw it down to the final 3 tables of said main. 24 left with 23 paid. $198,000 min cash here. Who's it going to be, Randy? Bubble Boy time as we throw it down. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. And those are your tables. Adrian Mateos, overwhelming chip leader. The entire field, 4.6 million. Chris Brewer, second in chips. He's over on the red feature table. Blinds are 20K, 40K with about 27 minutes or so left on the clock at this blind level. And Zaren's on that red table as well. Keep an eye on him. Short stack, 8 bigs. Jason Kuhn, 9-time champion. Knows how to take down a main event himself, Randy.
Yeah,
Did it
he's got a lot of experience. I think that was a given. Joe Trent going to fold Queen Jack for a big stack from China.
Yeah. We're hand for hand, yes?
Over unders on amount of hands.
What up, Santos Suvarna?
Get your guesses.
We got 3.0 today, do you know?
In the chat, we're about to find out. He really did show up, didn't he, in London?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many levels can one level up in the span of a year, Randy?
Hollywood Haxton, he's out. Oh, you got to show this one. You know you're going to show this one.
Folding the barking shark out the small blind, that is
King Jack.
as a prisonable offense in James Dempsey's world.
I got a piece.
Oh, all right. That's cool. Super cool.
It's very fun.
Yeah,
Very fun sweat.
Like Bob was talking about the team and stuff, he was so excited. I could see his face like.
I trained in the
Due to the fact that we are hand for hand.
team. Yeah.
No unnecessary tanking pre-flop or anything like that. These guys know that's all being tracked and taken care of.
Adrian's favorite
Third
game.
tier.
Yeah.
Big fan of the way
The spike.
things are on.
But it didn't show that I actually, could you say I didn't see the open?
I didn't listen to it with audio. I just really quickly saw it as I was clicking through hands, and I was just like, oh, that's funny. But it was like the hand after all.
Yeah.
Folded to me.
Against whom he was? Who opened?
Randy.
Yes?
There are 2 types of people in this world.
Yes?
There are people like these guys
Okay.
that thrive
and like 20 blinds.
under the
probably
pressure
stacked,
of a massive money bubble spot such as this.
Paolo probably
There are
would have
people
stacked
like
me if he
me
needed the wheel.
and Leopoldo in the
Broadway.
chat saying, I hate
And
getting
I
a
was
good
just
hand
like,
at
man,
this
maybe
stage.
if I go into win
what about this
tournament,
hand? I
think
would
about what
like
I need
it.
to buy orphan here.
Aces.
But you would double me up first.
Right? How much are playing?
Is as good as it gets.
1.7.
Oh, red versus
Oh,
black
yeah, sorry,
aces. Can you believe it?
I don't
No,
think
that
I've
was
seen this.
Stone cold bubble.
I've seen it before, but in this spot, on the stone bubble of a main event, no less. I can't wait to see the reaction of the players, specifically of Nacho Barbero, when Leonard
240.
announces himself, which he goes for the non-all-in, Randy.
Well, he wants
240.
action. He's got aces.
And Barbero is dancing in his head, doing backflips. What are the odds of this? Aces v aces. On the stone bubble.
You know, 2% of the time, they make a flush.
You sick human being, Randy.
All in.
All in announced by Barbero. Leonard gonna just double check. Makes the call.
He has an ace.
Shows one ace. Leonard is loving that.
I feel like really he had a hand here, so that's what I should show. You think you win?
It's like the old man in the tournament thing where he just opens and
I'm
shows the
definitely
ace and mucks.
Yeah, no,
I'm definitely winning.
His body language is not of somebody who has aces versus an ace.
I have aces, I mean.
Huh? I said your body language is not of somebody who has aces.
Well, that's the worst read I've ever heard.
Yeah,
But I mean, let's keep that silent.
Sick read, Greenwood.
I said already what I have anyway. Like, the other tables shouldn't hear that.
I was scared that if I just called if you have ace king.
You have aces. Really?
There's literally no way.
I do.
I feel like he does.
I mean, there's no way he doesn't have a hand. Like,
This is hilarious. Waiting for the hands to play out.
Alright, what odds can I get on aces? You have ace full suited.
Oh, that's pretty. You get more hands than ace for suited.
There's more combos of aces.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah. Let's do even
But like he said, he has aces. That changes the odds kind of a lot.
High-level analysis going on.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll buy. We'll just do a drink.
Sure.
Yeah.
Even money?
Yeah,
Leonard hasn't pulled
Oh, man. Jans, you should have negotiated.
This is gonna be
Jans, you
glorious.
should have negotiated. What the flip?
How have you not slow rolled him there? You're supposed to be like.
I mean, there's no chance.
Spencer's right. Where's the slow roll?
What the fuck is this? Insane.
You're supposed to like throw your hands up.
Yeah, you should have been tilted.
This fucking guy.
I guess you probably.
It's the highest stakes
I mean,
poker in the world,
you can't
Randy.
really bust often now.
These guys.
Oh my.
Free roll. And it is a huge one. Nacho, go for the prepay. You were joking about the 2%,
No, Jason,
but the
it's,
2% now 36
It's not what you want.
for the short stack.
Unless you want to see Nacho get punished. then this could be what you want.
What do you mean? Jason's like, well.
If Jason min cash or Nacho gets his aces cracked, you'll call.
Close, but no cigar, Randy.
I've welded a hard in the
Max
time.
entertainment value, though, my man.
Also, you call this call of like
Aces
double
v
check like
aces.
hand. It's like, yeah, right, I call.
Jans, if he says he has
Stone
aces,
bubble.
there's a good chance he
Of
has
the Triton
aces, right? You
Supermarket
cannot
Series main
say.
event
Yeah, I don't know if I
here.
was tripping or not, you know.
No.
He might actually, no, he has ace of clubs. No, he
That
doesn't.
is insane,
So you might
Randy.
lose, yeah.
What a lame hand.
He would
I have a funny feeling that one's going to make the highlight reel.
You would have
You think?
not bubbled and lost your fucking shit.
So everybody wins and I lose one drink.
What's happening on this table? Anything? Or just a new hand?
Switching on over. Back up to the main stage. Adams. Kuhn. I mean, how, like,
Yeah.
what an insane table this is.
The last time I've seen aces versus aces was like Connor Dryden versus Kerry Katz in the
remember
1
that.
million.
I remember
but
that.
he actually got sucked out on. I thought the same thing was going to happen.
I remember that.
thing's actually good.
I was about 17 years old
Great. Looks like I would go directly
when
to
that
sleep,
one
but
played out. Oh my word.
Aces?
They're just getting passed around at this stage of the tournament.
Across the table now.
Ike Haxton. What a year it has been, and
100.
the real cherry on top for him would, of course, be to claim his first Triton title, with Dan Smith taking down the 200K. Haxton remains one of the few elite players without a Triton trophy. Certainly one of the names thrown into the arena.
But he's one of the players who probably played the most events ever at a Triton as well.
That's very true. I'm just hearing from producer James Dempsey that now that Smith took down that 200K, Ike Haxton is the player with the most Triton earnings without a title.
Well, seems like he's going to win a big one. Okay. What are we swinging around?
Well, we're heading over to table 3. Crane action. Looks like Sturm to open from +1. Ibinger has 3-bet from the hijack to 210. And Sturm bouncing all in a snap fold from Ibinger. No
Sturm's
nonsense.
fearless.
Leon Sturm. Young German pro joining us for the second time. Final table to 50K in London, cashing that one for 313,000. Came 10th in the 60K for 128,000. Just 21 years old. Bracelet winner. Took down that 50K high roller during the series, I believe. Someone feel free to fact check me on that one, but I'm fairly sure it was the 50K. I've got someone in the chat saying, does the bubble player get a consolation prize? They get some great pictures from our photographer, Joe.
To photograph the pain.
You know,
the agony.
Facebook profile picture, perhaps.
Polyester ones aren't.
Family group chat photo.
You get a photo with no chips in front of you.
That'd be brutal. That would be a real needle, wouldn't it? Scrolling through the Triton photo gallery.
See, it's natural, it's soft, it feels great. Yeah, airy. That might be the
Let's see how Timothy Adams wants to approach 2 sevens.
Asbestos is natural.
Decent stack.
Arsenic underwear.
No, I think asbestos underwear was
strong.
Asbestos underwear was popular in the early 20th century.
Oh, he's in pitching mode.
Come on, man.
That is tight, but understandable because he knows that he's just going to have to fold to any resistance.
Wow. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the world's best players.
525, I think.
Just took down the London main event for a career best cash, and really worth
90.
taking note of these types of hands.
I was going to say, I don't think Haxton was going to open fold his ace
No,
queen.
for real, they made asbestos pajamas for kids, so your kid wouldn't catch
He's
on
got
fire.
the type of hand that
Not
does
kidding.
attack.
Unbelievable. My kids have caught on fire a few times since I've
Baby
had
suited aces. Nice 3-bet bluffs. I'm actually really curious to how Haxton reacts to this.
Well, we'll see, unless Jason wakes up with something 8s hitting the mark.
Straight in
No
the mark.
nonsense.
See, you put this hand into many different players, and then they all come up with a different answer on the Stone Cold Bubble. Haxton does strike me as someone who leans towards fighting a bit more.
You're saying he's got that dog in him, Randy?
Yes.
Got that dog in him. Ike Haxton. 13 million in cashes this year alone. Been around for, well, as long as I can remember.
It's really hard to actually determine what's the best play in the spot. He does have a very healthy 30 big blind stack.
445.
I mean, you just gotta love this guy. He just never, ever passes anything.
And note, Randy, the non-all-in, is that deliberately designed to give himself an exit plan? Should he run into top of range? Should Pietrangelo 5-bet jam?
It's a good point, yes. He most certainly will be folding. He never expects Pietrangelo to call his 4-bet.
You gotta use it. You're allowed to use the time.
And it just allows him to preserve his last 20 blinds or so. And I imagine his balance there, of course, is 4-betting aces and kings.
Well, I really hope the poker fans out there looking to improve their games
Oh yeah.
are really noting down some of these
Maybe
hands.
just because there are certain people who would
So
just
much
use
to
them
learn
all to do that
from
in
these
the upper
Triton
levels, and then it would be
streams.
so funny watching them
Oh,
ruin
yeah,
it.
just watch their hands get mocked over and over again. That'd be amazing.
All the people who brag about how they're never going to need a time bank.
If you put all of the, no, if you put 3 in, they should show you the mucked card.
Yeah. You use all of them, and you just get to see everyone.
the whole deck.
Compulsory showdown. You see every person's
Chip
hand.
leader. You know, Matador, one of those guys, Randy. You look at his Triton track record. 2.7 million in earnings, 8 cashes.
I feel like his results should be better. I know he had a lot of deep runs, but then he got kind of unlucky near the end.
That's exactly where I was going. My
actually makes sense.
train of thought there.
Time where you'd like, smoke in bed.
Cyprus just went.
Yeah.
And then like.
I mean, he's on a
fall asleep in bed. And
11 tournament dry spell.
That's like a thing.
The Triton Super High Roller Series.
You can find like old
A few cashes in Vietnam, but again,
I remember those cashes he got in Vietnam. He was like massive chip leader, lose some aces type hand, and it was just like, oh, had to settle for like a 4th place finish. And it was 1.2 million at main as well.
Here we go.
Outer
Back
table.
to the outer table. Who we got involved? Someone in the mix?
See Ren Lin. Action on him?
It's the shortest stack, if I'm not mistaken. Just 205k. There's Boss. That's actually opened.
Yeah, he's min raised.
To 80k in the cutoff.
Ren Lin jamming 205,000.
Yeah, just 5 bigs, Randy. This feels like an any-2 spot for Boss, even if he was a few pips wide. Be understandable as he did cover everyone behind.
Oh, here's the calling chips coming in.
Okay. We are just going to wait quickly for the action on the outer tables to conclude, as we have an all-in and a call on this table. Luca Vivaldi coming over to call the action. It's like an ace-jack of spades for Ren Lin. Ace-5 for Richard Young. Okay.
Great spot for Ren Lin. Stone cold bubble.
Get back up to around 12 bigs, bit of breathing room. Young with around 30% equity with the ace-5. Oh, I thought that was a 5 there, Randy. My eyes not working.
Does have a gut shot.
9-7-6, he does. Has a heart as well. 2 hearts on the board, running hearts an option. 5 or an 8 needed. As the 8 of diamonds, the dirty way to do it. 9 high straight now. Ren Lin needs a 10 for a win, a 5 for the chop. Doesn't get it. The 4 of hearts completes the run out, and the Triton first timer, Ren Lin, going home with nothing but a story, Randy. An empty-handed one at
He's
that.
got a photo worth 200K.
$198,000 bubble boy is Ren Lin. A valiant effort here in this main, just as cold as the deck can get. Ace-King into kings. in the most obvious squeeze spot of his career, running into top of range, being crippled down to just 8 bigs, going through the blinds, being down to 5, and then ace-jack against ace-5 coming up short. Tournament poker at its finest in terms of variance and brutality, Randy.
Yeah, you got to feel for Renlin, but on the other hand, we do have 23 happy people.
We do. Everyone now guaranteed $198,000 for their efforts. All eyes, of course, going to be on that top prize of $3,925,000. That's going to be awarded tomorrow. Now, the plan of action. We've made it into the money. Get down to the final 2 tables and then play down that final table of 9. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Adrian Mateos. Pole position here in Monaco. And note the stack depths, Randy. I've got a feeling that you and I, my man, are going to be here for a while.
It's okay, I'm ready for
stack, just 26 big blinds. I say just 26 big blinds. Incredibly deep stacked at this feature.
Damn, I had 8. I would have got my 8s through then, I think.
Is this where they start dropping like flies now, Randy?
I think so.
They've locked up that payout.
4 stacks that are in the 8 to 12 big blind range.
Finish. No?
Yeah, sorry. Ready?
Well, raise and take for Ike. Nothing to write home about on that one.
Yes. In the money.
Gamble.
We are
the
to gamble.
money.
I'm not going to gamble. I'm just here to get big cards.
Yeah.
Different
Jason,
strategies being discussed.
You just play top 5%, is that right? Just queens plus, ace king.
I'm on 0. 0.
You gotta play more. 0. Well, not anymore.
I think Joe Trent just showed Petrangelo his Triton earnings as $0.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore, because it's his first event. Just made the money.
So you were 0 before you had ever played. Now you played 1 and you cash.
That's very good.
It's a solid ROI.
There you go.
0.
Pretty good.
1 for 1? Ain't bad.
1 for 1 and a main event, no
What did it
less.
take you? 37 events?
60 bullets. Who's
60
counting?
bullets, yeah.
Other than the commentary team.
Who?
The commentary team.
Oh, yeah.
Every time Nick was on stream, they'd say how many bullets it had been without a cash.
We do, don't we?
It's really bad for gambling for them to say that too, because there's so many dudes who are like losing a poker who are like, yeah, that's me. I'm gonna win.
Every time I see Danny Tang, he's like, so like, what does it feel like? You swap with Makita and he just like loses every time.
80.
Stats are stats.
Do you see that? Bob sent me. I'll tell you off the table. It's very, very, very funny joke.
Sorry, Nicky P. We love you, dude. Just take down this main event, then all's forgiven.
Well, Darren DeVos opened 9-8 offsuit. Santos flatting the small. King high, best hand. Does have backdoor clubs. High card. He knows that Santos likes to defend hands, even from the small, so he's still going to fire out. Expecting a lot of check folds, but I don't think Santos is going anywhere. Great stuff.
Santos 3.0, Randy. Well, The backdoor club's not materializing, but king high still good, and Savannah aware of the wide range of Voris. Voris with an interesting one, by the way, in the sense that he unblocks clubs and he unblocks the king-queen's highs.
True. But then again, you're up against a player who's got a little bit of stickiness in him. Well, it looks like he is going to attack that broadways, like you mentioned, unblocking.
Feels like a good hand to do it with. Has 2 overs to the 7 deuce as well. 2 overs to 6s, 5s, 4s.
It's about knowing your opponent.
And this bet, getting it done, getting Savannah to fold the winner. Daniel Dvoris, take a bouncer. It's great awareness. Knows that Savannah's going to have some floats in there that call one, fold turn. Are we meant to feel bad now for Nicky P?
No, why are we going to feel? He's done. He broke the seal, and I'm pretty sure he had a pretty.
He's had a sick run. He cashed the 250K,
No.
the main event, final table, some big ones, you know.
Mind you, when he was having that run bad at our Triton series, he was doing well, good elsewhere. So it's not like he was just offering throughout the whole year. But yes, he got 7th in Invitational for 1.1 million, right? And actually had a 3rd and 16th in that same series in London.
Thoris back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, things getting a bit serious now.
In the money. 10s for Ike.
This is
40
a hand
bigs or so effective.
worthy of getting in. Michael's sizable, like a 320 or so. Trying to. I like, actually, he even goes bigger because when you size this big, incentivize your opponent to 4-bet, jam, or fold. And they like to, if they think you're bluffing, like say ace-5, these king-x suiteds, if they jam, like pocket 9s, 8-7s, you just win like a massive pot. Whereas if you 3-bet small, maybe they try to take flops in and then you can't just stack them.
Oh, flop going to be taken by Dvoris, and there's 860 in the middle already, Randy. Haxton the effective stack, 1.1 back. Had 2 eliminations inside the money, by the way. We'll update you after we wrap up this hand.
Wow, diamonds and top pair.
I was just double checking that was the flop, Randy. Top pair, second nut flush draw, 3-bet pot, in the money, in position as well.
It's also a little bit worrisome on these king-high boards, or not so worrisome, because ace-king jams into you, what I guess king-queen you could be up against, king-jack suited, I suppose. But there's not that many kings in the cutoff range. In this instance, yes. Feels like a spot where maybe you sprinkle out like 25%, try to shut out the ace, queen, ace, jacks.
That certainly makes sense. That's pretty much bang on what Ike's come with. Little sprinkle. 250 into 860. Around 27% or so.
So clearly a monster hand, king-jack suited. But what you need to think about is, yes, you're willing to get all the chips in on the flop, but there's a lot more reason to actually slow play this, and maybe your opponent just picks up a hand that can multi-barrel and you make a flush, or, you know, if your opponent has like pocket queens, jacks, tens, you don't want them to get away from it since you have them absolutely crushed. The only card you fear is the ace that isn't a diamond. Very few in the deck. Two pair.
It just gets from... I mean...
It improves him, because that's good, because in case he was up against ace king, but it's actually bad for him. Not bad for him, but his opponent does pick up a few more outs. I will say Haxton most certainly feels he's behind now, because sometimes his opponent that he was up against has like queen jack, or they've got a pair. Should see Haxton just check give up.
1.36 in the middle. Forrest with a 91% lock on the hand.
Feels like a spot you just throw out like a quarter pot. You have so much hand. But you don't really want to give a free one against Queen X.
Yeah, say Ike had like an ace queen. Wow.
He's going to take that little bit of risk.
Just has so much of the board. He's happy to let a free one rather, roll off. Here's an undercard to the King Jack 9.
He's hoping Haxton just makes a play at him. Divorce feigning weakness. Trying to make it look like he's got, say, a Queen Jack, Jack 10. And made a pair.
See if Ike takes the bait or just wants to try and get this one to showdown. Does beat some hands, Randy.
A little bit. Not a lot.
Some ace queen of hearts, some ace x of diamonds. Although you could argue that perhaps
I don't
they
think there's
try
that
bluffing.
I don't think there's that many ace x of diamonds besides ace queen of diamonds, just because of the large 3-bet size pre.
Year of Ike Haxton. For a slight roadblock here, but does still have 22 bigs. He's more than capable of nursing.
So Haxton did check.
All in.
All in.
Just not enough hand in this spot. Might be a little bit confused on why his opponent checked back the turn.
Yeah.
Is a little odd.
I wonder if that ever plays into Haxton's mind, Randy. Convinces him that he has the best hand. No. No time wasted, all things considered.
Bit of a heater here for Daniel Divorce.
It's a 2.5 million. As it looks like to lose
Nikki P.
Nikki P, and that is because we're down to 21 players now.
What's happening here?
Of 7. Looks like Volkman has jacks. Sturm has 8. Volkman is the all-in player at risk. 11 big blinds.
Oh, is that an 8
that
on the
looked
flop?
like an 8 on the flop. Ace 5-8, Randy, as the 2 outer converted by Sturm and manages to hold across turn and river. And with that, Bruno Volkman is going to be our 23rd place finisher inside the money. $198,000 for his efforts. Going to have a bitter taste in his mouth after getting it in fantastic shape against the young German pro. It looks like Jan Aarons also out. Ace-7 of hearts coming up short against the ace-king of Lewis Spencer.
Wow.
Down to 21.
Yeah, losing 2 of the best online players out there.
So we are on a pay jump. One more elimination. We'll have our first ladder inside the money. 20th will receive $212,000. $212,000, Randy. Just about enough to put a deposit down on our official timekeeper, Jacob and co. If you're not into poker and gambling, sorry, if you're into, I hope you are, poker and gambling themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out. They've been embedding an incredibly playful spirit into their watch functions. We've even seen some of them on display here at Triton Super High Roller Series, and the champion of this very event will be going home with the special collaboration timepiece to be won by Triton main event winners. We've seen Jason Kuhn with it on his wrist, Chidwick, Heckland, Timothy Adams, a few of whom are still in the field. Adams
and Kuhn
won the main in London. Jason, who won the main in Cyprus. They know what it takes to pick up that Jacob and Co timepiece. As blind v blind, we are going to run it, Randy. We are on a 14K ladder.
Spencer versus Vogelsang.
Hence, Vogelsang exerting his option to use his time banks. Understandably so. 14,000 can buy you about 3 cups of coffee in Monaco as he does make the call. 9 bigs apiece. Blind v blind. Fair fight. 57-42. High card, low card against the 2 Broadway cards as it comes. Queen 7 deuce. Couple of hearts. Always got to keep our eye on that back door. Doesn't materialize on the 6 of clubs turn. 6 outs once for Vogelsang. Close but no cigar. 9 of spades completing the run out, Randy, and we have our first pay jump inside the money with the departure of Vogelsang, meaning we're down to 20. Everyone now guaranteed $212,000 for their efforts. As Boris gonna spin the wheel. Blinds have gone up to 25K, 50K. Are you surprised here? Hijack open, 18 bigs, or is this just we're up against Haxton? He's gonna have the suited Broadway rejams.
Yeah, he will, and also we're inside the money, so Haxton's 3-bet jam range is widened.
See if the heater that Randy was alluding to continues for Dvoris. 9-7 tray, no good so far. Some backdoor opportunities though. Again, none of them materializing on the turn. An ace and an ace only to shower Haxton. Doesn't come, and Ike Haxton up to 1.9 million now. The year of Haxton continues here in the main event. It would be such a sick storyline, man. I know we're a long ways away. We've got a lot of poker ahead of us, but the year that he's had to then just close it out with his first Triton title, I mean, that really is a Hollywood Haxton moment.
Well, keep in mind, look, Dan Smith didn't have a title, had 14 million career earnings, got his first title, and now Haxton is the player of the most earnings with also without a title. Could be his stop here in Monte-Carlo.
Mark Hammond in the chat saying, Lewis on fire. Your defense is terrified. I love that. The Lewis Spencer charts in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for. With any Spaniards out there rooting for our current chip leader, Adrian Mateos, or some Santos Savannah 3.0 fans. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Mike Haxton, Boris, Joe, Kuhn, Adams, gracing our screens once more with some high-level poker content from the sporting here in Monte-Carlo. Warm welcome, of course, to people who have just drifted into the streams, whether it be Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Randy Liu, also known as Mr. Nanonoko, in the booth, calling the action alongside myself, Henry Kilbay, also joined by Ali Najad and Maria Ho for the entire series. Dan Smith took down the 200K Invitational yesterday for 3.8 million, his first Triton title. High stakes continuing here today with day 2 coverage. We're playing down to the final table of this 125K main event. And for those of you watching, wherever you are in the world, let us know in the chat where you are joining us from. We've got 6.7 thousand of you over on YouTube. Would appreciate it if you could all take a couple of seconds, if you haven't already, to click that like button. Would love to get up to 2,000 likes by the end of play today. And a couple of big milestones coming up for the Triton team, Randy. We've currently got 197,000 subs on YouTube. Would be an amazing end to the year for us to cross the 200,000 mark there. And we're closing in on the 100,000 followers over on Twitch. So again, if you haven't already become part of the Triton Poker family, really do appreciate all of you helping us continue to go from strength to strength.
Yeah,
bring in
more people don't do it though.
the best poker content
Yeah.
in the world, free of charge. I'm going to say it. Put me on blast if you don't agree with me. But Randy's going to get fired if we don't get to 2K likes. So
I am?
That's
It's
what I
news
heard.
to me. I better start liking it myself.
I bet you haven't. I know, knowing you, Randy. Are you even a subscriber?
I am a subscriber, okay?
All right, I'll let you off.
Got a check here from Jason Kuhn in the big with Queen 10 off. Certainly a solid holding, but outflopped on this 3-diamond board.
Yeah, for some reason it's showing that Jason Kuhn has 1.1 million. That's not the case. We can see in his stack and in the app that he's actually playing a lot less. It's closer to 400K, so apologies for the graphics. But let's check through. And Jason gonna catch up. Ten of hearts on the turn.
Nice turn here for Jason Kuhn. Super wet board, needs a charge. I wonder if Mateos is going to check call his hand. Does have a pair, but he's up against a player who shouldn't really be bluffing too much off of his stack.
Yeah, again, to reiterate, Jason doesn't have $1 million back. He actually has 260,000 back. So betting around 25% of his stack here. And Mateos letting go of a pair. Might be bottom pair, but it's not easy.
Yeah. And you get there?
Yeah.
Was close. Was close.
What a career that man's had. Just 28 years old. #1 on Spain's all-time money list. Has won pretty much everything there is to win in poker other than a Triton title.
Then he hasn't won anything.
Wow, Randy.
Just kidding.
Wow. Holy shit. Randy's trying to get us cancelled, chat.
Joe Trent with ace queen suited.
Guess who's not getting invited to the GPI Awards this year? Randy. That's
Wasn't invited anyways. Haven't been invited once. Don't really want to go.
Wow, Randy's just, you know, chat.
What?
We're here for it. I love it. I love it.
True. Not saying anything false. Got 9-6 offsuit for Dan Divorce. Slightly connected, although offsuit. Joe hasn't been getting involved in too many hands lately.
Their serving here is really good. Is that the
No,
green?
he's still gonna play.
Yeah.
Nice board here for Joe Tran.
Little top, Randy.
It's a simple hand, right? Daniel Voris doesn't really have much. This hand is practically over. Once these chips just drop in, which they do. Nice one for our Chinese Triton newcomer. 100% cash rate.
That's what he was talking about.
Cardamom?
1 for 1 in the main event, no less, Randy. All the money to be won, 3.9 million, going to the eventual champion.
Too early.
Yeah, he's been on a bit of a heater on other tours. Decided Triton, the next step. It's good to see him. Timothy Adams. I want to say the worst suited ace since he can't make a straight.
I agree, Randy.
Yeah.
Not often that we agree on things, but I agree on that one. Coming with just north of Min, the 2-time main event champion.
Hard to do.
Adams. Looking for a third, I mean. Talk of storylines. That one
This is the
would be
Christmas one?
pretty ridiculous.
A reshuffleable hand. Problem is he's up against the undergun open, so he's going to play it slow.
No, actually,
It's
I mean,
good
it
for
makes me
Adams.
Think of like
Would have
fall,
folded
like
to the shove.
Halloween or whatever.
Yeah, maybe that's a better one.
Advantage
Christmas is
Suvarna.
more like caramelly and stuff for me.
Actually, a
But,
bad
yeah,
board, too,
so
for
much of
Timothy
it is
Adams.
just,
He's
like,
got those
whatever
backdoor
fucking drew real quick,
diamonds
right?
on king-high texture,
Small bit
which
like
is
that.
highly c-bettable. When deciding whether to c-bet these kind of ace-x suiteds, if you got the backdoor, you tend to go for it.
Relatively small continuation bet, Randy, around 20%.
He doesn't need to bet too big just because of the effective stack he's playing against.
And how dry the ball texture is. Well, not dry anymore. As Adams turns top pair and probably thinks he has the best hand now. Suvarna turning top and bottom.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about ace-3 is that when you check call, you pair your ace, either your opponent hit it or they try to represent it. For Adams, it's interesting in this spot because his opponent is so short where if he bets, he could get jammed on, and that would be a disaster. He does kind of want to charge King X and 9X.
125.
He's going to try and charge the King X and 9X 125k, and one can only assume, Randy, it's going to be met with some bad news.
I don't know if Santosh actually check raises this turn with no flush draws present.
That's a great point. Does he just give Adams as much rope as possible?
Because bluffing hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10 have very little equity, and they may take one more shot at it, but it looks like he does jam. And Timothy Adams got to be like, what is going on? How are you ever check raising? He's regretting this bet.
See the reaction from Adams there. It's like, how am I ever getting jammed on here? He's open under the gun into this lineup.
That's the thing. When you're playing against a player who has crafty lines that takes lines you don't expect, you need to be prepared, and maybe that doesn't make betting the turn as nice.
You don't have to say 5 seconds.
Adams opened under the gun. He had Haxton behind, Mateos behind, Forrest that all have him covered. Bet flop. Suvarna called. Both players
Have a good hand.
connecting with that ace of hearts. Adams happy to go for value. Gets met with a check jam on a board texture that just smashes him.
He's just so lost and puzzled. Pained. Agony.
And understandable agony at that as well. Just trying to think of bluffs.
We could just have aces with like piece 4.
Adam saying you can just have ace 4. Backdoor clubs, backdoor spades, perhaps.
595, right? Yeah. 420.
Music to the ears of Savannah.
Jeez. Can't he just have like piece 4 himself? Piece 4, piece 5, piece 4. $5.95.
Wow, he's made the call, Randy. We got a glimpse into the mind of Adams, saying that Savannah could have an ace 4, ace 5 with the backdoor. Not the case. Savannah with top and bottom. Adams looking for a king or a 9 to chop. 6 for a win. And in dire straits as the Queen of Diamonds completes the run out, and Santosh Savannah with a huge double up against the 2-time main event champion Timothy Adams.
I feel like Timothy Adams out-leveled himself in that hand. He was just trying to find any hand he could beat, came up with suited wheel backdoor type holdings. Quite possibly a little bit of a mistake there.
Do you think that's a byproduct of Savannah being on like
the Santosh factor? Yes.
Invitee side of, you know, the invitational brackets where he has shown us before that he's going to take lines that perhaps the pros aren't going to take?
100% that's the reason.
If
I thought you will be bored.
Yeah, tough spot.
Yes, I know.
Tough spot.
Especially on that turn. Adams, one of the best, showing us that he is human after all.
Yeah, he's just got to review that hand after this tournament ends. For now, he does have a few blinds left that he can try to spin up and get back in this one. Trouble, though, is that Mateos has got pocket 10s. And he's sitting in the big and already invested a big blind and a big blind ante into this pot. With an ace-jack, a hand he's going to get it in. Let's run it. He wins his hand. He's back to 435. Very playable.
This game, Randy, that we all love, let's be honest, it has to be a love-hate relationship. I mean, just loses a 1.8 million chip pot against Savannah. Has to put in 40% of his stack on the turn. Wakes up with ace-jack, but he runs into 10s. 8, 5, 4. Couple of diamonds. Runner, an option for Adams. Not the case anymore. Ace or a jack needed for the 2-time main event champion. Doesn't find it. And just like that, Randy, back-to-back hands not going Adams' way. And he is exiting the arena. $212,000 cash going to be added to his already impressive resume. But that spot, perhaps going to be one that keeps him up tonight. We know Adams, one of the best, will be doing his homework.
And you can see he's already discussing it with Isaac Haxton. Can't figure it out. Back to the locker room.
Oh.
Ken Tong got some chips in front of him.
We got a big hand brewing here because it looks like
a raise from Ibinger.
We have a check raise, yeah.
Board texture.
Jack 9 deuce rainbow. Oh wow! Hang on. Hold
All
on.
in, call.
All of it's found its way into the middle.
2 aces.
Up
Ken Tong.
against a set of 9s. So went open from under the gun. Ibinger flat out of the small with the 9s. Jack 9 deuce rainbow. Check, bet of 150, check raise to 400. Ken Tong saying all you can eat for 1.4 million effective. So it's going to be close to a chip lead pot. 2 cards to come. Tong with 2 ounces. Ibinger boats up. Ace needed to shower the 3-time champion. Doesn't find it. And Ibinger with a monster double up. 4 million chip pot. Going Ibinger's way.
Yeah. Ken Tong's stack just decimated.
Up to 2nd in chips. 19 left here in Monaco. Eliminations so far inside the money. Bruno Volkmann, first man to bow out. Jan Zarens, Christoph Vogelsang, Adams, all cashing. Jason Kuhn now on short stack duties.
Divorce open here in the cutoff. Got a Haxton defense.
60.
Quarter pot. Haxton got that little wheel draw action going with his pair. Also has the best hand. Default is check call. Have seen Isaac Haxton do some mergey check raises occasionally. Not sure if he'll do it with this one. Turn card is that 9.
Is that 9, Randy? Overcard to the 3s, of course. Does now present some potential gut shots for hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10. Fired out a C-bet. This one's going to go check, check. And the Ace of Hearts on the river, giving Boris the check mark. Did need to get there against Ike's pocket 3s.
Don't think Haxton ever thinks his hand is good. Just because the hands he beats, like Queen Jack, Jack 10, actually barrel turn at a very high frequency. It's one of those check, hope you give up and have like 6-7. It's really nice him making top pair in the spot is Haxton actually has a lot of ace X's that check call, so there's a lot of hands that can pay him off for quite a meaty bet as well. Even a King X might look him up thinking this is an ace or nothing situation. He's calling really strong.
Yeah, you're bang on the money there, Randy. 320 into 370. Around 80% pot.
It doesn't feel like Haxton should be using 3s as a bluff catcher, just because he can definitely have ace X in his range. If he calls this, he's calling the majority of his hands. There we go.
I mean, I'm just seeing 2 3s, and I'm blocking the nuts.
You can't just jam every time you block some nuts. You know, it's not really how it works. There's a lot more finesse than I've got blockers, let's just rip it in.
Hey, let me be, okay? That's how my mind works. That's why I'm sat in here and they're out there as we head.
Okay, what's going on again?
To the outer table, more action.
Chips in front of Ken Tong.
Looks like it, and it looks like paint against the pair.
Leon Sturm. He's got the 2 10s. Tong with the queen jack off. Ooh. Looking for those 10s.
Hello, Jack on the turn. Welcome sight for Ken Tong as he gets a much needed double.
Welcome back.
Against Leon Sturm. German pro now down to just 670k. I think with a white wall of chips in front of him. Keep an eye on that table, of course, as and when hands go down as roles reversed this time.
Different action. Oh, Jotran's got pocket 9s in the big blind. It's never fun seeing a raise and a 3-bet in front of you when you're holding a hand like this. It's like, oh, I 4-bet and then I get action. You're just hating life. It does kind of come down to what he thinks of Haxton's 3-bet range. If he feels there's enough bluffs, he may just rip this one in. The most he can lose in his hand is about 31, 32 big blinds.
Such an awkward spot for Joe. Here's a cutoff open. Perceived wider range. Oh, he thought about it, didn't he, Randy?
He really wanted to, then he was like, oh, but what if I'm wrong and I just get down to like a 800k stack?
It's the main event, my man.
Hand's not over, though.
Time. Be a little bit tighter.
Maybe Divorce thinks Haxton's out of line. He just 4-bets rips this one in. That'll be gutsy.
Stop it, Randy. Surely not.
He's thinking about it.
That's what makes these guys so tough to play against. There's 3.9 million up top, 19 left. We're inside the money.
Oh, the call. The line that I did not expect to see. We're playing some poker. 800 in the middle.
Give me some thoughts here, Randy. I mean, closing the action. This isn't necessarily, oh, I'm getting the price to go set mining, right?
Definitely not, but more for pair value, and he's going to feel very good on this flop. Of course, the problem with these little baby pairs is you do get counterfeited quite a bit on paired boards. So I'm curious to see what he does after Haxton likely c-bets around quarter pot. Does he jam to protect what's in the middle? Or does
Stop it. You're diving deep into the game tree.
320.
It's not even a small bet, Randy. It's 40%.
Closer, yeah. And with a size up on the flop, it makes you more inclined to rip it in. He might also ask the question is, why did you size up on this dry texture? If you had a big pair, maybe you go a little bit smaller. Is it sizing up to kind of do a one and done?
Is it sizing up to get it in on the turn? Instead of across 3 streets?
It's going to call.
My. Well, this is what you all sign up for when you join us for these live streams. Really in the weeds here. Intricate part of the game tree. As we've got 1.4 million in the middle with $1 million effective going to the turn with 3s against ace-10 in a 3-bet pot in the money of the 125k main.
Haxton is wondering what range called his 3-bet off of 32 big blinds and called this flop. Does he feel his opponent would peel some kind of Broadway backdoor flush draws? What about like smaller pocket pairs lower than 8, 9s? We'll get back right to it because it seems like something's brewing here as Barbaro, nut flush draw, inside straight draw, an overcard against 2 queens. What looks to be a 3-bet pot. as Barbara opened and called a 3-bet to 350. 2.6 million in there.
Wow, wow, wow.
3.6 million chip pot.
Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. 3-bet pot. As Randy mentioned, Spencer made it 350 to go. Barbaro called. Came Jack 10-7. Spencer just open jamming. 1.4 million effective. Close, but no cigar. Barbaro needs an ace, a 9, or a spade to shower the queens of Spencer. Doesn't find it, Randy. Busts the combo draw.
I like 55%.
And Lewis Spencer,
I mean,
the young pro from the UK,
you have
up
15
to
outs.
4.1 million now.
Your favorite.
Second in chips with 18 left. As we dive back out to that 3-bet pot between Forrest and Haxton. Checked through on the turn. Here we are at the river.
The problem for Haxton a little bit is that Daniel DeVoris can slow play even pre with a big pocket pair.
Right. That's kind of where my head was at as well. Is he going to be happy to just get this one to showdown, Randy?
I mean, as played, Daniel should be just looking to check this and beat ace-king a lot.
Check and you win, Forrest. Check he does.
Did you see that? Joe Tre just face-palmed himself because he folded 2 9s pre.
I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Someone clip that reaction. That is fantastic.
Look, he's like standing
Love
up.
to see that.
He's just massaging his wound. Look, he wants to fall on his...
That is fantastic.
He's a character. I love this guy.
Well, he's made a fan out of me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
All right, what's happening out here? Leon Sturm again in the hand?
Seems to be involved every time.
100% VPIP on outer table?
So hold on.
It's up
We're going
against
to the
Nicky P,
river.
right?
He is indeed. It's
See a king 8-9-3 ace.
It's the king of hearts. I thought it was a 4 flush, Randy. It's not. It's the. Is it the king of diamonds or the king of hearts?
Glasses, sir. King of diamonds, man. Okay, look, the cameraman zoomed in for you.
There we go. He must have heard me and my blindness. 4 diamonds on board. Nicky P, we caught the action on the turn. Actually led out. Did check raise the king 9-8. Sturm continued for 60k. Nicky P made it 225. Called. 3 diamonds on a turn. Petrangelo bet 150. Sturm called. 4th diamond on the river. It's the ace of diamonds. There's 1 million out there. Sturm has
sliding
200 back.
All but one.
Bets 190k, leaving himself just 5k behind. Immediate discomfort. Petrangelo trying to get a little bit of a read there, perhaps. Really trying to get a read there from Sturm. Sturm giving nothing away as Nicky P makes the call, and
just a 10 of diamonds. What a value bet.
10s for Sturm. It looked like Nicky P had a monster. Did go to show.
That's the 3rd nuts. Nice value bet on that 4 flush.
I think I'm supposed to call. It's very bad
So,
sportsmanship.
Orpin
Yeah, this feels like when
is down to 5,000
Yeah,
chips.
you get on all fours and nod the ball in. Like,
Wait, is Sturm just...
He had like
Is he just shape-shifting now?
This is
Yeah,
Orpin.
I was like, yeah, I'm just-
That's
Yeah.
Orpin, but he's involved in an all-in hand against Sturm, who was just all-in against Nick
Beat
Petrangelo.
all in on the flop, that'd be sick.
Or am I seeing
You're like
things?
one
You
of
did
those
tell me
guys
to check my
dancing on the
eyes.
touchdown line.
I'm hearing Greenwood's voice.
But you're seeing the things that I'm seeing, yes?
Hold on, fuck the camera.
Oh, so obviously with eliminations, players get moved. So Sturm just got moved over here. That makes sense. Because he's in the big blind. They like to move the big blind into the new table.
So he stole Nick Petrangelo's chips.
And said, I'm going to take your chips, Orpin.
And then he's come over here. I say stole. He earned them.
Maybe I just
Now he's come over here and perhaps...
We're on a pay jump bubble right now.
We are indeed.
Hence the slow roll. Not really slow roll he's behind, but you know what I mean. 24K pay jump.
There's nothing happening. No big pot. Oh, there's no big pot, just saying. Reflop and like small.
Open with just king high.
Open as jacks.
Sure.
Taking his sweet time.
Here we go.
Chop.
Honestly, these Triton Super High Roller Series round is starting to feel like a bit of a $10 home game vibe.
$10 home game. Here we go. Looking for a heart. 6.
Oh,
Can we chop now?
Some chop opportunities, we can indeed.
10, right?
Or a king.
6.
Find it. Kicker gonna play. As Sturm eliminates
Can't
Orpin
ask for the chop.
in 18th, and as Randy mentioned, a $24,000 ladder. We are down to 17 here in Monte-Carlo. Adrian Mateos leading the pack, pole position. Lewis
He's in pretty
Spencer in
good shape there.
second, Chris Brewer in third. A long night ahead of us. Accounts brought to you by Poker Stake as we work our way down to the final main event of the 2023 calendar year at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Tomorrow, the champion's going to be going home $3.8 million richer. 125K buy-in. 3,925,000 going to the champion.
When does fast action get refreshed? Do you know? The fast action time banks, do you know when they get refreshed?
They go off when we go hand for hand, which is going to be.
Are we?
I mean, they'll get refreshed. They'll go off at 16 because we'll be back to 2 tables playing normal. They'll come back at 10.
Okay.
Oh, not 10, 12. Sorry, I said that wrong.
Thanks, bro. You'd think Greenwood would know
So, will
by
we
now,
be-
but
When will fast action be done?
At 10. Then I have to refresh again at 16.
We do a refresh at 16.
16 and then
Okay, thank you.
see a few players rocking the Bombay hoodies. I managed to snag myself one of those.
I did not.
Shout out to Tim Heath and Victoria and the Bombay team. As it comes 9-9 deuce. Someone call the police. 9-9-9 for Brewer.
We have a half an hour break.
Well, Leon Sturm's actually betting ace-queen high. To be fair, Brewer usually just has to outright fold this flop. Wouldn't surprise me if Brewer actually raises, despite having so much of this board, just because it would look a little bluffy, especially with the bigger 3.3 million stack. And for Leon, he probably was expecting this quite a bit. He still has practically the nut-no pair. And also the ace of clubs is important because he has backdoor equity.
The year of Brewer. What a year it's been. Continuing here in the main as he boats up on the turn. Sturm drawing dead. 450 in the middle. As Randy mentioned, that nut-no pair. Perhaps expecting Brewer to attack this kind of ball texture.
It's interesting because it depends on how light he thinks Leon's going to call him down, whether to bet the turn. Not holding a club in the hand himself might mean you check a little bit just because Leon Sturm would more likely have busted clubs that have to bluff the river. Likely GTO kind of mixes the frequencies on whether to bet or not and is counting out chips.
It's like a sizable bet, Randy.
Yeah. And the logic actually with this 400k bet into 450 is that the bigger I bet, the more it looks like I don't have a 9.
And the more he gets to leverage Sturm's entire stack, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 400k bet.
A lot of leveling right now on this turn.
Would not fault Sturm. Keeping him honest for one more, but he's going to pitch it. And he's going to preserve that 1.6 million chip stack. And Randy, you said it's likely that GTO mixes in that spot with the King 9. Perhaps a spot for our viewers to review exactly what GTO would do with the use of GTO Wizard in that spot. That's what's so great about these streams is you can watch the best in the world, and whilst you're watching the best in the world, fire up the app and take a look and see what GTO Wizard does.
Yeah, because I'm quite curious on the turn which combos of King 9 is worth betting, and my guess is that you check a little bit more when you're not holding the clubs, was my intuition, but definitely something you can look up yourself on GTO Wizard.
Well, I couldn't recommend it more myself. Click on the link in our chat to get involved in a giveaway. For those of you that don't have GTO Wizard already, we're giving away exclusive memberships as well as premium subscription and merchandise. And if I may, give a shout out to one of my best mates, Aspen Jorstad, GTO Wizard ambassador, constantly putting out content using GTO Wizard himself. So if that's not enough of an excuse to use it, then I honestly don't know what is. And we're trying to give it away for free, chat. Click the link. Or don't, you know? Maybe people don't like free stuff, Randy.
Will just mean it's going to be easier for you to win.
That's true.
So as long as someone clicks, odds in your favor.
What stacked field we have? 17 left. Some big storylines emerging here, of course. All eyes on Brewer and Haxton after the years that they've had. I mean, Haxton could eclipse the 15 million in a single year with a top 3 finish here. Mateos has won everything there is to win in poker other than a Triton trophy. Jason Kuhn looking for his 10th title.
Well, he's going to need some help if he wants to get his 10th title because he's down to 300,000 in chips. Oh, and Daniel DeVos got him in bad shape. Problem is, though, he's got multiple players act behind him.
Is this always just a call, and if there's fireworks behind, we pitch the trays?
Yeah, I kind of like going with this one just because you get that nice overlay. Big blind, small blind, big blind ante would give you nice odds on your pocket threes, easily flipping somehow ahead.
It's going to let it go, Randy.
Well, going to let Santosh maybe do some damage. Maybe a different perspective, whether he wants to take a shot at Jason Kuhn.
Well, if you're going to take a shot at the GOAT, you better pack a punch. Say 7 enough in Savannah's mind to pack the punch needed. Says Cole. And Ike's woken up with ace-9.
Wow, because
15.5 bigs.
if Santosh had folded, Haxton probably would have gave Jason Kuhn a spin, but once Santosh puts some chips in, it's very hard for Haxton to continue, although he's got the best hand amongst them two.
All in.
But he's still going to do it. He just knows. I think the read is, well, if Santosh had a hand, he would have just rejammed pre.
Is this just going to be a sick little overlay here for Jason?
He's actually doing pretty well with King 3 suited against these two hands.
It's got the most equity 3 ways, Randy. Explain that one to me.
This is actually pretty tough for Santosh because ace-7 suited performs very badly in this 3-way all-in, potentially, because it's 10 more big blinds, which is a lot of value.
How on earth does Ike do it? Finding the rejam over the top of the flat call on the button, just correctly deducing that Savannah's not nutted here.
Yeah, because he must feel that if Santosh had like ace-10 or better, would just reshove it in, and he's going to lay down to ace-7. So a nice overlay opportunity for Jason Kuhn and Haxton.
Okay. King 3 suited.
A chance for Jason
A7
to get back up
No hard
to
foul.
20 big blinds.
Yes.
Wow.
Head ace, live hearts. I'm liking it.
He's loving this.
Can we chop? I'd take it.
Dead ace, live hearts
All
announced.
states. But I don't think I don't think your 3 is very
Come
high.
9-6 deuce. It's going to be tough to win this one now as Ike has flopped. Top pair, top kicker.
Speed.
No backdoor hearts for Jason, just a king and a king only. Uh-oh.
Santosh would have had the nut flush.
Inside straight draw. Yeah, Jason would have been dead against Santosh. King or a 5. Doesn't find it as we lose the 9-time Triton champion. In 17th, Jason Kuhn going home $236,000, cashing yet another main event here in Monte-Carlo. And with that departure of the 9-time champ, we are down to the final 2 tables. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. And funnily enough, Randy, that departure of Jason getting us down to the final 2 tables coincides with a scheduled break. It's Adrian Mateos still out in front. Pole position, hasn't loosened his grip of the throne for quite some time now. Lewis Spencer doing his best on the other feature table to close that gap. They are the 2 runaway chip leaders, if you will. Really getting down to the business end of this tournament, Randy. Final 2 tables, mate.
Yeah, we had the first little business getting into the money, but now it's about getting to that final table, just as you mentioned, where we have that 3.9 million chip prize, or dollar prize, excuse me. Yeah, you know, it's going to be a rough one for some players, but you got that little bit of, what, 200? What's the min payout now?
236,000 guaranteed. We are on a
236.
bit of a pay jump, or we are on a pay jump, I should say, from 16th to 15th. The thing that I'm noticing here is the 42 big blind average stack. Now, even though we are only 7 spots away from the final table, I think the viewers at home should grab some popcorn, grab maybe a cup of joe, is it, on break, and yeah, buckle up for what's going to be a long stream to get us down to that final table, because we've got some incredibly deep stacks and some world-class talent out there. Don't go too far. We'll return from break, continuing coverage of this main event in Monte-Carlo.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker
now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Orpin Kisachakoglu flatting for 30,000.
Prime spot, I think, for Holtz to just jam the remainder of his 12 big blind stack with ace queen. Some dead money in there. Eibinger opening from the hijack. Fedor certainly going to be ahead of a lot of that opening range, and
Does exactly as you suspected he would. Maria, the jam to 160,000, and Orpin is the customer. Taking the best of it, but not by a whole lot. So it is Fedor's turn to hang on. And it's not looking good on a Jack 8-3 board, as he falls to 26%. And now with the set of sevens on the turn, it is official. We have lost the great Fedor Holz, courtesy of Orpin Kisachikoglu sevens as he hauls in Fedor's 12 blinds.
In one of the tournaments.
6 hours? No, I don't think so.
That's too short.
Want a bit against? I'll take, no, gotta hedge my bets, you know?
Trying to be nice.
No, really.
This is not even real life. I swear, every time I look up at this dude, he's got queens.
Yeah, it feels like he picks up queens
Then I realize it's
more than his fair share, but he has made it his hand of sorts.
Maybe the Money Cat is actually a queen printing device.
I mean, people usually want aces up their sleeve, but I think Ren wants queens up
He
his
really
sleeve.
does. He's just gone with it as his hand of choice, and this is going to look innocent enough out of the cutoff and open to 30,000. Jan. This is the only shorter stack than his own at this table, and he's jamming over the top of it. It will be a quick and easy call.
I'm getting mid-rolled.
Ace deuce. Lady Gaga.
A little bit. Oh, that's not really mid-roll.
Only play Lady Gaga.
And look, this even Orpin has to realize it is absurd.
But how often do they hold is the question.
Well, on this occasion, they look pretty good to do exactly that, as the monotone all-spade board leaves David Jan in need of a red ace only. Now there could be... No, spade for Lynn.
Don't you have more? Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice. No,
I think
you definitely have more.
Just 50K separated them at that point, so they're waiting. Jan is still in the building, although there's a threat to that reality developing elsewhere as we see Jonathan Jaffe all in.
Again.
And he gets Ken Tong
I was like, ace 5 suited.
as his man, but unfortunately, Tong shows him ace queen, and he has ace jack, dominated. Can he get lucky? 10-5 tray. Not what he needs. 10 on the turn. Is there a jack available?
Oh.
Yes!
Oh my god, nice.
And Jaffe. Never a doubt, it looked like. Nods his head and says ship it.
How much more?
3 outer. Keeping him involved in the main. Already a title here in Monte-Carlo, by the way, in that 50K turbo bounty that took place whilst the Invitational was going on. Lewis Spencer, by the way, in between those two. King Jack raises to 30,000. Jan with just 50K. Jams it in from the small. Another 20K to spin the wheel, and what a devastating spot. Dominated by Matthias.
It's
Lady Gaga. I'm really
not the
rooting for
worst
you.
situation ever, you know. I've been in worse, you know.
You don't mind, right?
Looking for a queen.
Seat open table. What table are we?
Queen on the river.
Everybody let
Just
it
skip
be
the
there.
turn.
No, just put it here.
So far, no luck for David Yan.
5 deuce.
Lady Gaga
I take a
Wait a minute.
Put a queen.
Split
Put a
is
queen.
reasonable.
Queen.
Come on.
Queen for sure.
4 is okay.
4 for the
Queen-
chop.
Lady Gaga.
Queen
Why
for
is
a clean
not
winner.
good for you?
Wow.
Oh, and there is the 4. A stay of execution for David Jan.
That's pretty.
And a whole round before the blinds get back to him, as he's going to find himself on the button the next hand. So has a little time to choose something decent.
Can I see your chips?
Um,
Thank you.
Looks like the sunglass repair is complete for Matthias.
It feels precarious, though, you know, perhaps when he stands up,
It just
would
flops
fall
right out. I would love to see a piece of duct tape across the top, you know what I mean, just to stabilize. Like a Band-Aid repurposed even, that would be great. New school Nelly.
New school Nelly.
King 10 from the button, 35 to go. Leonard a flat with the ace-9. Jack 10 suited, a pretty one for Ren Lin. And do we squeeze, Maria?
Ren has 29 big blinds, so I feel like it's not necessarily a spot where he wants to risk potentially playing a big pot when he could just call there.
And flop top pair up against middle pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, it's more.
Deciding on the
more
lead
big
here,
blind, aren't you?
you know, versus checking, definitely has a type of hand that could benefit from protection. Multi-way, going to be a lot of overcards out there. He doesn't want to give them a free look at the turn.
$75,000 the sizing. Both hands candidates to continue.
Yeah, I would imagine that Ibinger will continue here some of the time, but also with Mala behind him makes that proposition a little bit more difficult in terms of knowing exactly how many chips he's going to have to risk in order to see the next card.
75 cards.
And, you know, Lin might have some leads here with some draws, some queen 10s, some 10-8s, some 8-7s. Mala doesn't block any of those hands, so calls and looking to see what Lin is going to do on the turn. But some of those straights do come in, of course, you know, talking about the 10-8. That gets there when the 7 appears on the turn. Ren also able to have a lot of two-pair combos defending from the big blind.
Check back from Ren, and he is rewarded with the straight. Backdoor spades do appear, and that ace of spades takes on relevance for Leonard.
Oh, yeah, all right. You're not even this here.
All in.
Mala turning his hand into a bluff here with the ace of spades in his hand.
And Ren really didn't hesitate whatsoever, Maria, in spite of the lack of spades.
So much, my friend.
And I have to say, Lin was lucky that he improved on the river because that would have worked otherwise.
Yeah, a different spade that doesn't give him the jack high straight. And we're having
23 players in the money, got 39 remaining. So a little ways to go before we get to that soft bubble.
你有去美国打牌吗？
没有，太远了。
我也很少看到。
对，新手，新玩家。
新手都上这么打，是老板。
New player。
Danny 他们 ，Danny 他们
对，也是香港来，打得挺好。
我跟 Anson
Hecklin,
关系好。
ace 8 suited,
Anson 真。
attacking from the button. His green lit now down to 400K
哦，你不认识
after posting the
有
small.
看到，他不认识。你们都是我偶像啊！啊，你们都是我偶像。
哎，谢谢。
415?
Yeah.
Jams it for 415,000. And Hecklin
Lady Gaga?
wants to see things.
Yeah, part of Greenwood's range off of 21 bigs is going to be the small pairs that Hecklin's going to have 2 overs to. The suited nature of his hand also helps. Going to be ahead of course, the king, queen, queen, jack type hands as well.
And on the flop, it's all hearts, all Hecklin. Greenwood drawing dead, no sweat. And that is a dirty way to go.
No, it's not. that would be like
Jack of hearts and then
Just for good measure, added hearts work their way to the board.
Just
nice, not Paul. I don't love you anymore.
I didn't snap.
Spots to you. And so you got to pick your spots wisely, but you also need a little bit of help from the deck.
That you do.
I cannot tell you, Ollie, how good it is to be able to look outside right now.
Yeah, we've pulled the curtains open here on the venue throughout the course of the day. The sun beams down quite brightly, so we do keep them closed until dusk. The view is just spectacular, and that's a spectacular flop for Richard Young here in a limped pot pre. The ace-10 certainly could have shot it up and likely would have gotten through, but instead now Mateos is left investing those chips in the form of a lead, which Young pushes back on.
Yeah, with the raise, could certainly have clubs here, could be protecting some 3x, so Mateos feeling like he could be ahead of that range and sometimes have 2 overs, of course, and
making the call and hitting a 10. This is bad news for Adrian.
Yeah, especially Richard going for the check back.
That is slippery, as it's certainly going to look a lot like Richard just wanted to take the pot away on the flop and then gave up once called.
Yeah, or have, you know, some of those 3x's that, of course, doesn't want to bet again, but now that puts Mateos in a position to try to go for value here.
Betting 105,000, and Richard kickerless with his jack. Just flats, playing the pot control game. Flipping back over to the other feature, we find Artur Martirosyan up against Chris Brewer, who was the pre-flop raiser with his suited connector. Martirosyan defended the big and has hit this king, which he is playing as a check raise. Another 105 required for Chris to proceed. A lot of backdoor equity available. But you can get yourself into a lot of trouble that you look back and regret at times when you click call here. And that equity shows up and leaves you maybe incomplete on the end. And there is a 7 giving Brewer an open-ender.
Yeah, and Martirosyan with kings and 8s, but also from the big blind could have defended with quite a few 8x combos, so certainly trips are in his range, as well as some of these strong king x's. Now, when Brewer continued on the flop, of course, Martirosyan knows there's going to be some ace-x's that will bet call, some ace-x suited type of hands that have backdoor flush potential. And then, of course, some hands like 9s, 10s, jack.
Well, very warm welcome back to the sporting here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. We're down, Randy, to the final 2 tables of the $125,000 Triton Super High Roller Series main event. Look at the top of the chip counts. It is none other than #1 on Spain's all-time money list, Adrian Mateos, leading the final 16 with the monster 96 big blind stack. And Randy, we were just touching on the average stack depth here with 16 left. I think we're going to be here for a few levels to get down to this final table, right? 42 big blind average as things stand.
Especially after we get a couple more eliminations, when you can see the final table just right around the corner. Play will tighten up tremendously at that point. For now, though, it is the short stacks that need to find a situation to try to double up, hopefully chip up with no showdown, ideally, but, you know, sometimes the cards just decide your fate.
Well, short stack duties do belong to the young German phenom, Leon Sturm. Justin Bonomo on 19 big. Sam Greenwood has turned my attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. We have had the final 2 table redraw. And we talk about variance a lot in terms of winning flips and whatnot. Random seat draws, Randy, or maybe something that the solvers don't teach you how to run good at. Spencer, second in chips, to the left of Mateos on the blue table. I guess a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Like, yes, you have position on Mateos, but the fact that the only player in the field that covers you is sat next to you kind of thing.
Yeah, but you do want to have position so that he can't just 3-bet you recklessly, right? And then when he folds, you can start to attack. So I would say he's got a pretty good seat draw.
Well, we're on a small pay jump, 236,000 guaranteed, 261 as we throw it down to the main stage once more. Final 2 tables of the 125K main event here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco, with 3.9 million going to the champion. Obviously be focusing on the top prizes tomorrow once we get down to that final table, but for now our attention focused on these final 2 tables as we work our way down to this FT here in Monte-Carlo. Let's go. Love to see it. Are you hyped, Randy? You look hyped. Is it time that we change this music, maybe?
No.
How long's it been? How many years?
You do not change what works, my friend.
What about a stopped clock? A broken stopped clock?
Quizzes are not my thing. Didn't do too well.
I wish we could leak some of the group chat stuff, honestly. We'd all be fired so quickly, it's unbelievable. The banter.
I meant the...
I love it.
It's a red time banks, yep.
No.
Right,
now?
ladies and gentlemen.
We just
How are you? We're back.
It can't be in play.
236 guaranteed. We're on a $25,000 ladder between 16th and 15th. And Randy, something that you pointed out, worth mentioning.
12.
Obviously, our attention on these final 2 tables of the main event, but we're actually down to the final table of the 25K Turbo, event number 5, and it is a pretty stacked field in that one. Watson leading the final 9, O'Dwyer over there, Soiser, Henrik Hecklund, Fedor Holtz, Punat Punsri. We will update
let me
you
get that one.
as and when we have players eliminated. 416,000 up top in that one.
Fly swatter.
Holtz looking for title number 4, by the way.
Floor. Kill the fly.
Sounds like there's a fly that they're trying to kill.
He really likes me.
A quick check back of top pair. Oh, got trip aces.
Lewis were sitting there.
Richard Young just got nothing. Just gotta sneeze into this pot and you win. There we go.
Can we just show some love for Boss there with the black leather jacket matching
We are on
the black cap?
20% of a buy-in pay jump.
Makes zero.
Trying
This makes no sense.
I thought you were gonna applaud him for his fold of 7 high. I was like, what are you doing?
Sure, but like, there's no logic behind it.
Yeah.
Blinds up.
Just admiring the swag, mate.
No, it's good swag.
Blinds up indeed.
Oh, okay.
What's the idea?
They just decided to not put it on and off. And just,
Yeah, it's just on. Fuck it.
Sure.
It's only for
This for a table for the poker fans around the world. Ponakov, Savannah, Joe, Petrangelo, Brewer,
like a little more
Paxton,
time.
Young, and Bonomo.
I'd like
Tough.
a little more like,
Not so tough as opening these 2 9s.
let's do things that make sense.
20 bigs to start off the hand.
That's fair.
100.
Let's go, you 120.
Well, he did try to make it 100K, but blinds are 60,000, so was going to have to bump up to the min of 120.
We'll let him off. Fun fact, Justin Bonomo wins this event.
What?
He will regain.
I was like, what? I thought that was your statement. Sorry. I thought you just said fun fact, Justin Bonomo wins this event.
So I think what we figured out from today's stream is I need to get my eyes checked and you need to get your ears checked.
That's correct.
Okay, right.
Correct.
Fun fact, Justin Bonomo wins this event. I know, perhaps premature to start coming up with these kind of storylines, but if he does, he will retake
Yeah, I'm not allowed down.
#1 spot on the all-time money list.
That's from Bryn Kenny?
That is correct. Now, the year of Ike Haxton, the year of Brewer, both of them battling it out for, I mean, the most insane year. Reminds me of Fedor and Bonomo and Coleman. Both of them just absolutely crushing. '23 money list. If my internet wants to work, no, it's leaving me hanging live on air. There we go. Ike Haxton, 14 million. Brewer, 12 million.
Petrangelo folding pocket 3s. Both these ducks in the cutoff. Baby pocket pairs really have not been popular. You know, usually up front, but now even in the cutoff. They just don't play well at all. And they also don't have blockers to hands that can kind of put resistance against you, like the ace-X and king-X's. Perhaps a simple hand incoming. We do have 9-4 diamonds limping the small. But Ponakov's thinking about
It should also
potentially juicing it up with the king-5.
One showing the big blind.
Yeah, like call versus small. Big blind versus call should be normal, right?
Big blind versus call is normal.
He just used
No, they just did one.
No juicing this time round, Randy.
supposed to have
Tend to see a flop with the suited king.
He was supposed to have 20 seconds and probably get the red back.
I have no clue.
And well, a modern day cooler, perhaps.
He
Top
opened
pair against bottom pair.
Once there,
In a limped
once
pot,
there's a
blind
call,
v
yeah.
blind. Tough to make pairs and
Good
hold
deal.
them, Randy.
Yes, and the bottom pair does have backdoor diamonds too. Even more likely he won't be folding to a bet. Was a little bit of confusion about which time bank to be used, given that Justin Bonomo did actually act with a call on a small. It wasn't the red time banks to be used, but was clarified. A check through.
Oh, an undercard to the board completes the rainbow as well. Bonomo content to try and get this 9 to a river and then decide to either try and get to showdown or squeeze out some value.
Could definitely squeeze some value from Jack and 9X at this point for Ponakovs.
Some straight draws out there as well, Randy, that we want to get a bit of protection from.
Exactly.
$155.
Meat on the bone.
It actually allows him to go large on the turn because he's kind of expected to bet on the flop with King X, so he can get more value against Jack and 9X once he checks the flop. River could be troublesome if it blanks out.
Well, how about that for a blank, Randy? The deuce of clubs. As bricky as it can get. 490 out there. Bonomo with 590 back. And I mentioned the meat on the bone on the turn. Do we go for all you can eat on this river?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. He just goes all in. Because, like I said, checking back flop. Justin might discount King X a bit. Ponikoff can represent straight draws that just bricked. All the gut shots closer to 9 and 6. 8-7 open-ended as well. And plus, Ponikoff has got that reputation to be bluffy. And he can still get looked up here. 380 is for the majority of Justin Bonomo's stack. When you put in the Ponikoff's factor, it just becomes closer to a call. Problem here is this. He calls and he's wrong. He's down to 210, which has no fold equity pre-flop. So if he can preserve these chips and find a fold, it gives him opportunities to chip up with no showdown on future hands.
Bonomo really mulling this one over. One of the greatest of all time. Justin, he really can't take anything away from his achievements throughout his career. Always a pleasure to watch him navigate. Typically has a big stack, Randy. Different situation here. See if he can preserve these 10 big blinds by finding a fold against Ponikoff's. Not easy to find the fold here. Blind v blind as he makes the call, and Ponikoff's gonna scoop a big one. 1.25 million, and with that, Bonomo down to just 3.5 bigs, Randy. Crippling blow, perhaps.
Yeah, really nicely executed by Ponikoff, because when he checked that flop, he was still able to get a lot of value, perhaps even more, with his bigger sizings on turn and river. Like, let's just say he bet the flop, he bets the turn, you know, he probably gets less than expecting Jump Bottom to kind of check fold the river as played, if it's 3-street game.
You have a blue in your whites.
Thanks. You shouldn't use the app in the middle of the hand like that. It's an unfair advantage.
I mean, your stack was not 20.
Your calls are there.
One of the stacks was 20.
Okay.
They were at the start of the hand. And then I didn't have 20 anymore. You can't stack them in 20 if you don't have 20 chips.
I mean, sorry. I understand what you mean, but I don't think it should be an issue in this spot. I just checked the amount of chips you got. I think it's way easier with app than watching.
Yeah, but the problem is you're the only one doing it. I would do it if I was allowed to, and it would be helpful. I'm not allowed to, so I don't do it.
Oh. What's going on here, Henry?
So, I'm not siding with anyone because I don't know what the official ruling is. But Bonomo saying to Ponikoff after the fact that he shouldn't be looking at the app, the Triton Poker Plus app, that obviously keeps track of everyone's stacks during the hand, because it would give him an unfair advantage. And Ponikoff's response was that Bonomo's chips weren't stacked in stacks of 20. And Bonomo said, well, how can I stack it in stacks of 20 if I don't have 20 chips in total? Seemed like a very honest exchange. Ponokovs did apologize, and Bonomo said, you know, he would do the same if he was allowed to. So it seems like he has received the official ruling. But again, I don't want to say anything in stone because I'm not 100% sure whether you are allowed to or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But it was very civil.
Yeah, you can see, definitely see
civil
where
from
they're
that.
both coming from.
100%. Ponokovs was just saying, look, it's easier to look at the app than it is to try and figure out, you know, how many white chips that you have, etc., etc. I think on Bonomo's part, it's a fair statement to tell him that if that's not it, if it's not allowed, then you shouldn't do it.
Yes,
that's all he's asking.
Well, on to this one.
Very mature exchange, Randy.
No player for peace. It's important to note that Savannah actually checked back the big with ace-4 suited. Definitely handy, could have put some action in pre. But it might lose him this pot, given he didn't raise, because the 6-4 is betting. But no, never mind. What a call. Ace-4 high. Just high card. Board's getting even scarier. The nice thing, though, is for Santosh is he's got that not representation, but reputation for just having a bit of call on him.
$350 in the middle.
So check through on the flop. So
yeah.
Ponokov's also thinking Queen X a little bit unlikely. Maybe his opponent's holding like a 7. So many overcards to the board. Maybe I can get those hands to fold.
$60.
Interesting min bet.
And is this just designed to fold out hands like 9-8, miss spades?
Yes.
Just pairless holdings.
There's a decent amount of pairless holdings. It probably folds out the deuce as well. Decent amount. Maybe it's like some 7 no kicker occasionally, although the price is quite nice. Oh, Santos Savannah, you sick man. You get him.
Well, that is going to send a message to the rest of the table. Savannah correctly calling down with ace high across turn and river to scoop in a sizable one. Blind v blind.
Ponokov's going to wish he bet more on that river.
Well, the fact that it didn't get ace high to fold, I mean.
Well, it's confirmed. Santosh 3.0 is here.
One more.
I was ready to pay that big.
Yes, sir.
Those of you just joining us, welcome to the show. Adrian Mateos, #1 on Spain's all-time money list, leading the final 16 here in Monte-Carlo with 3.9 million up top.
$120.
Time's running out for Justin Bonomo.
Yeah, he's supposed to have 20.
He's thinking how loose Haxton's opening, and maybe he can click, get it in, and kick out the blinds for an overlay. But just the kicker's just so bad, it makes sense that he just lets that one go.
Little raise and take there.
No worries. Long day.
It's confusing.
Accident.
It's more trouble than it's worth. Yeah.
What is it?
I said it's confusing and it's more trouble than it's worth.
What?
The 10-second thing.
Yeah, it's stupid.
I actually still don't understand. How often do we get the red things for?
All right, what's happening here? Oh, Leonard Mel is so short.
Well, he just ran kings into aces.
Against
Tong.
Ken Tong.
Yeah.
And that was a massive pot he lost.
Huge. 3 million chip pot. Ken Tong from Hong Kong here for the first time.
Leonard needs to go with this one just because he's big blind next.
Right.
Can get
It's gonna
that
be
full
forced all
ante.
in, yeah.
Yeah. Looks loose, but it's actually the right play.
Well, maybe Ken Tong is going to be hitting the final nail in Leonard's coffin. No, passing up on the ace-X on the button.
He's going to let someone else do the damage.
Does Ibengo want to be the one to try and eliminate him? He does. Gonna make the call.
This should invite Leon Sturm to come along as well, given that it's less than a min raise.
佢藍色佢唔識數喎。
Sturm 15 effective against Ibengo.
What's crossing Leon Sturm's mind a little bit is there some fold equity? Maybe I can isolate this against Leonard Mao. Would Ibinger click if he had a good hand?
You remember I
Looks like
told you,
he's
first one of these you play, you have to
coming
get
with
the
call.
wrong good. So when you come back. Same thing.
Thank you so much. Lucky.
Leonard has
Not
flopped
for
a
Ran, I
piece,
think he,
but currently
pissed the gods off or something.
out-kicked. Sturm
We have
holding
a
the
lot
Jack
here.
10 on the
We have
ace
a
queen
lot
10.
here.
Ibinger with a gut shot.
A lot.
Dry side pot, Randy. So perhaps.
So dry side pot means no reason to bluff because you still need to
60,000.
win against the guy who's all in. But technically speaking, Leonard's hand is kind of random, right? Because he needs to get in pretty much almost any two.
So king high could be good.
King high could be good.
Try and fold out the equity that Sturm has. This could get really weird, Randy. I mean, there's a world in which Leonard wins this because Ibinger gets Sturm to fold the best hand. Let's see how this one plays out. 120k in the side, 375 in the main.
Yeah, it's a good point because there actually is something worth fighting for now. 2 blinds on the side. Ibinger might be thinking, well, if Leon Sturm had an ace, it's a good chance he just jams it in pre, so maybe Leon's capped around queen and 10x. Looks like he doesn't want to deposit any more chips. For Leon, though, it's an opportunity to just kind of try and show this one down. You do have just a pair of 10s after all, and it will be a disaster to kind of bet fold this one.
$495 out there. Sturm with 805 back, content to check this one behind. And we're going to lose Leonard in 16th unless Ibinger
just YOLOs it.
Just YOLOs it, Randy, and gets Sturm to fold the winner. Stranger things have happened.
It would be quite risky because Ibinger still has to beat Leonard's hand. He doesn't really know it is king high after all. So it's not like he can just bomb it hoping to win, scoop the pot. But since he checks, his hand is pretty much done. So I guess that's the end of Leonard Mao in 16th.
Yeah, running kings into aces just a few hands ago. It does mean that there will be
Well, Leonard,
25K.
I'm actually surprised he's value betting this, by the way.
Yeah.
This guy's sick.
Maybe we're not going to lose this guy because now he's reopened the door for Ibinger to do something crazy.
True. I don't think he's going to do something crazy, but then again, I also didn't expect this min bet from Leon Stern with just third pair.
Uh-oh. That was a big gulp.
I saw that too.
It's the Poker Code co-founder thinking of doing something wild.
Leonard's just thinking he's out, but there's actually a potential he stays in if he could just hope that Ibinger raises. What a crazy hand.
Don't you dare.
It seemed like it was a simple one. It feels like he's going to pitch it now, doesn't it?
Oh, he thought about it.
He shaked his hand. He's holding his cards.
He's thinking about it. But surely he can't do anything now.
I guess he's thinking about call or fold.
Wow.
Wow, what a value bet from Leon Sturm, showing you how good he is. That's sick. One of the best online players there is, isn't it?
Chop, chop, huh?
No chop.
What on earth did we just witness, Randy?
Well, the end of Leonard Mao.
We did, but the one big blind block, the Ibinger tank, we went through a roller coaster of emotions there, expecting perhaps a check jam, trying to punish the small bet, in which Leonard wouldn't have been eliminated in 60. There's so much going on there, but GG's to Leonard Mao, of course. Another deep run here in the main event. Came third in that 50K bounty just the other night, 233K.
Been a nice series for him so far.
Certainly has. Running kings into aces, though, with 16 left in the main event. Rough way to end things. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. And with that, 25K pay jump for the final 15 here in Monte-Carlo. 261,000 guaranteed. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on the call for this one. Had Arlene Najard and Maria Ho in the booth. The start of day 2 today. Plan of action. Both Randy, myself, and these 15 players is to play down to the final table today. Top 3, Adrian Mateos, Lewis Spencer, and Chris Brewer. As things stand, average stack 38 big blinds.
No.
Hope you're all enjoying the show, wherever it may be that you're joining us from. As always, let us know whereabouts in the world you are watching from. Coming up to, well, closing in on midnight local time. Just gone 11 o'clock. Probably going to be here till around, I'd say, 1 a.m.'s the line, I think. Hour and a half. Like 1:30, 2 o'clock. Till the sun comes up.
I don't know about that.
5 seconds. And hold.
Boris going to defend.
They got like the same stack, 2.2 million back.
Forrest defending and remains with the best hand on the ace-8.
Not too much of a hand, but usually the big blind doesn't have a piece as well. Very hard for Ibinger to win this hand.
I thought that was the Queen of Diamonds for a second there. Just as you say, it's going to be hard. It's
3 pair.
Impossible now in terms of showdown value. But there are other ways in which Ibinger can win this.
It feels like the king is also not the greatest card to multi-barrel on, just because the unpaired hands usually are king X that check calls the flop.
5 seconds. 275,000.
But he does feel that 8x is supposed to fold for him to bet this turn. We know Divorce would never fold once he improves.
Give me some insights to the potential thought process here. Is this to do with the fact that he's holding clubs, unblocking all of like the backdoor flushes here? Like, what's the situation here? Or is this purely?
I can see that. Yes, it is a little bit surprising. Like I said, I just feel like the king X is actually pretty good for the big blind, because the big blind has obviously ace X, 8x, and king X's. So I'm not really sure what his game plan is coming into the river once he got called.
Diamonds brick. See if Ibinger wants to continue telling the story that he set up on the flop and turn.
I suppose very occasionally he beats like Jack 10 of diamonds exclusively. But what does he think a king X would do against a third barrel in 8x? Looks like he thinks it's too much aces in his opponent's range. Gives up.
And Forrest confidently tabling the king 8 after river goes check check. Nice little pickup there for DD.
He's been cruising.
That's indeed. One-time Triton champion, 24 cashes, 8.4 million in Triton earnings.
It was 600. The solving, because you said heads up.
First title of his coming this year in Cyprus. In the final event, a 20k short deck. Ante-only.
Did you ever play Limit?
Had a pretty sick series in London as well.
Did you play it?
With 4 final tables.
As that limit is so soft that they have like casino machines where you play with computers.
5 seconds.
So Ibinger's down to 30 blinds. The loss of that last pot. Not going to stop him from continuing to raise. Haven't seen much of Greenwood lately.
All Mateos for that fact.
Yeah. Baby suited connector.
Are the Greenwood brothers taking it in turns to come to Triton events? They're just rotating.
I saw Lucas earlier.
Oh, he is here, is he? Okay.
I saw him. He was roaming around. Said hello.
Well, hello to this flop for people looking for action. Top pair, top kicker for Ibinger. Bottom pair and a flush draw for Greenwood, and this could be fireworks, Randy. I mean, 340 in the middle, SPR of around 4.
240,000.
And it's a sizable C bet as well.
Yeah, Eibinger is looking to get the most he can. He knows that this board hits the big blind a bit, so he can just get so much value from all straight draw spades, worst 9Xs, just everything really. And maybe size up entices Greenwood to check raise a bit. He is out of position. Certainly nothing wrong with check calling, because sometimes he makes spades, his opponent picks up some kind of hand to multi-barrel or makes some pair that's drawing dead.
Yeah, you're so right, Randy. This board texture against the big blind defense, so many straight draws as well as pairs. See what Greenwood comes with. Has all the options on the table.
Well, not fold.
How much is the bet? 240?
Yes. Sorry?
240? 540?
540,000.
Comes with the check raise to 540 after getting confirmation from the dealer.
5K less.
That's 240K.
Once he check raises, at this point for Eibinger, you just got to get it in. There's too much in the middle. You've got the nut top pair. Occasionally your opponent check raises some top pairs worse than ace kicker.
All in.
Let's fight.
In it goes. Fair fight at that, Randy. Flipping with 2 cards to come. In fact, Greenwood, a slight equity favorite, even though he is currently behind, looking for a 4-3 or a spade.
Classic coin flip.
2.8 million.
Who said classic coin flip? Because it's not a classic.
I tell you what, that was perfectly executed. As the 4 of clubs vaults Greenwood into the lead, and now Eibinger looking for an ace-9 or a 7 for the flip-flop-flip, as Randy Lou likes to call it.
There we go.
Classic flip. Turning into a classic flip-flop-flip with Randy Lou in the booth.
That's 1-5 and here's the
Eibinger finding the non-spade ace to eliminate Greenwood in 15th. How about that for a roller coaster of emotions, ladies and gentlemen?
That one's gotta hurt. GG Sam Greenwood. Love to watch him play. Would have been in prime position. The top 4 stack had he won that one. And we're down to 15.
We're down to 14, my man.
14, excuse me.
Greenwood out in 15th for 261,000. We are now on another 25K pay jump between 14th and 13th. Bonomo just doubled up against Haxton.
120.
Brewer.
Oh.
The cut-off open. Does have all the chips. Should say at least covering everyone behind, hence the open. And Bonomo.
I'm folding, but can I just get a count?
Brewer just saying he's folding, but just wants an official count. What are your thoughts on comments like that? I don't really understand it. Is it just like...
There's no reason for him to say that just yet. You mean I'm folding, but I just want to count?
Yeah. Like,
what he's trying to say is, just in case you have like 300K, I suppose. But he's not looking to call.
Just in case he was off about the exact amount.
Yeah, it just seems unnecessary to verbalize that first.
Yeah, because it also... And by the way, I'm in no way insinuating that this was Brewer's intentions, but it feels like potentially get a read as well? Would you like to say something like that? Or am I just being a bit...
I don't think his
I know his isn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not insinuating that. I'm just saying, like, you're saying that out loud. You're kind of getting into murky waters. I don't know. Looks like we're losing Ponakovs as he's going over to the other table. What am I saying? GL.
Too many phones. Too many phones.
GL Ponakovs. Randy, we've got 7,000 people watching over on YouTube. We got thousands on Twitch,
I'm done.
Facebook.
It's terrible.
The Triton Poker Plus app.
No way I can say it. I'm done.
How many likes do you think we're at on YouTube?
Yeah.
Have a guess. Hazard a guess.
I'll tell you. Not enough.
That's a great answer. You're right. Not enough. We need to get to 2K likes by the end of today. Otherwise, Maria Ho's getting fired tomorrow.
Me too. Me too. Okay. Let's go. I need more phones.
Seriously?
That's what I heard.
Well, did Maria Ho like and subscribe yet?
I don't think she has, actually, to be
Better.
fair. I mean, she needs to. But for those of you at home that haven't, please do take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button, smash it.
That's your baby?
To the point that your fingers in pain.
AI dog. AI dog.
Yeah.
We'd love to get up to 2K
I have a real
likes
dog.
by the end of today's stream.
AI dog. AI dog.
Bringing you
better.
world-class
AI dog
coverage.
doesn't shit.
Maybe it does.
From Monaco. Free of charge.
Those are real dogs.
World's best poker players.
Those are mine. No?
Highest stakes.
Need more computers.
AI dog bell.
AI dog.
Completely unimpressed.
Oh.
Just could not have been less impressed with Nick's dog.
He's like, no. 2 border collies is fucking bullshit. You need an AI dog. Mine turned 2 years old today. That's what he said.
That was awesome.
My son. He goes, my son, AI dog. 2 years today.
I like it. It's better than a real dog.
Real dogs are cool. I mean, especially if you...
I like the cat, Paulson.
I am a cat person.
Yeah.
The cat's
Cats.
Yeah, the cat's cool. I'm not like anti-cat. Dude,
Not an AI cat.
I would just rather have a real pet, you know?
AI cat sounds really unexciting.
We'll have to see Chris W saying, let's help Maria keep her job.
Just clicks your man up.
Appreciate that, Cray.
Freeman
Freeman saying, wow, extortion. Well, you know, we gotta try
The cat did make me miss Click.
everything we can to get you all to.
Yeah.
Does it
click
sit
that
next to you all day,
button.
or?
Almost up to
What's his name?
200,000 subscribers over on YouTube.
Oh,
Janine.
Joe Train gonna raise
Janine.
paint rag.
J-I-M-I-N, after the K-pop idol.
Leaning on that.
BTS.
Small blind limp.
Interesting.
With the worst hand.
The Robbie special.
What is the Robbie special, isn't it?
Does Zoe just take care of it when you're gone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
More hers, I guess.
I feel like cats have less. Like, have a little bit less favoritism. They just kind
Brandy.
of feel like it.
The dog.
1 to 6. And that
The dog
25K
caught-
turbo. Steve O'Dwyer with an overwhelming chip lead, 46 big blinds. So what's over there? Dimitar Danchev, Michael Scheuser, Henrik Ekman, and Fedor Holtz.
It's way more fun.
Battling
when
it
I'm
out.
there.
For a top prize of 416,000.
Oh, Nick is impressed dogs.
As Joe gets one over Savannah. There's a few Triton champions over there. Everyone bar Danchev.
Should be Danchev's first Triton, am I right? Can you check for me?
I believe so. Bulgarian, for a long time, reigned supreme atop of Bulgaria's all-time money list until Alex Kulev started playing poker, if I'm not mistaken. He's now moved down to second.
I realized I was just counting my stacks. I was so confused how I had lost so many chips. And I kept counting. I was like, how do I have only 2.6? It was really, I was kind of distraught about it. I was like, did I do something?
Aces.
Petrangelo, hands in air, ace jack, gotta walk.
Flip it.
Back to the outer table.
See Lewis with 2 kings.
Is that it?
Eibinger. Flatting ace 10 suited in position. Very deep stacks.
What?
Roughly 55 big blinds effective.
You have like 3.4.
Yeah.
I don't know. Steady game.
Single race pot. 7
Oh,
bigs in the middle. 5-3 deuce. Rainbow with 1 club. Gut shot for Eibinger. 2 overs. Backdoor nut flush.
It wouldn't surprise me if pocket kings checks this flop.
You down to play tomorrow?
Just being undergun.
Yeah, this is second v fourth in chips, by the way. Incredibly deep to start the hand. There you go. Lewis Spencer's been reading the same books you have, Randy. Let's check it on over.
Little backdoor club action for Eibinger. He might throw some chips out there just to kick out some unpaired broadways.
5 seconds.
Looks like he is going to try. Now the question is, does pocket kings want to check raise or check call? What's interesting is he often has the best hand, and it's quite vulnerable, of course, to the 4 or ace that could drop off on the turn. But then again, he doesn't really want to play like some massive pot given how deep they are. Just in case he's up against a set or ace 4 suited.
5 seconds.
It looks like he's just content with keeping the pot contained, even though he thinks he's usually got the best hand.
Well, that was until the ace of diamonds rolled off on the turn, Randy.
That is one of the problems with pot controlling and just trying to not risk the majority of your stack.
$6-10 out there.
Check.
Spencer gonna check it once more.
A bit of an interesting decision here for Eibinger, just because the ace, yes, it's nice that he's paired his ace, but he could be up against a bigger ace that check called flop. But the good thing too, though, is if he bets turn, he rarely ever gets check raise on a 4-line wheel card board. So maybe he also bets small check back river and also protects him against like a chop river 4.
We did check. Queen of spades completing the run out. Eibinger with the 100% check mark. Gonna move up to third in chips. What do you do in Spencer's shoes now?
I kind of like a 10% block bet or so. You can kind of get crying calls out of pocket pairs. Lose the minimum against an ace-X that doesn't have much of a kicker. There's not too many hands that can bluff raise you too. But it looks like he's checking to decide based on what sizing Eibinger might come with.
Eibinger facing a third check.
300,000.
Content betting half pot.
So the thing is, when you don't block bet yourself, you let your opponent kind of set the price. And now you're in a guessing game spot. He needs to think about what range is flatting his undergun open that is unpaired. Like, would he expect Ibinger to float, not float, but flat like an 8-9 suited?
5 seconds.
You know, these 7-8 suited that would take a shot at it.
Yeah, can't fault Spencer for making the call here. Ibinger up to second. Spencer down to third as they trade places. $14 remain here in the 125K main event. Just 4 minutes left on the clock. This level, level 19. Adrian Mateos has been sat at the top of the chip counts since we joined.
It feels like he's just like maintaining that 4.5 million stack.
Really
or so.
chilling. Yeah, there hasn't been any major swing. If you look at the Triton Poker Plus app, since we joined, it's just been chilling.
Thank you.
It's okay. As long as you're the chip leader.
Had that massive hand against Leon Sturm, the Queen 7 Deuce 3-7 board, and that was it. We didn't even get to see that one go to showdown. Justin Bonomo, by the way, back up to 16 bigs after being down to just 3.5 bigs. That big pot against Ponakov's.
I find Mateos' stare a little intimidating.
5 seconds.
I mean, that's because it is, Randy.
Well, it's not going to stop Spencer from continuing with his suited connector, although he is dominated. Don't think he thinks he is, though, just because it's a raised pot.
You played it a bit, right? I mean, how can you fold it? Somebody that's
Ooh.
into 10.
What a flop for Spencer, and Mateos actually makes top pair, Jack Kicker. Currently the best hand.
The limit, you said limit.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
So what is the correct call frequency on the
This
river?
was a 4x pre from Mateos. Spencer called the 7-6 suited.
340.
And it's a meaty continuation bet, 60%. Randy, we might just be playing a monster pot here. This is first against third in chips. With 14 left.
Let's say king 7 deuce, he bets your call. You're always.
It feels like Spencer, because he's got position, will want to take one off rather than raise. They're just so deep, and it would just be a disaster to just get all of the chips in right now, even on a pure coin flip. I do like the call. He can maneuver, navigate, and he can hit the spade. His opponent picks up something that's just drawing dead. Not the card Spencer wanted to see.
Not the card Mateos wanted to see either.
Correct. Also because, like, gut shots like ace deuce and ace 4 paired at ace.
Some of the ace high floats that perhaps didn't want to play an inflated pot pre-flop. Some ace jack, ace 10, maybe even some ace queen O's. 1.2 million out there. One card to come. Let's check through. As Spencer bricks.
One more bad card.
Bricks the combo draw. And I assume, Randy, the way this one played out, both content to try and get this one to showdown?
Usually, yes. I wouldn't be surprised if Mateos actually comes in with block, but check and check is the standard play.
Frustrating,
isn't
yeah,
it?
that's a frustrating couple of hands there for Spencer. The kings against ace 10. Now flopping, top pair and a straight flush draw. But Still has 3 million chips, the young pro from UK. Sat 5th overall, and, well, perhaps time for him to bet on himself over on betacr.eu. You can elevate your live sports engagement experience. Get prediction options on Triton events with 15% free play, up to $250. I know a few of you have been letting us know in the chat who you've got your money on. That final table yesterday, that $200,000 Triton invitation. You can get some money down on this as well. I mean, plenty of big names to choose from. Do let us know if you do have a little bet. I do love a sweat with the chat. Let us know if you're betting on someone and your reasons why you think they're going to win this.
It's not plastic though. It's not plastic though.
If I had to bet on anyone, it would probably be Haxton or Brewer after the year that they've both had.
I'd bet on the guy with the most chips, just saying. Odds in your favor.
Smart, Randy. I like that.
Yeah,
like that.
1 million.
I knew there was something more to you.
Oh, like 40 stacks of 40 it must be.
Do we normally see Divorce wearing glasses?
We don't.
Okay.
We
Wasn't
don't.
sure if that was.
I think he's been to the optician that I need to go to. Perhaps he was also experiencing, you know,
Can't read the cards.
couldn't see the flop. It's like, is that diamond? Is that heart?
It's
Maybe?
more troublesome for him if he
For
can't
sure,
see the
for
cards.
sure. So yeah, maybe I need to go to the eye doctor. Wow,
A lot of pocket pairs.
Another annoying spot for Spencer. Kings against ace 10, then losing that 1.2 million chip pot against Mateos. Now 8s against Morris's 9s. Small blind. V hijack.
So he's kind of deciding whether he wants 3-bet or flat. Flat kind of defines his range a bit more, given he'd want to 3-bet all his big pocket pairs and ace-kings. Also, some players tend to play like a 3-bet or fold strategy from the small. We'll make the call. Did use one time bank into that.
Ken not interested in making this a 3-way affair. So the 9s against the 8s. Boris in position. Is covered by Spencer. As the frustration perhaps about to disappear on the 8-3 deuce. Spencer flopping top set, but more importantly,
The floor doesn't do anything about
Forrest with the overpair.
Yeah, just a dreamy spot for top set.
There's a sick Belarusian dude who just stacks him in like 60 or like 70, whatever. And he doesn't give, and it's like not even the same color. It's like different dominations.
Very deep stacked.
And the floor told him like 5 times. And he
Upwards
didn't
of
do
40
anything.
blinds
Yeah, he didn't really speak English.
remaining.
That was bizarre.
Last trip or 2 trips ago, I forgot.
150 into 380. Just shy of half pot.
Nothing wrong with check raising, but I kind of like check call. Give your opponent some rope. Plus, when you check raise, it's hard to represent bluffs. I like trying to look like you've got some weak pair. And even the 2 9s shouldn't be fearful of the jack.
So what happened in the end?
Could easily continue firing away. And there is the presence of these ace 4, ace 5s that have a gutter ball that would check call flops. Something that Divorce might want to protect against. Can win against these 7s, 6s, and 5s, etc. Gonna play a bit of caution. Oh, the 9! What a card! Front door flush comes in.
How ridiculous.
You were saying Spencer out of the downswing. Perhaps not.
Well, perhaps definitely not, Randy. As Dvoris is rivered, we have ourselves a set over set situation. What a frustrating orbit for Spencer.
Lewis checks his set. That is very interesting.
Really nothing that could have been done differently from Spencer's point of view in any of the hands that he played. Just variance, I mean, 680 out there. As Randy mentioned, spades do get there. And it's a pot-sized bet.
This will get snapped off. No point in raising when flush comes in.
From Dvoris. So grim. Snap call from Spencer. It's going to get shown the 2 red 9s.
Oh, he was ready to show the winner. Now he's got a muck.
What a frustrating orbit for the young Brit, from 4.1 million down to 2 million.
Smart kid.
Really? Whoa.
8 of spades, 8 of diamonds.
Very zen.
Sniffed it out.
Gracious.
Did you watch
in
that
defeat.
Conan when you were a child?
Yes.
Do you know that?
Yes, I know.
I loved it.
Just knows. It's part of the process. On to the next hand. Letting it go after a rough orbit. Different ways in which you can earn your stripes. Triton Poker Series. One of the ways is just taking blow after blow and continuing to show up. Just bringing your A game.
Not that great for me either, but
Signs of a true professional.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can bounce back as we
Can we have 2 tables?
head on to table 1. So we've headed into level 20. 40K, 80K. Mateos closing in on the 5 million chip mark. 14 left out of the 135 entries.
Quan, that's yours, right?
No.
No? Oh, no.
Oh.
Quick update.
It could be
from
Alex's.
event number 5.
I don't know.
Down to 5. Fader Holtz out in 6th. 3s coming up short against pocket 10s.
We got 2 10s here for Haxton on the button. Puts in the min raise. Bottom also short stack, king 9 off.
Bonomo's done a tremendous job at
He's
getting
a
back
grinder.
into this one. Was down to 3.5 bigs. Now starting the hand with 10, and it's a disastrous flop, Randy, for Bonomo. Flopping top pair on the 9-6-5, and he's up against an overpair, and I think at this SPR, surely the money just finds its way into the middle.
Yes, exactly. and there's just no chance that Bonomo doesn't check raise all in with this stack
I don't think they're
size.
going to move us.
Haxton might even go a little
I don't think they're
sizable
gonna
given
move us.
the type of texture, trying to force his opponent
I
to
feel
commit
like
on the
when we
flop.
went 200K, we didn't, like, when it was 2 tables left, they didn't do anything until.
180,180.
There's just too much in there, and his kicker is amazing.
There's no reason to. Just a lot of walk for nothing.
Yeah, it's stupid. There's no reason.
There's really nothing Bonomo can do to get away.
In it goes. Ike just going to double check. And he's got 2 10s, 1.8 million in the middle. Ike repeating the year of Bonomo. 14 million in earnings with 2 months left of the calendar year. Can he send Bonomo home packing in 14th? Bonomo looking for a king or a 9 to stay alive. Oh!
King ball.
King of diamonds corner
9 high balls
pocket.
for Justin against 10s today.
Hello. From 3.5 bigs to near on 25.
A lifeline.
With 14, that's a little bit more than a lifeline, Randy. 25 big blinds. Up to 9th in chips overall. And a crippling blow to Ike Haxton. Down to sub 3 bigs now.
Decimated.
$3.9 million up top. The brutality of it. Wait, is Ken reaching for 3-betting chips here with the Ducks? He's like, hang on a minute.
He's just counting down his stack. All right. Don't get too excited.
You drink both?
He won the hand.
Did he?
He 3-bet to 550.
Oh, okay. He did. Wow. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, I'm not used.
No, I'm not gonna stand up.
Cooking those
Just
ducks.
wanted to take some Spencer chips.
Yeah, cooking those ducks to perfection, man.
No thanks.
No, not anymore. I'm done with this.
And then I can drink it like a dog.
160.
Mateo's actually above 5 million at this point. Can Tong King 10 offsuit in the cutoff? Really likes to choose his opponents, it seems.
Thanks for taking care about it.
Big smile on Ivinger's face. They're having some good times at this
some
table.
good banter over here.
Yeah. Lovely. It feels like Divorce has been cruising quite well since the final 3 tables.
A bit of a smirk on his face as well. I mean,
These guys.
what's going on over at this table?
Chummy.
Sounds like a Red Bull, actually.
There's some really nerdy jokes being made, and I love it. I'm all for it.
Do we not want to concentrate on the 3.9 up top?
I know, right? It's like 14 left, 5 away from the final table.
Yeah, I think so. There must be somebody bored enough to
230.
Boys over here cracking very niche jokes.
He could outflop Mateos, it is.
Same manufacturers, right? For the
I think like the size, how much it's filled, different flop, different volume.
I think it's close to impossible, but this is exactly what the show used to do a lot.
Comfortable call. It is a bit of a size up on the flop, something to keep in mind that might change how he approaches the turn.
Actually, a few years later, he exposed that he was cheating, and that he could actually slightly see between the masks. He could see, and he basically he didn't smell it. He tasted. He put it in his mouth, and he said.
That's a great card for Divorce.
But that's still impressive.
See if Mateos takes his foot off the gas.
I would expect him to, just because Divorce has a lot of 9 and 8 X's that likely wouldn't fold to the 2-barrel. Potential value bet card for Divorce. Shouldn't have expect 8x to bet the flop at that size, so He can probably get value out of ace high if he wants to. He can represent a lot of straight draws and busted clubs.
We've seen Voris go for value in similar spots to perfection. Looks like a third. 300k into 900k.
Mateos might pay this one off.
The sizing, Randy, feels like he's targeting exactly this type of holding.
Yeah, exactly. Mateos actually can pick off a lot of busted hands.
So many draws, Brick, right? I mean, everything does as he does. Flick in the one chip call, and we have ourselves a new chip leader, Randy. That man on your screens right there. One-time Triton champion. 8.4 million in Triton earnings, 24 cashes. Daniel Dvoris. Doing what nobody else has for quite some time, and that's taking chips from Adrian Mateos.
No, that was two different topics.
It's been a while since
possible to hear which can
we've had a new chip lead.
But the other one,
Not since we've been in the booth, that's for sure.
It has been Mateos up top, hasn't it?
The entire way.
I mean, it was kind
These
of
guys,
international.
man.
They even had Michael Jackson there once, so that's why. Even though it's a German show, it was pretty international.
But I think it's really tough for non-German people to know that
don't
one.
really understand what, like.
Oh yeah.
Say it,
no,
say it
okay.
slower.
Betten
Daniel Dvoris sits
It means-
fourth on Canada's all-time money
means,
list.
It was a mix of
25 million in
entertaining
earnings,
some show
best
elements
live
and some
cash of
people
4
make
million.
Kind of crazy bets, and then.
Oh, actually, that does sound familiar. Okay. So what was the?
There was a guy who said he bets he can taste the color of the pen. If it's red, if it's blue, yellow. Yeah, it's I think pen.
That you're right with?
Yeah.
But like the color one to
And
pick.
then he basically put it in his mouth, tasted it, and he said the color. And a few years later, okay, I'll let you play.
Yeah, how much?
Slightly under 19 bigs.
That sounds impossible to me.
What was said?
That a man could taste the color of the pen and guess it correctly. Like if it was a red pen, he could taste it and know it's red. Does that not sound impossible? I mean, unless it's those scented pens from like when you're 2 years old, you know, like the orange flavor is
A few
orange.
years later, he said that he
Otherwise,
cheated
it's
it
impossible.
and that he's seen it. He was like,
I've had enough of that conversation, Randy. I mean, tasting the colours of the rainbow now. What's going on?
Skittles.
There's like 2 or 3 more over there.
I mean, we're probably gonna play like 3 hands, then you're
Some
gonna
really
160.
random conversations going on.
Production's like, we had enough. Let's see the red table. Ace Jack, Petrangelo. What's Richard got?
Richard's chilling.
Like his outfit.
Richard, I
Took down his...
What was it?
Santosh with the queen 10 in the big.
What do you think? Was that a table? I wasn't worried.
Just enough firepower to get in there.
On like this, I'd be able to see. But I was just like, well, I'm not gonna do that. And then when I just was void, I didn't want to. I felt like it wasn't all saying anything.
You got $1 million back, right?
1 million.
Million, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, what a spot for Santosh. So short, too, where he can easily get the rest of the chips in there. Unfortunate for Petrangelo, as he's got a really nice kicker with his pair of jacks and the ace of spades. Key card.
Trouble for Petrangelo, especially on this ball texture. He's got to check it back.
Oh, that's even worse, because those 2 jacks look really nice once the queen pairs.
But divorce has such a natural angle, though.
Trappy. It feels like a spot where Petrangelo is going to value own himself with a turn and river bet.
130.
130,000.
Maybe Santos check raises. Depends on what he thinks like a Jack X would do on the river. Would it still value bet? Otherwise, he would want to check raise to kind of not let those hands get off cheap.
Oh, sorry.
See him cutting out extra.
375.
Yes. 375.
Can Petrangelo ever get away from Ace Jack?
It feels so grim, but at the same time, it's like...
But at the same time, it's also Santos Suvarna who is...
It is, but it's
just getting in
bigs.
there.
It's like... This line.
So I think game plan is call, decide based on the river. Because there are some bad rivers where maybe you can save some chips, like the King of Spades.
The King of Spades. How about the Jack of Spades, Randy?
That's the one where you go, bye-bye 625K.
What a disgusting run out for Nick Petrangelo. But you have to ask the question, Randy. With this run out, would Savannah follow through whatever bluffs he perhaps had on the turn?
Hard to say, because Petrangelo might actually jam turn if he had Queen X once he got checked raise. I think he's going to pay this one off. Half pot shove.
Wow.
Oh, what a laydown.
Wow.
So good.
The way he was holding his cards just pictures it like it's no big deal. Nick Petrangelo, ladies and gentlemen. Take a bow. Didn't even waste a time bank, Randy.
No, he did not.
You sick human being. What a sick fold that was.
See him chatting to Chris Brewer about that for a little bit. Yeah, must have had the game plan was, look, I'm going to call it a turn. Expect him to shut down because I've got a pretty strong range. Especially on the Jack River, right? He would have a lot of jacks in his hands. He doesn't give his opponent credit to try to bluff that off.
You mentioned that guys should just use time banks.
Oh, yeah.
Soul's one of them. They'll just randomly use like 15 time banks.
Bottom with the Queen 10 of Hearts.
5 seconds. 160. 160,000.
I think he has a stat against double.
Offsuit trash here. Joe Trent.
Is that a pretty chill day?
Yeah, and he's actually had a pretty good stack throughout. You would think like maybe he
consistent.
would have maybe dwindled down, but he won some key pots occasionally.
Yep. Yeah, excited to see how he proceeds here in this main. Hasn't really had too many amazing spots. Had to fold the nines earlier on. We saw the animated reaction though. That was a fun experience. Ike, by the way, down to 200K here. Completely forgot just how short Ike is.
$160.
The year of Brewer.
I mean, this guy just runs deep in every single big buy-in event.
Certainly feels that way.
Like, he always gets to the bubble at a minimum.
Jesus, Randy.
I mean, it's true.
There's been some big bubble spots that he's experienced
I know,
as well.
yes, but he's also had some big wins. but he just never like busts early. You know, he's always like at least the bubble at the minimum. But he gets into most hours per buy-in.
Bluff. Queen 8.
Look at Nicky P, man. Dude, this guy.
He's trying to get some info.
What were you going to bet the river if I checked? Tell me the truth.
I check, you bet.
If I check the turn.
He just knows.
How much you bet? 500? Yeah.
I mean,
I just love how quickly he just mucked the full house.
Yeah, he goes, if I check turn, how much are you going to bet? Like, how much more information do you want, Petrangelo?
Well, he's gonna.
What
He's
if I bet
celebrating.
if I bet flop, what do you do?
When the stream catches up. What a world-class fold that was. Up to 1.4k likes now. We're closing in on that goal of 2k likes over on YouTube. Shout out to each and every one of you watching this continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the booth for this day 2 coverage of event number 3, the 125k main. We are playing down to the final table tonight. And then, Randy, the final 9 will bag and tag. And then tomorrow, hopefully after a good night's rest, perhaps review some spots with GTO Wizard. We'll come back tomorrow, battle it out for 3.9 million. I mean, what a day we have ahead of ourselves. What a day we have tomorrow. Have multiple storylines emerging here. I mean, Ibinger looking for, was it title number 4 for us, fresh off that title. In Cyprus, Mateos looking for his first title. Who else? Ike Haxton on the short stack. Richard Young looking for title number 3. Lewis Spencer, Nick Petrangelo, Savannah Bonomo. I mean, so many big storylines potentially emerging here.
Ken Tong's got King Queen offsuit in the button, and he's up against 15, 17 big blind stack. Looks like he's going to flatten position.
I want to know more about Ken Tong, man. I mean, the inspiration of coming here. Do you think he's just listened to hours and hours of you in these high-stakes cash games that you've been producing with the team?
He's
With
like, "Let me get a
Elton
piece."
Sang, Rui Cao, Danny Tang, all of these guys seeing multiple Hong Kong flags flying around. He's like, hang on a minute, let me go and get a little taste of Triton.
Look, we've seen this, right? Ilkin, right? Azerbaijan came out, you know, friend of Ramin Hajiev. Like, you see some success from players, local countrymen, and you're like, I want to get a piece of that as well. And Ponogov's checks ace high. Giving Ken Tong a chance to steal this one. These are very important chips to Ponokov's 15 big blind stack. It's just a min bet, but Ponokov's has no backdoor clubs.
See how he proceeds here against someone that he's probably unfamiliar with.
Oh, he's most definitely unfamiliar with them.
So he's been battling out in the Macau streets.
300.
Check raise. This guy's
you
nasty.
Sick pop. That's one way to do it. It's like, take a seat, Ken. You should never have a 5 here, and I open from +1. I have all the overpairs.
You might be thinking Ken Tong's got some like pocket pairs lower than 10 that can't handle the heat.
You win, you win. You win.
Nicely
All
done,
right, all right.
Ponokovs. What an operation.
Canton. Seems like quite the character, Randy. I want to see more of this guy. See what it says. I mean, we know that Danny Tang sits atop of the Hong Kong money list. Ken Tong, a couple of cashes back in 2018. Perhaps one of these guys, Randy, that's just been enjoying the cash game streets, the private game streets, and like I said, maybe in said home games, said private games, they've had the Triton streams up. He's like, hang on a minute.
What if he's just a YouTube lurker who was like, all right, time to give it a spin?
He's also very childish. But
Doesn't feel like a spin when he's rocking rocking an RM, you know what I mean?
I gotcha. He's like, yeah, let me just play this 125K main.
We remortgage the house, you know?
Playing well, playing his game, working out.
All right, I want to start a poll, the viewers. Who, in your opinion, has the most intimidating stare down? Because you mentioned it earlier on. Mateos has a pretty intimidating stare down, dude. Get some names in the chat. I'm curious to hear what the viewers around the world think. A couple of names come to mind, but Mateos is certainly one of the names that's high up on the list.
Definitely most intimidating of the remaining 14. I think that's no questions asked. Leon Sturm. Oh, 3-bet jams. Bad timing. He's going to run into the 2 queens of Mateos.
Oh, Mateos didn't realize that
just 10K
Sturm
back.
actually has 10K back. Just makes the call. Because there is a 25K ladder. Oh no, Mateos did announce himself. Okay. See Sturm just checking the other table. No hand going on, so no chance of getting a ladder. Sturm going to need to convert this 29%. Club's working for him. Diamond's working for him.
But it's still a big advantage if
Mateos, #1 on Spain's all-time money list, looking to regain the chip lead here and eliminate an incredibly tough opponent in Leon Sturm. And it's looking a lot easier now, although Sturm going from 3 immediate outs to 4, Randy, on the King, Queen, 9. Is now 4 jacks working for him, as well as the running clubs. Jack and a jack only. While Sturm is going home in 14th. 14th is going to be, this time round, 2.4 million chip pot, an ill-timed rejam, but an understandable one, Randy. Mateos, the one opening, going to be wider than most there, covering the rest of the table, leading into the ICM. The fact that we are 5 off of the final table, and Sturm going to be going home with 261,000, and with that elimination, everyone else now guaranteed 286,000 for their efforts, as poor old Ike
down to crumbs.
Forced all in out of the big with 7 deuce.
Thank God I had only 10 seconds and limped.
Yeah, I wish you raced. Would have been a lot better for me.
Joel Tren does flop top pair. Baby side pot does exist, 60K. Oh, I just realized.
You just realized, okay, yeah.
I just got trip deuces. You just assumed he was dead when he was dealt 7 deuce.
Right. Oh, now he is, Randy.
You laughing now? You laughing now, buddy?
Now he's dead when it matters. 100% check mark.
Come on.
For Joe.
Quan. Better not be messing with me, Quan. You're telling me what you have?
He said king high.
I think you have eights.
He said full. Didn't he say full house? Or did he say king high?
I said ace. I said ace, not eights.
I can't beat that.
Ayah.
Oh, yeah.
What a needle from the deck.
Wow.
For Ike Caxton. Flopping trips, comes runner straight.
So happy, got
Quan with the ace 4.
Check all the way. Alright, good luck, guys.
And it's not going to be back-to-back maiden titles in the 200K Invitational and the 125K main.
2-2, I'd usually feel pretty good about.
Ike Caxton out in 13th will receive 286,000 for his efforts, and
yeah, you got the whole chain.
Dropping like
Flies,
flies.
Randy. 12 left. Average stack. 35 bigs. Adrian leads. David Morrison second. Leibinger in third. I take my attention to the 25K Turbo down to 4 in that.
These are mine, right?
Soiser
Yeah.
finished 5th. Another final table for him.
Sad I lost it.
At this series. O'Dwyer still leading the field out there. Watson, Danchev, and Hecklin all looking to stop him on his hunt for his second Triton trophy.
I didn't mean fold, like fold, pure fold. I just meant like mix folds.
Channel's got 2 9s. Do have a hijack open. Ace 10 from Joe Tren.
But some people would not do that. I was already thinking like I should fold some.
Oh, Richard Young got ace queen.
Spin the wheel, Randy.
And actually what's interesting is if Joe Tren wants to re-ISO this one, Richard Young will be in great shape, but if he folds, then he's got a coin flip against Petrangelo.
Yeah, I just don't see Quan based on what we've seen.
That's 8. That's 5. That's 20. That's 5. Yeah. No, they're 5 high.
It's 500.
Okay.
Petrangelo trying to do the dealer's job. What do you think, Randy? I mean, awkward spot.
It's awkward because the jam is not that much. And the flat behind you isn't that strong, whereas, say, let's just say Joe Tren wants to get it in, he should expect Petrangelo to fold even a hand like 9s in this spot.
Oh,
like
you make me
he's
gamble
gonna
too
pass.
much.
So, not what Richard Young
gamble too
wanted.
much. It's 8. It's 8.
All right. He knows it. He's got to gamble. He's going to get shown the good news, and
that's good news for me.
I call
even better. One ace.
All in, he fold.
I gamble too much.
Richard Young, one of
I already
the
lost one flip
co-founders
this week versus a billionaire. I
of
don't
the
need to do it
Triton
twice.
Super High Roller Series, the man responsible for
doesn't agree.
this entire production, Randy. Looking for his 3rd title. Needs to convert.
Oh,
fun.
Gamble.
Picks up some equity
Not one-
on the King
not
King
one
Jack
for
now
Oh,
a 10
no more picture, please.
or a
Artwork.
Jack working for him.
Oh.
And now a
All the
heart. Is this
picture, all the
just
hearts.
too many outs?
What'd you
With
have,
one to come?
9-3 of hearts.
Any ace, any artwork, any heart.
10-3 of hearts. 10-3 of hearts.
9 heart.
This feels like a tough one. Wow.
Wow.
Holy
Brick.
How does Richard Young brick that one? 4 of clubs. Completes the run out as Nick Petrangelo comes over to shake Richard's hands. GG's to the Triton co-founder. Another deep run for Richard, but coming up short. in this main event. Bowing out in 12th.
Heater after
I'm moving my
adding
chips to the left. We're too close.
Heater after I paid off the little German
200 and something K to his 16 cashes, crossing the 9 million in Triton earnings mark. Second on Malaysia's all-time money list. We'll be seeing plenty more from
I don't think
Richard
it's funny that he has no bluffs, but it is funny
throughout the series. And with that departure, Andy, another ladder now. Final 11, guaranteed 329,000.
Oh, Quan, you helped me gamble.
Ace 10. Yeah. No good. No good card.
Good, you helped me gamble.
Small chips.
Too much. Bluff too much, gamble too much.
You have 1.8?
5 people?
Tiny bit more, yeah.
Okay. $200.
So bottom of King Jack off. Let's see if he calls, or sometimes you just 3-bet rip this one. But because we're looming right around the final table bubble, you tend to just err on the side of caution and try to take flops a bit. Good news for Bonomo, as would have been in dire straits had he gotten in pre.
Well, pretty
sprinkle.
Boring flop for those of you looking for post-flop collisions.
Normally, Bonomo would want to check call King Jack in this spot, big blind versus button. But he might also be thinking, let's conserve this chip stack. Looks like he will just try and take a free one, or take a cheap one, actually. King High does fare to be best. Decent amount.
Another bad card for Bonomo. If King Jack High was good on the 7-7 deuce, it's likely to still be ahead on this 3 of hearts turn.
Yeah, I do think Brewer often has the best hand. Pocket pairs usually rejam on you. Button, big blind versus button off of that stack. So really it's
360.
a lot of worse ace highs, some king highs. I like this bet. It's not really a bluff. It's more value.
Yeah, every time we come to a Triton Super High Roller Series, Randy, you just get reminded of how elite the player pool here really is. Some of these spots that they make seem so easy.
I feel like it's like a spot that I used to like.
So impressive. At the highest level. Millions of dollars on the line.
Maybe good to overdo.
Closing in on the end of level 20, just 10 minutes left on the clock. 11 remain. Playing down to 9 this evening. Tomorrow, same time, same place. We're playing down to a champion, where said champion will be going home with $3,925,000.
No, I don't know. I was thinking in my head, this is not a great spot to like.
I've been looking for title number 3.
Call a bunch. Call.
Brewer also looking for title number 3. Still doesn't have a Hold'em Triton trophy. Has one in PLO, one in short deck.
Especially when the 6 comes.
Probably like 7 hearts.
Yeah.
Podakov's 10 cashes, 7 million in Triton earnings, but still without a trophy.
The low ones just fucking.
He's had a couple of monster final tables as well. Came 4th in the 250K Luxon Invitational.
Yeah.
final tabled the 100K main event in Madrid last year. Came fourth in that one. Also, final tabled the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational.
Bad timing from Bonomo as he tries to take this pot. To be fair, though, usually Santos won't have a piece. A lot of reason for Ace-X is to pump it up pre off of these stacks. But once he gets called, Bonomo's got to be a bit worried about 5X. Especially on that board pairing deuce.
Yeah, it's never comfortable for the 10-9 to continue firing now.
The only reason you would fire if you just strongly feel your opponent's on some 3 or 4X draw.
Deuce holds on the board though.
Sorry, whatever. Like
Yeah.
6.
Wouldn't
No, I'm
mind
saying
if
that, like,
Santos
your 6 and the
throws
deuce
in
holds actually.
a little, but we'll check pot control bit.
I just feel like it's like a spot that even the guys have to be like pretty careful.
I would have like snapped.
Does Bonomo now just try and fold out Jack 3s, Queen 4s that called with the gut shot?
That would be
I'm not supposed to fold a lot.
the only thing he really could fold out. Looks like he's going to try. I don't think he's getting these chips back. Depends on the price, of course.
Well, it's an overbet, Randy.
Like what we were talking about in jest, but it's actually serious. Like this is
Like 150% pot on the river. If I'm not mistaken, looks like 600K. It is. And how do you feel about your pair of 5s now?
That's why it's good.
Yeah,
It's great.
The logic for Bonomo is
I just hope to be.
he thinks Santos raises so many of his Ace-X's. So he believes he's up against 5X, or like you mentioned, the high card 3-4X holdings.
Slight and like you only daily slight, I have to be pretty fucking careful.
This is rough.
Credit to Savannah, by the way. Really mulling this one over.
40 and pure, we were close to it.
Taking his time.
Well, King High, I guess. It's great, but still.
Reverse engineering the hand, I mean.
He knows his hand looks like 5X.
I meant with your real garbage that plays that.
He's just trying to wonder if Bonomo will get greedy with an ace. Wow, what a play. That's sick.
Yeah, like my hand.
Goes to show you why he's number 2 on the all-time money list.
Justin Bonomo, ladies and gentlemen. Getting Savannah to fold the best in the battle of the blinds as he has spun up that 3 big blind stack.
What, 11 now?
A very healthy 20 bigs with 11 left.
And are you just going to keep the tables in the same spot until the end of the day? You're not going to like switch them on break. Yeah.
Mitchell, I don't know why I forgot about that. What? I said, like, Mitchell obviously
Just
got
taking a
knocked
look
out.
at
Forgot that he got knocked out. I was like, how
Bonomo's
he
Triton track record. 2 titles, 8 cashes, 9 million in Triton earnings. Took down the 100K short deck main event in London 2019 for £2.67 million. They followed that up with a second place finish in the 250K short deck for £3.4 million. I think that was the year of Justin Bonomo, wasn't it? That insane run he went on. 2019, I think it was like, what, close to 20 million in span of like
I don't know the number, but it was
a lot of money. A lot of duffel bags of $100 bills.
Duffel bags. He needs like a truck. Back it up.
Back up the truck.
Like exactly like that hand that EPT pair.
Yeah. It's funny. So that hand crossed my
Short
mind.
stack duties now. Lewis Spencer and Alex Bonakov's 18 big blinds
in my head
apiece.
on the level. I was like,
Yeah, I mean, if you understand the spots, and you're just like, oh, this guy's like slightly overdoing it with keys or whatever. It's like, okay, easy.
Maybe we try and see a free flop here for Joe Tren. Jack 9. Petrangelo on the bigger stack. It's always scary limping in here. But he's kind of given Petrangelo quite a bit of walk, so his limping range should be stronger than normal. Hence the check back from the 7-6. Not much out there. And he's just going to try to take this one down now.
Little tickle gets it done.
You want to look at it one more time?
PLO hand?
Joe just...
Like, what did you just do? Did you just scramble our cards together? Petrangelo's having good fun out here. First time playing with him, I assume.
Yeah, just making it a pleasant experience, as I think a lot of these pros do at the Triton Super High Roller Series, especially when it is newcomers. They're aware that it can be intimidating. They're aware that it's a big stage, bright lights.
I'm not trying.
Thank you. Yeah, you're good.
Try and make it as fun an experience as possible. It's getting pretty tense out there, though. 11 left.
Just 2 eliminations to end the day.
Blind v blind.
The brew dog.
I thought that wasn't a thing, Randy. I thought you said we're never making that a thing. But yeah, it's caught on.
It has. I've heard other people say it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me.
No, not you.
And in London, you were having none of it.
Here we go, Trip Kings.
Annoying spot for the Brewdog, because oftentimes he's going to have the best hand here with a 7 of clubs on the King, King, Jack. Petrangelo checks it on over. The check through as the Queen of Clubs makes things a little bit fruity.
Fruity.
Andy's now picks up the nut flush draw.
Certainly not folding. Can't imagine him raising as well. Seems like a good spot to try hitting your hand, and sometimes you got the best hand outright with just ace high.
No. Come on, dealer.
As good as it gets for Brewer. And his opponent just has the perfect hand for him to just get a lot of chips out of him.
Blind v blind. Petrangelo completing from the small. Brewer checking. King, King, Jack went check, check. Petrangelo at 120 on the turn. Brewer just calling with the ace high. Gut shot.
300.
And flush draw. Getting there on this 3 of clubs river. Petrangelo getting around 60% or so. Does Brewer ever raise here?
It feels like he has to. Nut flush. A board texture where your opponent could have some worse clubs, some straights. And when he calls the turn bet, he can still have some like 10Xs that may opt to kind of just go for it with some club blocker.
Really 850. This one through as
850.
Take it upstairs to 850, just shy of a 3x, and Saw the immediate discomfort from Nicky P when the bet size was announced.
Call.
He's made the call. Wastes no time, gets shown the nut flush. And Chris Brewer scoops a 2.2 million chip pot. Up to 4.3 million now. There's the Brewdog, and the year of Brewer continuing here in Monte-Carlo. Up to third in chips with 11 left and 3.9 million for the champion. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker as we head into another scheduled break. Randy, what a frame that was. I mean, just scrolling back through, we had the Kings, the aces for Leonard Bowie, and then, I don't know, just with that, Kings v aces just felt like the deck just kept participating in a bloodbath of pre-flop and post-flop collisions.
A lot was happening, of course. It did kind of get a bit grindy, and all of a sudden 3 people just went down, and now we're grinding once again. You know, we have 11 players remaining, 2 eliminations. People want to get in there. There's 3.9 million up top. Once you get to final table, pay jumps get even bigger. So it still could be quite lengthy, and right now it is our chip leader, Adrian Mateo, sitting with a very good stack to just keep leaning and try to accumulate the most chips he can to try and take down his first title.
Yeah, I think it's going to be precisely that, Randy. I mean, looking Savannah on 15, Spencer on 15 bigs, and Ponakov's on 12. So might get a bit grindy when we return from this scheduled break. Don't go too far. Playing down to the final table of the main event here tonight.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record. Welcome to the World Series of Poker, the biggest poker site. Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
3 board. Top pair for Dvoris. Chidwick drawing to 2 outs once to stay alive in this main event. Doesn't find the jack that was needed, Randy, and with that, GG's expressed by Dvoris and Nicky P.
That's brutal.
Chidwick going home on the soft bubble, which means we're down to the final 24.
Did you see, like, also Nicky P and Dvoris kind of giving a little pat? Like, they realize how just unlucky it was in that spot. You know, if it's a smaller tournament, they're not patting him there. They're just like, okay, it is what it is. But it's a main, huge bubble.
198K bubble, almost.
This is interesting. Because remember, Ken Tong is the player for the King 10 offsuit in the big. And notice that Ibinger just flats ace queen against the stack he could put pressure on, but Redland's got ace king.
Usage, or they're gonna reward you for
Some will love it, some will hate it.
What a spot for Ken Tong. 1 ace down too, as you can see.
Yeah, Ibinger just flatting on the button. Ren gonna run it against Ken Tong. I mean, this is as cold as it gets. $198,000 bubble.
It's scary on the bubble, but you got pocket kings. What can you do?
I'm all in.
There we go. Ibinger saved himself. Had he 3-bet, would have lost a little bit more chips.
It's one of those ones where you're just like, okay, I guess I fold ace queen as we're gonna run it.
Ace king.
And as Randy mentioned, one of the aces dead, so Ken Tong actually in better shape than the 69% equity currently shown on your screens. If Ren cannot convert, it's going to be down to just 8 big blinds on the stone bubble of the Triton Super High Roller Series main event here in Monte-Carlo. Sick setup on this bubble. Everyone rooting for the ace-king, that's for sure, as it comes 7-6-3. Couple of hearts, Randy. Running hearts would be a dirty way to do it. 2 aces, the immediate outs. Queen of clubs removing that runner-runner flush opportunity for Lin. Barry needed to send Ken Tong home. Doesn't come. Gonna double up on the stone bubble to over 2 million chips. And reparation timepiece to be won by Triton main event winners. We've seen Jason Kuhn with it on his wrist, Chidwick, Heckland, Timothy Adams. A few of whom are still in the field. Adams
and Kuhn
won the main in London. Jason, who won the main in Cyprus. They know what it takes to pick up that Jacob & Co timepiece as blind v blind. We are going to run it, Randy. We are on a 14K ladder.
Spencer versus Vogelsang.
Hence, Vogelsang exerting his option to use his time banks. Understandably so. 14,000 can buy you about 3 cups of coffee in Monaco as he does make the call. 9 bigs apiece. Blind v blind. Fair fight. 57-42. High card, low card against the 2 Broadway cards as it comes. Queen 7 deuce. Couple of hearts. Always got to keep our eye on that back door. Doesn't materialize on the 6 of clubs turn. 6 outs once for Vogelsang. Close but no cigar. 9 of spades completing the run out, Randy, and we have our first pay jump inside the money with the departure of Vogelsang, meaning we're down to 20. Everyone now guaranteed $212,000 for their efforts. As Dvoris gonna spin the wheel. Blinds have gone up to 25K, 50K. Are you surprised here? Hijack open, 18 bigs? Or is this just
No,
we're up against Haxton, he's going to have the suited Broadway rejams?
Yeah, he will, and also we're inside the money, so Haxton's 3-bet jam range is widened.
See if the heater that Randy was alluding to continues for Dvoris. 9-7 tray, no good so far. Some backdoor opportunities, though. Again, none of them materializing on the turn. An ace and an ace only to shower Haxton. Doesn't come, and Ike Haxton up to 1.9 million now. The year of Haxton continues. Bonomo's chips weren't stacked in stacks of 20. And Bonomo said, well, how can I stack it in stacks of 20 if I don't have 20 chips in total? Seemed like a very honest exchange. Ponokovs did apologize. And Bonomo said, you know, he would do the same if he was allowed to. So it seems like he has received the official ruling. But again, I don't want to say anything in stone because I'm not 100% sure whether you are allowed to or not.
Okay.
But it was very civil.
Yeah, you can see definitely see where they're both coming from.
100%. Ponokovs was just saying, look, it's easier to look at the app than it is to try and figure out, you know, how many white chips that you have, etc., etc. I think on Bonomo's part, it's a fair statement to tell him that if that's not if it's not allowed, then you shouldn't do it. Yes, that's all he's asking.
Well, on to this one.
Very mature exchange, Randy.
No player for peace. It's important to note that Sivan actually checked back the big with ace-4 suited. Definitely handy, could have put some action in pre. But it might lose him this pot, given he didn't raise because the 6-4 is betting. But no, never mind. What a call. Ace-4 high. Just high card. Board's getting even scarier. The nice thing, though, is for Santosh is he's got that not representation, but reputation for just having a bit of call on him.
$350 in the middle.
So check 2 on the flop. So
yep.
Ponokov's also thinking Queen X a little bit unlikely. Maybe his opponent's holding like a 7. So many overcards to the board. Maybe I can get those hands to fold.
$60.
Interesting min bet.
Man, is this just designed to fold out hands like 9-8, miss spades?
Yes.
Just pairless holdings.
There's a decent amount of pairless holdings. It probably folds out the deuce as well.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo at the Bay in Monaco. Down to the final 11, Randy Lou, as I mean, it doesn't get much more business end of the tournament than this, does it, on day 2. 11 left, playing down to the final table today, and it is Spain's very own Adrian Mateos leading the final 11 with an overwhelming chip lead, 7.7 million. Second in chips is Chris Brewer with 4.3 million, as blinds have gone up to 50K, 100K. Randy, and for a lot of people left in the field, just another day in the office, but a couple of newcomers, Kentong and Kwan Zhou, you pointed out earlier on, in the mix. And with a couple of newcomers out there, does that really throw a bit of a spanner in the works for some of the pros?
It does, because they don't really know how they play, and they've got their unique style. which helped them navigate to this final 11. So they do have that mystery aspect that, you know, maybe pros don't kind of want to stay clear of them just because they're not sure how to react appropriately. Although in this situation, it's all about Adrian Mateos and him just pressing on all these opponents as he tries to accumulate even more chips and maybe even get to 10 million before we get to that final table.
Yeah, I mean, what a spot for Mateos. Not only is he overall tournament chip leader, but he can just really abuse this final table bubble situation. He has two of the shortest stacks at his table, Lewis Spencer and Alex Ponakov, who, you know, he gets to keep them in and lean into the middling stacks and just really abuse that ICM factor. So we'll see how that plays out, of course. Everyone currently guaranteed $329,000 for their efforts. 2 more eliminations today before we bag and tag for day 3. And then tomorrow, the champion will be going home with $3,925,000. All eyes on Spain's all-time money list leader, Adrian Mateos, in pole position in Monaco. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. And I say all eyes on Adrian Mateos, perhaps not.
All eyes on the short stack, maybe.
All eyes on the short stacks, Ponakov, Spencer, and Savannah. Justin Bonomo has done an incredible job at spinning it back up. Was down to 3 bigs.
Yeah, they got rid of the blue ones.
We see the young
Just replace my blue ones with
British
ones.
pro, Lewis Spencer. Oh, hello. Okay.
Pawn stalls.
What's that? Porn stars, bro.
Pawn.
Calm down, mate.
Pawn stars.
Just because it's 1 a.m. All right. Keep it, you know.
Okay, massage time. The 1 a.m. massage.
Hey, listen, I'm a big fan of the 1 a.m. massage, okay?
I mean, what about the
I'm a big fan of the 1 a.m.
Joe, what
massage.
about the previous hours?
1.7, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That might just be my favorite time.
Oh, these are my favorite hand. Pocket aces.
5 seconds.
300.
Raise 300.
Brewer coming with the 3x.
Oh, this is really interesting because Burr is supposed to raise a lot of hands from the small into his big. And he has a nice stack to reshove and have a lot of fold equity.
Oh no,
He's
Bonomo taking the rejam spot, understandably so, for 17 bigs.
Just 7% equity. Bonomo likely to be out.
Just got back from break. Hand number 1. The year of Brewer going to continue here. Or is he going to run into Bonomo? King 10-8. Couple of diamonds, Randy. And we always
Baby
allude
sweat.
to the sweaty run out. The runner could be dead on the turn, but that's not the case here. 3rd diamond giving Bonomo a lifeline out of nowhere. 9 outs once to convert. As he
Catastrophic
finds
queen.
the queen of diamonds. And Bonomo up to 3.5 million. Did the dirty on Ike Haxton with the King 9 against Ike's 10s. Now blind v blind. Ace 4 against aces. We've been talking about the year of Haxton and the year of Brewer.
Why
People
does this
sleeping
feel
on
like
Bonomo.
this always happens to Chris Brewer deep in the tournament? You know, he gets it in so good
Don't
and
say
just loses so many chips. No, it happens so often to him. It's just the guy should be up so much money.
He's up 12 million this
I
year.
know,
man.
but he should be up even more.
How much more?
Millions.
How many millions?
That is just gross.
Guy's up 12 million this year.
It's unfair. No, but
he's up 12. What are you talking about? He's up 12
but
million
think about
this
all
year.
those tournaments he bubbled in his lifetime, those huge ones, where he just gets crushed like that. Spots when he's just always an overwhelming favorite. You got to feel for him. Regardless, we do have a pot brewing here. Ponakov's 3-bets into position to 475. Gets called by Daniel DeVos. 1.2 million remaining.
Maybe from underneath, that way we can still.
Oh, what's happening?
Oi,
Steve O'Dwyer won the
oi.
turbo.
Oi, oi. Steve-O. Steve-O.
We got a
Steve
plant right next to him. Do you
O'Dwyer
notice that?
taking down the 25K in style for his second Triton title. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Beating Dimitar Danchev heads up. And home with 416,000 for his efforts as we dive back into this one. Ponakov's been top pair, top kicker.
300.
It's interesting because Daniel DeVos has got a pretty decent hand on this board, but the stack size remaining is rather shallow. He's going to get rid of that one. If he had a position, maybe things would be different.
If Brewer was up 15 million this year, would you be happy?
I feel like he should be up 15 million, personally, yeah.
All right, well, let's see if he wins this. If he wins this, then he's up 15 million. Case closed.
Just because he's won X amount of money, you just feel like he should just get showered by ace-4 offsuit against aces.
You're twisting my words, Randy.
Because he has suffered the most brutal beats deep in every single high roller buy-in. Meanwhile, massage time.
At 1 a.m. Best time to get a massage, ladies and gentlemen. Brewer back in the saddle.
But he took it well.
Of course. Consummate professional is Brewer.
Time to be aggressive, maybe? Ace-5 suited. Perfect hand class.
Just beat aces.
Yeah,
With the
he's
ace-4.
gonna try to beat pocket 7s now. This is actually very tricky. It's small 3-bet, but you are out of position in a high ICM pressure spot. You're playing off of a what a play. Brewer's not phased. Give me back those chips.
Nice little rebate there for Brewer.
He knew what he was doing.
3.3 million.
We're at 10?
I opened another gun, I thought. Yeah, but I'm the big. I'm like fairly sullen.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That hand happened so fast.
Looks like
It
Taurus
really
is
bothers
being
me
brought
that this chip
over
is so off center.
to table 2.
It really drives me nuts.
Yeah, I didn't actually notice that.
Justin Bonomo was down to 3 big blinds. He's now sat 3rd in chips with 11 left. Average stack 31 big blinds. Adrian Mateos way out in front with 79 bigs.
Divorce playing out of Iraq.
Bad omen for some. Savannah. Thinking about it, Randy. Taking his time. He's got something worth 1.2 million.
2 tens.
This is for around half of Dvoris's stack. Well, closer to 40% actually. See if he wants to spin the wheel. He does, Randy. Playing out of Iraq. Bad omen for some. Flipping for Savannah's tournament life. Can we talk about Savannah, by the way? I mean, this guy. What a year it's been. for Santosh. 5 cards away from doubling up here as ace in the window, followed by a 10 in the kitchen, Randy. Bottom set for Savannah. Forrest looking for a queen to make Broadway as he finds it on the turn, and now Savannah's turn to try and find the suck out. As he does, king of clubs. Is that the classic?
GG
Flip, flop, flip.
You called it.
This is why you unrack your chips before you play the hand. You said it.
What a roller coaster of a hand that was. Set on the flop, straight on the turn, full house on the river for Santosh Savannah, who with that hand now moves up to 7th in chips.
What happened?
Forrest dropping down. Are we seeing?
So this hand went Mateos open, Ken Tong 3-bet to 500K. C-bet the flop.
500,000.
Don't do it, Ken.
Wow. Mateos slow played the flop.
Don't do it. Wonder if Adrian announces himself here, just trying to get it all against an overpair before a potential scare card rolls off like a 5, a 7, or a 9. Ken just running into El Matador. The ball, 100% check mark next to his name. Ken does not want to river a king or a queen. Fortunately for Ken, one of those scare cards rolling off, 3 million in the middle. Mateos checking it on over for a 3rd time. Tong has to know he's never going to win this one at Showdown.
It's a bad card for him to fall through because he would be worried on the 4-liner. It just would get a lot less credit if he does bet once more. 9.5 million, knocking on the 10 million stack. Quite close.
Adrian Mateos has done a tremendous job at separating himself from the rest of the field here with 11 left. Sat on 9.5 million. 2nd in chips is Zeibinger with 3.5. Tournament average is 3.1.
Very
Adrian
lopsided.
has 3 times tournament average with 3.9 million up top. And we've mentioned time and time again, he is widely regarded as one of the best in the world without a Triton trophy. Could this be the event where he gets to take home that golden hardware?
Meanwhile, over on the red table, suited paint, under the gun for Joe Tran.
Got more speed than I meant.
Seems to be maintaining his stack quite well and actually increased just above 3 now. Was hanging around the 2.7 for most of the tournament.
Yeah, he's currently in 3rd, man.
It's all right. You know, it's like...
Now he's in 2nd with a raise and take. That's how close it is.
If he can just cruise
Adrian is 9.5
without
million
any
now.
resistance, why not? Oh, another massage. The Bonomo.
The 1 a.m. massage, dude, I'm telling you.
It's contagious.
It's the best massage you're ever going to get.
Yeah, it looks like he just has had a full house all set.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
A lot of full houses floating around.
Pretty easy to hit.
playful banter. It's the run that Adrian's on. It's not been all full houses and sets. He's been grinding.
Remember, Bonham was at risk when he got in King 9 against Isaac Haxton's 210s, and now he's very comfy as he's grinded back up and got so lucky with that ace-4 against 2 aces of Chris Brewer.
This one truly shaping up to be a classic. Mateos, Ibinger, Bonomo, Brewer, Savannah, Petrangelo, Forrest, Ponakovs, a couple of new timers.
Already?
In Joe and Tong.
Okay.
Lewis Spencer venturing out for his second Triton series. Ball for Nicky P.
3-bet hand.
Side.
3-bet hand. No bluff?
The 3-bet hand, eh?
You retired from
King
bluffing?
3-0.
No bluff. You can't bluff when it's your AI dog's second birthday.
Showed him his dogs.
Your dog.
The next dog. He goes, no. And then picked it up his phone and goes, AI dog.
I see my son like dog. I have a son.
Yeah?
2 years.
Petrangelo got to be the funniest
your
guy in
son is
poker.
too.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
AI dog.
Definitely can't bluff on your son's birthday.
English no bluff.
No bluff on your
Morris.
son's second birthday. No. No bluff.
Not interested in the discussion on AI dogs and birthdays. Randy's cracking up in the booth.
Bluff too much.
You have 1.37.
We're perhaps going to get some action here. Forrest has opened off of 14 big blinds from under the gun. 6-handed, 11 remain. Playing down to the final table tonight.
Great board here for Divorce. Over pair. Playing off of a 12 big blind stack. I wonder if Chris Brewer will check call even a very small bet in this spot, because Divorce should be rather strong opening UTG off of the 12-14 big blind. Yeah, and just check folds. A lot of respect for his opponent's position. Things just really change when you're at the final
Lewis
table.
Spencer's fucking carry cats over there on this 12 VBs.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means?
I think it means that Kerry Katz likes to hang on to his chips. Am I
There
right?
we go. Figured it out. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak. Kerry Katz, also known as Lewis Spencer. Bottom of the chip counts over here, 12 bigs, young UK pro. Had a disgusting orbit. The kings against ace-10. The set over set.
What about the 99 big blinds up top? So close to 10 million.
Adrian Mateos loving the situation he's finding himself in, not just now with 11 left, but the potential final table that is going to be set up for him, where he gets to just come in and really abuse the ICM handcuffs that everyone finds himself under. Ponakovs with 10s on the button. Mateos in the small, Spencer in the big.
200.
Comes with min.
It is a candidate to kind of throw in some 3-bet bluffs occasionally. We can see that he's kind of eyeballing both sides. As Lewis Spencer sitting on 12 big blinds to start this hand, realizes that Ponenkov's open range should be stronger. And ace-7.
10 bigs back.
You could
2
see
already invested.
it maybe is one of those spots where it does push in, hoping to take it down pre. Blockers the hand I will call, and did jam, didn't he? Snapped off.
All in and outs from Spencer, and as Randy mentioned, Ponekov's just snapping on the button with the 10s. Just the coolest situation. Big blind V button for 11 bigs. Huge spot for both. Not to state the obvious, but this one worth a few $100,000 in ICM value. Safe flop for Ponekov's has the spades covered as well.
Opportunity.
Well, 5 of diamonds does give Spencer 4 additional outs. Ace or a 4 needed. Doesn't find it as Ponekov's rivers a set of 10s. And we're going to lose Lewis Spencer in 11th. Going home with 329,000. I got a feeling, Randy, that one's going to sting for a while. That orbit about an hour ago that we've mentioned on a few occasions. A 7-6 of spades on the 7-5-3-2 spades board. The kings against ace-10 on the 5-3 deuce board.
I am not a patient person.
Just downward spiral.
The set on the set situation.
Had about 4 million chips at one point. Just lost lots of pots, not just one for it all.
He literally was only, what, 200, 300k behind Mateos at one point.
Tell on a normal table, but like on a TV table.
Brutal run of cards for Spencer, but I got a funny feeling we'll be seeing a lot more from that young man as he, yet again, shown how impressive he is, and I think taking it on the chin the way that he did.
To go to the Winamax event in Marseille.
Exciting player to keep an eye on the next couple of years, that's for sure. As
final table bubble time.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Now, the average stack is 34 bigs with the departure of Spencer.
We're going to play one more hand until we balance the table. So this hand was dealt 4-handed. Just because they have to play a little bit of catch-up.
Randy, just to give you an idea of how big that man's stack is. Average stack is 34 bigs. The only players with more than average are Ponekov's with 35 bigs and Adrian Mateos. He has 3 times tournament average with 10 left, which means he has 30% of the chips in play.
He's a favorite to get over 10 million chips in this pot. Did limp this button into Ken Tong's big blind. Small blind dead.
It's just all business, isn't he, Mateos? Doesn't get involved in conversations or table banter. It's all business.
I mean, it's important to be focused at this point.
Dude, of course. I mean, we're playing for 3.9 million.
We can chatter after I ship this tournament, you know? Ken Tong's betting out.
Tong making life difficult here for himself. Is he inflating the pot? Comes out leading. Mateos obviously going nowhere. 500k in the middle. 3 of clubs on the turn changes nothing, and now we're kind of up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, Randy. With bottom pair after stabbing flop.
It's confusing for him because he's inflated the pot out of position, and he's not going to be sure if he needs to check call the turn against busted spades or straight draw. Does check through, and never mind. Trip deuces. Time to value town the Jack X.
Not only has he found a paddle, he's found the life raft and a year's supply of survival kit.
Survival kit.
His deuce of gloves.
Medical supplies. He's got
everything, man. He's like,
flare guns. He's got
stranded on an island. Don't worry, I got this.
It's got like, it's got all the food supplies.
He's got a full Tom Hanks.
Even got a soccer ball.
He's going for the overbet, 150%.
750.
Wow. Mateos just snap putting Tong on a deuce. Makes sense, right? I mean, he's got a jack. A king would surely double barrel.
Big hands here.
He just doesn't think he's good.
He's trying to get a read. Look how observant this man is. I mean, seeing if Ken Tong gives anything away. Pitches the Jack-9.
I trust you this time.
Thank you.
Don't forget
Tong up to
trust
1.9.
You were not counting down. From 5, 4, 3, 2.
But just taking the red fast
The 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sorry?
The red fast action tokens. It's hand to hand. That's what we
So
take.
it's not important, no?
Yeah.
So no need for the red fast time bank actions now, as we are hand for hand.
Him now?
Taurus getting moved once more, joining the main stage. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the booth for this Triton Super High Roller Series main event in Monte-Carlo. Day 2 on the final table bubble. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. We need one more elimination before we call it a day. Final 9 will bag and tag, get some rest, and come back tomorrow to battle it out for the 3.9 million and change. We'll be going to the eventual champion. Have 2 Triton newcomers, Joe Kwan and Ken Tong. We have multiple title winners in Justin Bonomo and Ibinger. Savannah looking for title number 2. Brewer looking for title number 3. Boris looking for his second. Ponokovs and Mateos looking for their first. We kicked things off with a bang here in Monaco, didn't we, Randy?
2 monster prizes. So here we go. Darren Divorce joins the massageless table.
Is that what we're going by now? The massageless table and the
That's
massage
why he got
table.
moved over here. You notice they didn't move anyone that was getting a massage.
They come for the Min Open.
Ponokov's currently sitting in second with 35 bigs. He's always thinking some naughty thoughts. It's like, can I press?
Honestly, I kind of want to go on a night out with Ponokovs. I feel like it's the type of night out
When he's in his getup, that's the night.
Yeah, where I just like wake up on a random rooftop somewhere in the world, like any country.
Hangover Part 4.
100%. I mean, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and Ponokov's like, "Hey Henry, let's catch a flight to Sydney." Yeah, why not, Ponokovs? You know, let's go, mate.
What's happening over here? 3 ways.
3-way affair. It was Kwan that opened in the cutoff. Petrangelo opting to just flat on the button with the ace-jack of diamonds.
Looks like
Bonomo defending the big.
Looks like he's intending to try to represent an ace with his c-bet.
You can see this Bluff not going to work here. Perhaps a one and done for Quan. Nicky P just got a flat call. 1.3 in the middle, 1.9 back. There's been a lot of banter between these two, or I should say one-sided banter. Petrangelo has been just having a lot of fun, like sharing cards with Quan and talking about AI pet dogs and bluffing and all sorts going on. Some kind of fun rivalry / dynamic. Joe giving up on the turn. Petrangelo happy to just pot control. Content with the money in the middle. Queen high, no good.
Bluff too much. No bluff? Queen high is not bluff.
C-bet.
C-bet's no bluff. Oh,
Yeah, no bluff.
yeah, that's true.
That is true.
Kind of true.
That is true.
Yeah. You tell him. Tell him, Joe.
Queen high flush.
No Tochi?
Tochi.
Tochi. C-bet, no Tochi, right? No Tochi.
That's right.
Well, with
I
that
like that.
pot alone, Petrangelo
That's the
now up to
philosophy
third.
all my poker students follow.
No Tochi.
The C-bet
Pretty
doesn't
tight.
count as a Tochi.
I thought they also might follow no Tochi.
Less.
Difference between Bonomo's stack, who's currently in 7th, and Ponokov's, who's in 2nd, is just 7 big blinds, Randy. So much money on the line.
200.
Ponokov 2nd in chips. Does have the chip leader Mateos to his left.
Chipping up.
So consistent in the biggest buy-ins. Final table 2 of the invitationals. Final table the main event in Madrid last year. Was already known as one of the best online players and kind of burst into the Triton high roller scene with a bang in Madrid of 2022 with that 4th place finish in the 100k main. Number 1 on Latvia's all-time money list. This is Ponokov's.
Here comes the Spaniard.
El Matador. Ken Tong tried going after him earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, he took a shot at him with King Queen. Mateos didn't get greedy and try to check raise. Pretty much got the maximum when he flopped that set of 6s. Ooh, pocket jacks. This is really interesting because this is number 1 and number 2. And they're 5-handed. Does he come in with 3-bet or does he just say, let me err on the side of caution and just flat call? Yeah. I think this is pretty standard given the chip distribution of the rest of the stacks remaining.
It's so awkward, Randy. He sat here with jacks most of the time. Going to be happy to 3-bet play a big pot. Not when you're 2nd in chips and it's the only person that can send you home as the final table bubble boy. 10-9-7. Ponokov's with the overpair. Mateos with the 2 overs and cut shot.
150 or 175, I don't know. Can be 60.
It can't be 60, so it'd be 150. Wait, what?
He said 160, but there's no 10K or 5K chips. So it needs to be rounded down to 150.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Action on Ponokov's. Has a few options available. Looks like he wants to continue just Pot controlling, keeping the pot small if he can.
He can't check raise there, otherwise he'd be blowing the pot. And the queen taking the lead, but he does pick up an open-ended straight draw. I'm curious to see if Mateos comes in with a double barrel. I don't think he should expect to ever get check raise bluff, just given that his opponent's number 2 in chips. I like this bet. Gets value from these 10x type holdings with a jack. Straight draws that have an 8 in their hand. And Mateos can kind of just decide on the river based on what drops out if he wants to follow through with a third barrel for value or just check back in pot control. Even if pawn cost was holding like 2 pair right now, he would just never raise with the existence of a straight out there.
Everyone else watching on is first v second in chips. Play a big pot on the final table bubble. 1.9 million in the middle with 1 card to come. That's all the obvious draws. Brick out on the 5 of hearts river, Randy. Spades brick. The Jack X, the 8x brick.
See if Mateos can put in one more bet. Does just check.
Jack's no good as Adrian Mateos extends his lead atop of the chip counts. And with that pot, Ponokov's now dropping down to 6th in chips. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. The only player with more than average is the chip leader. That's how big a chip lead he currently has.
And the thing is, everyone else has got a kind of a similar stack, right? The short stack has 17 bigs and then 19, but everyone else got 24 to 30. So it's actually a very close cluster at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Forrest, who's currently in 10th on the short stack, if he doubles up, he moves up to 2nd in chips.
Mm-hmm.
The average stack is 34 big blinds, and nobody has more than average other than the chip leader. This is shaping up to be one of those playing for second kind of situations, perhaps. Obviously a long old ways to go, but Mateos loving life. Number 1 on Spain's all-time money list. Number 1, top of the chip counts. The final table bubble. Forrest.
Queen 10 suited.
Hello. He's got an open jam. 17 bigs.
Oh, and runs into 2 queens. The worst hand he can be up against.
Okay.
I mean, a misstep.
Queens against Queen 10.
Damas contra dama 10.
There's so many attempts over the years. As I mentioned, has won everything one can win in poker other than a Triton trophy. And on the 7-4-3 board, Mateos is just 2 cards away from getting us down to the final table of the 125K main event. Forrest is dead on the turn. And with that, we have our final table, Randy, here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. And it is Adrian Mateos with 12.5 million chips going into tomorrow's final table. 2nd in chips is Chris Brewer with 3.1 million. He has 4 times tournament average, has 40% of the chips in play.
It's everyone versus Mateos.
That's what it feels like. as Daniel Torres bows out in 10th. Going to be going home with 329,000 for his efforts, and an understandable button jam there, Randy. Just running into the runaway trade, El Matador, Adrian Mateos.
I mean, the logic for divorce in that spot was, look, the chip leader's in the big blind. If I raise, I give him opportunities to rejam against me or defend, and maybe I have to bleed down. So he ramped up the variance just slightly by jamming, hoping to just take it down. But once you run to 2 queens, it is what it is.
Well, 9 players remain. I'm struggling to comprehend the situation that we kind of find ourselves in here. Average stack of 38 big blinds. Only Mateos has more than average. What is the game plan? Not to dive too deep, but for the likes of Petrangelo, Brewer, Ibinger, who are currently sat 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, what do we do tomorrow? What are we studying tonight before we come back tomorrow?
To be honest, it really is just trying to tread water, maintain your stack, hopefully let someone else bust out, because those pay jumps, we're at the final table. They're huge.
They are indeed.
You just got to understand that Mateos is going to do his thing. He's going to knock out players, hopefully, for you. And try to lock up the top 3 first, and maybe you can kind of get the heads up and win some flips to give yourself a chance. But you got to just wait it out.
Well, 391,000 guaranteed for the final 9, and I mean, yeah, bring on tomorrow. It feels like it's Mateos's to lose. So many potential storylines, obviously, for this final table that we'll dive into tomorrow. A couple of Triton newcomers as well. Same time, same place. Arlene Najard, Maria Ho back tomorrow here in Monte-Carlo for the final table of the 125K Triton Super High Roller Series main event. From Randy and myself, we wish you good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow for the FT.